The save structure looks different. What do I want? I want to play Dwarf Fortress. Oh, that seems like a good idea. Stoneflights. Stoneflights these nuts. You think that Steam reviews do show how people enjoy the colony management simulators when they're done right? Absolutely. No, totally. I mean, lots of... Whoa! Cooler, what did you just send me? What is this? I mean, hold on a sec. Is this an ASCII art of my emote? Is that what that is? Also, why does this look like the Matrix font? Cooler, I have questions. What did you do? I'm sure you're listening. What is dwarf milk? Don't worry about it. It's not what you think it is, but also don't worry about it. Trader just showed up with it. So, do you want to know what a purring maggot is? That's the actual question. There was a way to make the game do that before. It's just more clear how it does it. Graminos. Worry increases? Okay, so a purring maggot. When a dwarf finds a purring maggot and they pick it up, they can milk the purring maggot. Only dwarves know how to do this. And using purring maggots, which are disgusting critters that are found in the basement, you can make milk from them, right? Then that is called dwarven milk. That is then made into cheese. Cheese is also the only foodstuff in... dwarven cheese is also the only foodstuff that in Dwarf Fortress has an animation, because there are baby maggots in the cheese.
Cheese for everyone!
And it moves. It's a 2-frame animation. It's disgusting. Also, the thing I was wondering about the Cooler Mate is this. Kind of rad looking, I'm not gonna lie. All right. For everyone! But yeah, considering like the only issues that people are really having with this game are strictly like UI doesn't work or weird crash in this place. It's like those are the issues people are having. It's not like game not fun. And as far as I'm concerned, that is about the best possible response that you could have to Dwarf Fortress. It's like, this is a little clunky. Into maggot cheese, are they? They'll eat it. Yes, that is in fact correct. Tapioca. Just now in hearing that, Chat asked what dwarven milk was. So I was just like, I guess I'll explain. All right. Good news, chat. The glorious goose, Kodal, is still alive and well. Hanging out in the tavern. Still is weak and agile, but remember, has no... is very impolite and inconsiderate of property. How many races are there in the game? Okay, so there's a bajillion different animal people. Everything from like your standard like essentially furries, right down to things like these psychedelic crazy frogs. So there's a lot of like animal people. There's essentially furries, yeah. There's hundreds of different types of animal creatures in Dwarf Fortress. But then there's also humans, elves, dwarves, and goblins. There's also like ogres and trolls. There's thousands of things. No, I'm not even talking about were creatures. I'm talking about animal people. I mean, they have a name. I don't know how else I could give them a role. To a were-wombat once? See, that's not an animal creature. That's a were creature. That's a different thing. Also, I seem to have fucked up the timing here and ad's about to start. I'm gonna run that right now and just like sit here and babble about unimportant things for a minute and 30 seconds. Should be able to train guard geese. Making them trainable wouldn't be that hard. But check a thing. This dwarf Zuglar is a boyar, And Wild Peak's been around all day and has done a lot for us, so. Wild Peak is now this boyer who is satisfied at work and is annoyed dwelling upon having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Well, we're working on that. And in the winter of 250, made a friend. Who is your friend? Well, you have many friends, actually. It's hard to say who your friend could be. Black metal training sword? Fuck yeah, dude. You have a daughter? Looks like. I really wish it was, like, I really wish that clicking on the deities would just tell me what the deity was. And I still haven't figured out where the deity menu is. He's buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but to respond to them. He always is in love with somebody, and he easily develops positive feelings. He does not trust others, and he has a very calm demeanor. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He forms only tenuous, fleeting emotional rare bonds with others and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He can handle stress, and he doesn't get things done perfectly. He has little interest in joking around and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has an active imagination. Looks like we're through ads. Perfect. What's my current project? Currently, we're getting bedrooms set up down here, which we've mostly done. Just got a few more doors to place. Once these bedrooms and doors are placed, I don't know. We'll figure that out from there. Why are you in the... You know, I like to say that Dwarf Fortress is like getting your palm read. It's generic enough and general enough that it's like having a horoscope read, where you're like, I can identify with, like, I've read dwarves descriptions, it's like, that is literally me, what the fuck. But it's like, that's what the personality generation is supposed to do. It's supposed to create believable creatures that are believable like people. What's the blue stuff? The blue stuff is open space numbers. So if I move down here is water. This is water, right here. But if I go up, this is just open space. And eventually stuff fades off into the distance. Because it's a 3D space, right? We're in a cave. So this is water. We're underneath water now. Now we're above water, and now we're raising up above the water, all the way back up to here. So that's what that is. Cooler's making massive, like, ASCII versions of my art, or of my emotes that he made for me for some reason. Thank you, Cooler. Those are cool looking. I don't know the purpose of them, though. All right, so we're going to make some doors to this tavern. Out of doors. We have this open area here, which is kind of danger. We need to fix that. And I need to get a food stockpile in here. I think we just need to get food production better. Right now it's kind of, it's not great. Same with booze. So I think what we need to do is we need to get rock pots going. So let's make work orders. We got rock blocks and other things, but rock pot, which can hold booze. We're going to get those going. We're going to make, like, I don't know, 100. We also need to dig. Dig. It's a bit confusion. You thought my fort was inside of a lagoon? Nope. Def not. Dwarves can climb trees. They've been able to climb trees for a while. It depends on their climbing skill. That just means you've never played adventure mode in reality. How hard is this game to learn? I mean, how big is your brain? If you, like, have a brain the size of a pincushion, then yeah, you're gonna have a hard time. But it's not that bad. It's obtuse. It's not hard. I always say that learning Dwarf Fortress is like comparable to learning a difficult board game. You sit down and you read the fucking manual. And if you read the manual and you play slowly, you'll figure it out. But it will take you a few times. We're going to just actually not dig all the way over to there. We're going to dig right up to the edge of that, and we're going to peek through. I want to see what's down here. There's a lot of space I can't see yet. I don't like it. Yeah, I mean, some of my favorite memories of Dwarf Fortress are just fucking up and doing dumb shit. Because I had no idea what I was doing. But you also have to remember that I'm an old head. I learned this game on a keyboard with ASCII. It in the version of the game that a lot of people, insist is impossible to play because of the ASCII, and I didn't find that to be particularly hard. And I think that this version is just an easier version of that. Hey, Olza. Hey, Olza. Thank you very much for that subscription. Cheers. So maybe you're asking the wrong person, but it's honestly not that bad. I always just say it's like, what's the hardest game you've played before? Because this is probably not that bad. In a world where like Escape from Tarkov is one of the most popular games in the world, this is significantly easier than that. Significantly. What bothers me most about the Steam version? Bothers me? Why the fuck was the mouse wheel inverted by default? Like, actually. Why? That's what bothers me about the Steam version. Everyone can have a nice glass of dwarven milk. I mean, if they don't want to, like, drink beer, dwarven milk is a solid option. No combat log? There's a combat log. It's the tiny little thing up there, the little swords. You click on that and it pops up in the full screen. Well, not full screen, but it's like this little window. I wish the combat log was bigger. I wish there was a full screen version of the combat log, actually. Currently, there is no export button, but apparently that's something they're going to add back in. Yeah, there should be a full screen option for the combat logs, in my opinion. How do you change the mouse wheel? Go to a key. I might actually make a YouTube short about this or something. You go to control, and it's pretty far down. Yeah, it's move cursor up, move cursor down, mouse 4, mouse 5. Swap those. Swap mouse 4 and mouse 5. For move Z level up and down. I think it's those two. Or maybe it's these two. Move cursor up and down. It's these, basically. It's a nightmare. You can't wait for Steam World Steed catalogs? Yeah, same. Did anyone reach the clowns yet? I saw a screenshot of them yesterday. Have I reached them myself, though? No. No. Why is that an alert? Interesting. Oh, I get it, because they're not my faction. Right, interesting. Well, we have elves here to trade. I definitely have some more gems that we could sell them. Look at that. Hello, elves. Welcome to Stoneflights, a dwarven hamlet. We'd love to work with you. We're allied with them, so gotta be nice to them. Gotta be nice to them. Leave your prejudices at the door. If the cave doesn't have soil, go to a deeper cave or dump water on stone, and then it'll make it into soil. Cut the trees? What trees? I don't know what you're talking about. Trader needed, move goods. Kind of wish I could just search. I wish I could search the categories, but I stand right. Cut gems. Okay, so pink garnet's valuable. Smoky quartz is not so much. I haven't seen a Forgotten Beast yet. I know that you have to do a lot more in the caverns to get Forgotten Beasts now. Like, you actually have to kind of work to make them show up. Because, like, previously they would just, like, show up randomly in the first year, and that was fucking with people, so they kind of got rid of that a little bit. Kind of hoping that these elves brought some bigger critters. I think we'll bring one of the more expensive gems. We'll leave the other ones down here. They're not always multi-gigabyte files. Someone earlier was saying that cloud saves work, though. What? Oh, hey. Because we have a public tavern, we have somebody who wants to eradicate monsters. I'm going to say no. Not until we get a little bit more population. We got a stray blue peahen. Cool. Did they already bring all those items up? Jesus. Yeah, wow, that was fast. How do you access water underground? You have to go to somewhere where there's water underground. Like, it's... I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest with you. You have multiple empty corpse stockpiles and several dedicated haulers, and corpses are lying everywhere. Are they set to haul corpses? Like it's under standing orders in labor. So go to the labor screen, go to standing orders, and then go to refuse and hauling. You have to make sure that they are allowed to gather refuse, because when corpses stop being corpses, they become refuse. So if they've been there for a while, they might be refuse, and by default, I don't think they haul refuse. Water underground without drowning your dwarves. Very carefully. Welcome to Dwarf Fort. You flooded your fortress and everyone died? So you had fun. That's great. Very happy for you. Your turkeys won't lay eggs on their nest boxes anymore? Did you forbid the nest box? That's strange. How do you find stuff? You find it. I don't know. So, like, there's plenty of techniques out there, and all the old strats still work. So, c'est la vie. With practice makes perfect. I would recommend floodgates and levers. If you want to know how to attach a lever to a thing, I have a video on how to attach a lever to a drawbridge, and it's the same for floodgates. But be careful, boulders can get stuck in floodgates. Not played in a while, can you still accident your nobles? Sure, but it'll piss your dwarves off real fast. Your dwarves, like your nobles are, especially like higher up nobles, like mayors and queens and barons, are literally your therapist. Like, your dwarves run up to them and they pray to them and they ask for, like, forgiveness and, like, cry on them if they're sad. But if you have a problematic queen who's, like, actually causing issues and, like, refusing to let you trade your main trade good, you could expel her. I think. Or you could, like, you know, just starve them to death. Sure, why not? Like, absolutely, you can. I recommend keeping your mayor, though. Mayors are very important. How on earth do you deal with vampires? They don't drink booze. Find your dwarf that's not drinking booze. Also, set up a justice system, and dwarves will report crimes, and if dwarves witness the vampire being a vampire and murdering somebody, they will point at them and be like, you can't expel out nobles anymore? Okay, well then why are you asking me the question? You already know the answer to that then. I will never recommend accidenting nobles, but you can. You've never played this game. You played a lot of RimWorld, though. Is playing the tutorial enough, or should you watch tutorial videos on YouTube? I mean, I started playing the tutorial and very quickly realized it was just basic UI explanations, and I know how all the menus work. The problem for me is not knowing where the UI is, because I've played thousands and thousands of hours of this game. But honestly, if you've played a lot of RimWorld, you'll probably be fine. Just realize that they're very, 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 very different games. RimWorld is a strategy game. This is a simulation game. This isn't a game about killing everything that moves. And this game isn't designed to kill you if you move. But be careful. Tutorial is useless. I mean, if you've played RimWorld, probably, yeah. If you've never played a game like this before and you've never played RimWorld, I wouldn't recommend making them into a bookkeeper and sealing them in a room, because what will happen if you make them a bookkeeper and seal the vampire off in their room, they will eventually become smart enough that they'll get elected mayor, even if they don't socialize with the other dwarves, and then they have to interact with, like, your traders and whatnot. So that is kind of an issue. So we're just gonna sign all these cut gems be traded. What do they have? What do these elves have? They have a weasel! Well, that's unfortunately boring. Tasty, though. Take a bucket from them. Take some cloaks, why not? And we got head veils. Interesting. What else do they have? Looking for their food. Almonds. There we go. Look at the walnuts and almonds. Delicious. Acorns. Fruit. Sweet. Obviously stuff that we'll never be able to get here. They're not missing. They're just really well buried. I haven't dug deep enough into any of those menus to find them yet, Bash. I mean, as long as they're not zombies that are killing your dwarves, that's not bad. That's fine. Precious fire opal pedestal. I'll take it. All right. Well, I don't even need to sell them as much of this stuff as I thought. They still get plenty of profit on that. Great. Don't even need to give them the pink tourmalines. Okay, well then, yeah, no, then they're intelligent undead. Those are friends. Those zombies are friends. So you are good. And they say, "Oh, wonderful! Thank you for your business." But we're gonna be setting up military when I get to about 40 dwarves. For right now, no, they're. What are you doing? Oh, you're fishing, you stupid dwarf. Are you talking about this screen, Raph? Like the Y screen, the labor screen? Oh, what a good dude. Cheers to that visiting necromancer. It would be nice to have a tutorial. I haven't gotten to that point in this fort. I did in the last fort. Literally, like, you either need lava or you need charcoal. So you make charcoal at the woodburner's shop, and then you smelt metal into bars at the smithy, at the smith, the metal smith, and then using the forge, you craft stuff. So woodburner, you make charcoal. Smith, you make metal, and then metalsmith for everything else. Like here, like you build a smelter, and then you build a metalsmith. You make those two things, and then you need a wood furnace. So wood furnace, make charcoal. Smelter, make bars, and then metalsmith, make weapons. Everything rots. You don't need a fridge, but dwarves put things in barrels, so you need barrels or pots to store your food to keep it from rotting. Oh, fuck yeah. Link that, Urist. No issues there. What about coal? If you happen to have access to coal, you can also make coal. I would recommend reading about that on the wiki. That's not in the game currently because it's the backwards conversion. It wasn't ready for launch. It was either make ASCII ready or make the Steam Workshop ready in time, and they opted for the intelligent thing, which was make the Steam Workshop ready. Right, this is all just going to be food. Except food. Seeds, no. And that should be everything. It makes the walls and floors prettier. Increases the value of them, and it makes dwarves happier. Or more likely to be happy. This person's got a cool-ass hood. Look at that. Look at that! As they put on the elven clothes we just bought. But we're gonna need to dig down pretty soon because we've got we just actually the one thing that we need to do before we dig down to go hunting for metal is we need to find thinking emoji. But before actually hold on, is there anything on the surface? I didn't even look. Oh fuck, never mind. I don't need to go down to get metal. Hello, Ham. How are you? Good day. Have you seen the Transparence Designation Workshop mod? I haven't been looking at mods, I'll be honest. I'm just worrying about vanilla stuff. Let's see, what else do we have? I should have just looked at the surface, but I just straight up didn't. Also, I'm more of a total conversions mod person. I don't know how many quality of life things I'll use. I'll probably just rebind my keys to my liking and just be fine with it. You gotta remember, I've played a version of this game for years that had no sound. And everybody's just like, oh, use the fancy sounds mod. I'm just like, I played a version of this game with no sound for, like, a decade, so. Do enemies attack the base? Oh, yeah. But they have to be close enough, too. And we've been careful with this one to not be close enough. Ironically, the close enemies that could attack us here are not what you'd expect. It's another Dwarven Civ. If I go up to this screen, I go center on fort. These around here, these are all, this is the Tame Tower of the continents of vaulting at Dwarven Mountain Halls. The Tame Tower is the name of this mountain range. These are dwarves that are at war with us, so we might actually get attacked by dwarves of all things, which is kind of interesting. And we are allied with with 2 elven factions, but we're also at war with this other elven faction. So the Virginal Forest is a group that we get to fight with. No, but fuck me, I wish there was. User-friendly. The best depth to grow crops. ASCII gun! ASCII, why ASCII gun? Do the fuck with that. Do not fuck with that forest. That, you heard me. The Virginal Forest. Although I think that the pregnant bust was maybe the most concerning one I'd ever seen. You just lock turkeys into a room with nest boxes to breed turkeys? That's a very effective way to breed turkeys, yeah. What just happened to that river? The ice thawed. I think that they have the wrong sprite for ice on creeks because it just looks like stone when it freezes. Spearman's visiting. I don't need humans. So we are mining out this hematite ore, but I really don't want to use my very, 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 very small amounts of wood. Okay, let's dig. Let's do what dwarves do. I have to turn auto off, though. I'm sorry, what? Am I digging through my own stuff? Can actually, let's down to here. Down. Up there. Also, Arch, what up, dude? Yeah, we're fine. I can go from this side. Let's go down to layer 15. Should you be mining up the mountain or down? You kind of want to do up. Then do up. You can do down later. Remember what I said to you yesterday? This game's about shit. Build shit, dig shit, punch shit, smash shit, break shit, make shit, and then eat shit and drink shit. And when you're tired of that, go make some more shit. It's like, welcome to Dwarf Fort. Literally do whatever you want. Milk shit, yeah, even, like, maggots. I said yesterday, I was like, if Dwarf Fortress doesn't outsell Assassin's Creed, I'm gonna be pissed. Because it's like, it's an Assassin's Creed game that's over a year old. Hey, that was quick. Is there a way to make plum helmets not be cooked? Yeah, I can show you the UI for it. And a magma pool. That's a good sign, because found Morions. We found morons. So you go to you click on labors down here. Go to kitchen and then plump helmets. Boop. Click that button. That's how you stop plump helmets from being cooked. So let's go down. Oh, that's a Whoa, actually, okay, this is really neat. I like this one. Sweet. I mean, it's a similar notification sound. It probably comes from a common sample pack, if I had to guess. I mean, like, I think it's the level up sound or like the quest completed sound in Final Fantasy, the MMO, that I hear everywhere. Like, everywhere. And a demon guarding it. All right, time to dig too deep, dude. Or we're going to have to do that today, probably. We're going to have to dig down to the Magma Sea today. I think. Kind of bothers me that, like, all right, whatever. You here. Let's go floor all the way over to there. All the way over to there. Let's throw in walls. This is all nice, which is good. You lost a fort to it, but it was worth it. I'll say this, Tolis, be easy on the spoilers with that stuff, at least for new information stuff, because that's stuff I want to find. On the work orders screen, you can't find it? Search for it. Unless you mean like make charcoal. I'm assuming it would be under... I actually don't know. I would assume it would be under one of just the generic things. But you're right, there is no like default one. I mean, I was smelting stuff yesterday and they just kind of did it, so yeah, I don't know what job it is specifically under. They really need, and I've already like talked to a couple people about this, but they really need to like just give us a list of what job is under each one, because they were saying yesterday that they thought that it was just like self-explanatory, but it's really not. Oh, so if you're making like stone charcoal, then yeah, it's coke. Otherwise, it's just charcoal, like literally just called charcoal. If you're making wood charcoal, but I'm not going to make wood charcoal because I've got no trees on the surface, so I would run out very quick. Will they run off the edge? They won't run off the edge. They're not that stupid. But they will, however, what's the word? I'm sorry, what the fuck was that? That's a very brave cave swallow. They're not that stupid, but like if something startles them, they can fall off. They can trip off the edge, basically. So like if something is climbing up and in, then they will be like, bah! And then they'll fall off and stuff like that. But they won't just like randomly fall off the edge. Although Dwarf Fortress gets pretty close to lemmings. Dwarf Fortress does in fact get pretty close to lemmings at times. You can see it. I mean, I know that, but it doesn't say what job it's in by default, does it? Like if you make a work detail, you can see it here. Right? So it's furnace operating, but it's like it doesn't say which one of these it's in. I want to know which one of these it's in. Cuz I know it's in there somewhere. I don't know which one. So that's one of my major complaints actually, which I've already given in feedback, and hopefully we'll get that at some point. GeoJoss is absolutely correct. Enemies cannot destroy built walls because Dwarf Fortress is a story builder, not like a hardcore strategy game. But in the Siege update, there's supposed to be some way for enemies to destroy certain types of walls. Remo, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. Fire can burn wood ones, though. Yeah, no, I mean, Confused Moose, your username checks out, but like I said, I was talking to somebody who was on the testing team yesterday, and they were like, yeah, we'll look into that. Because it is kind of a problem how, like, ambiguous those jobs are. Also, this over here is going to smooth. What's the Siege update? So if you go to like bay12games.com/dwarves, right? This list is a bit out of date. A bit out of date. But we have this, right? So it was last updated in January 2020. This is their roadmap of stuff to add to this game. Okay? It keeps going. So, not all of it's added. Like, the stuff that's white is future. The stuff that's green is done and in the game, right? And as I said, this is kind of out of date. But there's a lot of stuff in here for various different arcs and mechanics and things that they want to add in. And there's a whole section in here for the army update. So if you're curious, go over to the old-fashioned website that is bay12games.com and go look-see. Because it's Dwarf Fortress. And development is slow, but there's a lot of it. Which is why we're still here and why we're still playing this game after like 20 years. Because as they said in the trailer for this game, it's our life's work and we're never going to stop. And yeah, no, it's their life's work. And yeah, no, they're never going to stop. If you're curious, on this channel, Zach and Tarn, the two brothers who work on this game, every 4 months or so, join me on this channel and we do like a live Q&A session. So if you're just like, man, I want to go watch that, you could either watch the VODs on my YouTube channel or alternatively, wait until probably around February when I pester them and they join me again. Also, fun fact, the microphone that they're using to record all that stuff, I gave them at PAX. And I can tell because it sounds like that microphone. So John from Sweden, this is Dwarf Fortress 2. Dwarf Fortress 1 is called Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, which is a video game thing. We attracted no migrants. We didn't give them enough value. Well, that's unfortunate. No, that's Tracta. There you go. So yeah, this is the sequel. You have a question? The attributes of dwarf, like greedy and sloppy, affects behavior. Yep. But it affects behavior, but will you actually notice any of it? Not really. Like, there's contaminated, like, spilled wine everywhere in your tavern. Does it show up or present itself in game? No, not really.
Thanks for the tutorials on your YouTube channel. It's helped a lot.
Thanks for the Sparta bits, Mad Cat. Cheers. Appreciate you. So how to explain this properly, but the cavern part of the mini-map and the elevation is reminding you a bunch of stuff. Buff cat with one arm raised, and he's holding... Oh, what, like... Oh, like the shape of, like, the cavern on the mini-map? Yeah, sure, probably. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. There was one fort that I built where chat, like, randomly after a couple hours of me building the fort was like, Blind, why did you make your fortress look like a funky cartoon dinosaur? And I was just like, what? And then someone, like, MS Paint drew the dinosaur on it, and I was like, oh, shit, I made Barney. It was a very weird moment. Unintended. That's all I have to say is unintended. We can dig down to here. This is gonna be fun. You think your dwarf is stuck up a tree? Cut down the tree. Problem solved. Lava forge time? Working on it. You want a tool to import designs into the game so you can save shit? Yeah, that's no fun. Making the same fort every time is boring. It'll take them to get adventure mode? Well, they said soonish. If I had to guess, and this is a guess, and do not, like, actually take this as reliable information, 6 months. They have to remake all of the UI. But I've had people tell me already that they think that that is, like, pessimistic, so I don't know. But they do have to remake all of the UI. Again, for another game. Like Dwarf Fortress is, like, 90-something screens that they had to do. Adventure mode's, like, another 70. And also, like, it's an entirely keyboard-driven, turn-based, top-down RPG, party-based RPG. And, like, the combat UI is going to be a clusterfuck. But I look forward to putting out 15 tutorials about that. I wonder if they'll even give me that early. They might not. How to meet the family needing thing through dwarves? Some dwarves are just broken and needs you can't make. Like, if a dwarf has no family or no known family or no living family, and they're sad that they can't be around their family, there's nothing you can do. Someone asked this earlier, but chat was moving too fast. Noted. So I'll ask, do we need to make multiple temples for each god at the dwarves? So previously, no, but I've seen dwarves being sad that they can't worship gods for their specific, like their specific god that they like to worship. So I'm leaning to say that that's been changed and now you do, which is what I was going to do up here. I was originally going to do bedrooms up here, but I think we're going to do a temple complex up here. So that needs experimenting. I don't actually know the answer to that question, but we're going to make some temples up here. We're going to make like 3 or 4, I think. What's up, little happy egg roll? What's Dwarf Fortress about? I mean, it's the game that inspired Minecraft, largely. So, it's one of the most important games ever made. It's a fantasy world simulator that kind of exists in this weird top-down colony builder kind of style. It's a game about taking care of dwarves. I mean, blueprints were in the game before, and I didn't use them before, so I'm not going to use them now. Like, it's the old, what's it called? It's the old, like, planning mode that was in the game previously. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a person who uses blueprints. Didn't use them in RimWorld, don't use them in this game, probably won't ever use them, because I like to draw things. Yeah, they were in the game. They were just very well hidden. Every game of Dwarf Fortress you've ever played has ended in dwarves going mad. Show us how to make a mister? When you say mister, I think you're talking about the FPGA, like, console emulation stuff, but I don't think that's what actually you're talking about. That'll be our entranceway right there. We can also give them another entryway from over here. That's a thing that makes them happy. It's not the only thing that makes them happy, though. But, I mean, just give them what they want. Most people like to get mad that they're not doing what they want them to do, whereas dwarves want to relax, they want to socialize, they want to hang out, they want to make friends, they want to drink, they want to eat, they want to, like, party and goof off because they're dwarves, right? So you have to, you know, like, there's a lot of things that I see people bitching about. It's like, oh no, the dwarves aren't working and stuff like that. It's like, well, yeah, because they want to take breaks. Like, treat them like people, let them be dwarves, and generally they'll be pretty happy. Pre-COVID life, pretty much. Fortunately, we don't have a pandemic. We don't have most areas don't have infectious diseases. No, I am the so in Dwarf Fortress, I don't believe that you're the servant leader. In Dwarf Fortress, for me, in my personal headcanon, the game's paused right now. You're Q from Star Trek. The dwarves can name you. The dwarves can name the player. Fact. I mean, I would too if you were in charge of my world. Japlagulum? And in regards to them spending too much time praying. So if you have a lever in your fortress, and you lock a dwarf in a room with a gate, and then you tell a dwarf to pull the lever and crush that dwarf, it will say that they were crushed by the will of insert player. And if it's just that bad, put them in a military squad with nothing to do, and they'll focus exactly on what they need to be happy. I don't know if that still works, but... Do it? No. That's my flat response. No. That's awful, IHQMD. I love that we can see that little walkway over there. But you haven't played Steam Dwarfs yet? Okay, well then don't give people advice in a game you haven't played yet. How you doing though, Merc? It's good to see you again. Shit's been a little wild over here as of late. This is a mechanic I haven't encountered yet, not Swolex, but it means that they want a item of value from you in order to not attack you. Time to kill more goblins? After I have a military. We need weapons first. Fancier, or I mean, if you want to be really, really opulent to your dwarves, anybody can have a private dining room. But anybody who's a mayor or a noble that is a mayor level or above requires a dining room. The English language is difficult when you're trying to juggle like 18 different sources of information at once. Oh, I mean, if I had to run a fortress full of dwarves, I would demand a dining room too. I wouldn't want to hang around them. Come on. Cowardly one, Sanic. A very cowardly one. We're gonna make some altars. Oops. Work orders. Let's see, what kind of metal do I want to make, or stone do I want to make this out of? Let's make it out of nice. I want nice altars. Was a thing by default. I might install that one. I'll be honest, I might install that one. It is a much nicer looking engraving tile, but although I think they actually snuck that tile from elsewhere in the game, which I think is kind of funny. I'm pretty sure it's that one that they used for that mod. I'm pretty sure they snuck a different tile from the same game and just made it semi-transparent. Can't see the game in Steam, new game, only the soundtrack. Did you buy the soundtrack and not the game? That's what it sounds like. trying to keep up with things in chat. You were thinking about making mounts of Moria kind of like Fortress with large halls. Think that would be possible? Oh, it's absolutely possible, yeah. I mean, there was a DF hack stencil for a very long time that was just like a 1-to-1 layout of Moria. We had to use the biggest possible size map to make it. I don't know what you mean by game visibility, dude. How long till I go back to ASCII graphics? Well, when they add the actually, here's the thing. When they add the ASCII graphics to Dwarf Fortress, because like it's being added back in, right? And this version is getting it as a like options menu toggle. When they add it back in, I'm gonna have a. Did we just get a baby? We just got a baby. Look at that. When you, I'm gonna have a channel points redemption that'll only be usable like once an hour or something to force me to use ASCII for 5 minutes. So, because I like ASCII. ASCII's nice, and I want to get to use it sometimes. So, damn it, I'm going to use it! And you can't fucking That's it. So, that's when. As soon as I put it back in. I'm also probably going to do, like, YouTube videos on making classic look and act like premium. ASCII? Well, good thing I'm an ass man. Your animals want a gathering area and starve to death. What are you doing wrong? You need to find an area where there's grass or moss growing, so either moss in a cavern or grass on the surface, and then you need to pasture them using a animal zone, a pen pasture zone. Otherwise, they will just wander around and starve to death. Maybe one day I'll do a charity stream where I just play in ASCII and you guys have to pay to turn the graphics on. Maybe that's something. Okay, so to anybody who's new here, while the game is saving, I'll pause it when it's done saving. I do charity streams every year on my birthday, right? And the whole shtick of the charity stream on my birthday. So you know how Dwarf Fortress is ASCII normally, right? The whole shtick of my charity streams are we use tile sets made by the community, and that's things like this. I can play this game functionally with the only graphic sprite being Nicolas Cage's face. There was this one, which was my emotes. There was this one, which was my face. This B-movie bullshit. This thing, that thing, whatever that is. And this one was drawn in MS Paint. The entire, like, alphabet was turned into, like, these weird symbols. So, like, whenever like an item would pop up or something and we had to read the description of it, I had to sit there and be like, okay, duck, D, okay, A, okay, so D, A, okay, B, that's a B, okay, that's, what the fuck is that, and stuff like that. So, you know, I can play this game with, like, non-functional graphics tile sets, and it's perfectly functional-ish to a degree until I just get mad. So if you go to my YouTube channel and you look up birthday stream or birthday charity stream, you'll find me playing with some really redonkulously dumb tile sets. Yeah, like I could see myself doing something like that, except the ASCII tile set I'd use would be my face or Nicolas Cage's face or something. How do I feel about the hotkeys? They're fine. But they're fine. I mean, I've been playing with a mouse for years. God damn. All right. Let's make some temples, shall we? Meeting zone. Thwomp. No, I only played with this one previously. I never played with the other one. What was I doing? Right, temples. New temple. Let's see, we got what's the most popular god here? Logum the Rocks of Coal. 6 worshippers. Jewels. We have a god of metals and fire. Ugh. Tubal the turquoise steel. So I think what we're gonna do is I'm going, 12 worshippers? The parched flax. Mountains, volcanoes, fertility, food, agriculture, the rain, and trees is what that god is for. Okay, so what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna do a temple to no specific deity, which is gonna be this one. And this one's going to allow visitors. And then I'm going to do 3 that don't allow visitors. The rain, yeah. I mean, fuck off, rain! is what the dwarves would be praying for there. Then this one. I mean, lots of religions in on Earth even have like just prayed for gods to fuck off, you know? Like that makes sense. So the Tangle of Speaking is our generic everything temple. Let's go to that most popular one. We have the Chapel of Pax. So let's just go with let's name these. So Temple 1. Temple 2. Chapel of Pax. I think it did not say Pax, but like P-A-C-K-S. Pax. Not Pax. Although Pax is pretty good. I don't mind going to Pax. Been to Pax West a whole bunch of times. Maybe Pax East. If we keep getting this many viewers and my sub count stays where it is, I'll definitely be going to PAX East. Going to PAX is expensive. What? It did. Field hop. Fuck off to the field hops and rain. We like you when you help us. Yeah, exactly. Fuck off and feed the crops. Yeah, exactly. I hope it rains every single day, but only while I'm inside. There. That's how you pray to the rain. What else do we have? The god of longevity and war. Wow. Fires and metal is pretty popular. So we'll give them that. The Bronze Abbey. Temple 3. We're making a little temple complex. Speaking of rain, you think Eastern and Western Canada switch clients as it's raining over here and on the East? There's like that much snow outside, and it's supposed to snow again tomorrow. From the west coast of Canada. It's fucking weird. It's really weird. We don't normally get this much snow this early in the winter. Or this late in the fall, I guess. It's not even winter yet. Alright, so and then you can be our last temple. You've got 7. So that hits slavery. If anybody can find the descriptions of gods in this version of the game, please tell me where they are. Although they might actually I think I might already get it. I think I might. Let's go war and longevity. For 3 days or so straight? Is that strange? Let's see. So this dwarf is meditating on volcanoes. I was really hoping that it would be like, this is the god! I want to find the god description. I know how to find music descriptions now. Like, listen to... this is what I mean by descriptions, by the way. The performance is at the second stanza. The sun sets is a fork of... the sun sets on fork is not a spoon. And it is an example of the fuchsia petal. The work has no particular subject, and the writing has a hint of viciousness to it. Overall, the poetry is passable. The fuchsia peta is a light poetic form originating in the robust arches. I don't know what that is. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems, which can be recited. The poem is divided into an octet and a quatrain, and use of consonants and is characteristic of the form. A form of parallelism is common throughout the poem, in that certain lines are required to maintain phrasing. Each line has 5 feet, with a tone pattern of even. The first part is intended to describe the past. The third line of the octet is the most expanded. The idea of the second line is to expand on the idea of the second line, and the second part is intended to develop the previous idea concerning the future. And the third line of the quatrain must expand the idea of the first line. I know nothing about poetry. Like, nothing. This is why I'm single. You're so confused by this alert. Engraver cancels Eat Seeking Infant. They can't find their children. They're trying to find their kid. They've dropped their kids somewhere and can't find them. And they're going, where's my kid? That's what that means. If you see Seeking Infant, it means that they can't find their kid. So, like, mom is panicking because they can't find their child. Which means she's probably found him and is probably fine by now. Usually when that happens, it's just like, they just gave birth and they're like, there's a child there, oh my god! Or like, somebody bumped into them and they dropped it. Which can happen. Not currently Elon posting, but that's supposed to be a thing that's like getting added to the game somewhere. So, at some point, hopefully soon. Because Christ, the reason I'm like turning my camera off is because like I'm doing this to read it. Speaking of, like, this dwarf just gave birth to a boy, which probably was like a similar thing. But, and in a year in game, we'll get another hauler, which will be great. Why are you moving so slowly? Oh, it's because you're carrying a boulder. Interesting. Making sheet from plant is in... That was not always in this shop, was it? Interesting. Allows you to read it? Yeah. Probably faster than me, too, and more accurately. Buckets. Let's just make some buckets. Yeah, pretty much. Like... Is there any way to specify material when building things? You can't highlight the job details. Oh, are you talking about like in the work orders? You click on the magnifying glass, this button, and within workshops, I would assume it's similar. Let's just make a mechanism magnifying glass. Yeah, magnifying glass. Yeah, yep. If like you can't find a button that used to be in a place, click approximately where it used to be, and you'll probably find it. That's how I've learned this so far. Can monsters from the depths pass through hatches? Yes, unless the hatches are locked. I mean, all hatches are like that. Das Tactic got a dwarf child kidnapped. Yes, finally somebody did. That's good. Now you got to go on a quest to go get the kid back. We must save my son. All right, where are we doing down here? Now that we've made those temples. Let's actually just make sure there's nothing underneath that. Sweet. And missed the trading menu if it was there, so you wonder how is the trading menu in the Steam release? I have a video tutorial on how to trade if you just want to see it. I mean, it's basically the same as the old one, but like with some like additional things to make it a lot clearer. I went up instead of down. I'm smart. I keep on like screwing up the 2 channeling commands. It's like, that looks wrong. Whoop. So yeah, I would say just like read that, I would say. Or go watch that. But honestly, like it's great. Like if you were able to use the previous one, it'll be fine. Panel. Although we might actually pop out. This might be above. Well, it'll be fine. Let's see, are we gonna just dig through a wall here? Oh, miner's been possessed. So they seem to have claimed a mason shop. Oh, hey, we found the magma sea. You know, I was just saying, I'm like, this might just dig through a wall. I think it did. Oh, would you like that? We've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Raw adamantine, praise the miners. Fascinating. Yeah. Hold up, what the fuck? Fire snake! Ow, that's a little bright. Well, looks like we did in fact dig through a wall. Bellinair, thanks for the raid. How was day 2? If you guys want another channel that's been playing Dwarf Fort, except with a much more Finnish flavor, go watch my teammate Bellinair. Go give him a follow. Can you set up a well above a lava lake? Yeah, but they won't pull it out because it's not a drinkable liquid. Although, I do know somebody who once made lava a drinkable liquid. And let's just say dwarves spontaneously combusted. Possessed by unknown forces. Okay, sweet. He's got everything he needs. What'd you grab? Mule leather, pink gems, 2 pieces of hematite, tower cap logs. Oh. I mean, I've done that a couple of times, Bell. That wasn't feeling the fort, so I made a new one. And every time it's been good. Honestly. The hell, graphics shame? There's no option, my guy. I also don't shame people. Come on. Actually, hold up. There is a post on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit from yesterday that I love, which I'm going to go pull up real quick because I want to show you something in regards to that graphics comment. Hold up. Just give me a second. Oh, somebody found a dragon. Cool. Where's the post? It's relevant, I swear. There's too many posts on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit now. What the actual fuck? Apparently IGN reviewed Dwarf Fortress. That's kind of hilarious. Where is it? I'm pretty sure I upvoted it. It's from yesterday, so scroll down pretty far. Ah, there it is. If you're thinking of being unwelcome to new players, remember... That's all I have to say. So about your graphics. I know I'm not a new player, but about your graphics. Ah! Don't, nobody does this. God, there's so many fucking posts on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. It's bananas. It used to be like 4 posts a day, and now it's like 250 today. Somebody tell me how that IGN review is. I'd love to know. Genuine statement, though. I'd love to know. I would love to. Just waiting for goblin traders to show up. Oh, did you demand stuff from them? IGN gave it a 10 out of 10? Whoa. Whoa. At 2K and 4K? I mean, it runs on 4K monitors. You just have to custom set your resolution because the game doesn't know what the fuck to do with that many pixels. And does it support ray tracing? I made a meme about that, but answer that question for yourself. Think about it real hard. Okay, so I'm looking at this and going... Okay, so I could just, like, seal these. I could literally just seal that walkway and just have this area to myself, basically. More or less. More or less. That'd give us access to Blood Goblin Cap, Tower Cap, Fungi Wood. Any advice on possessed ones? You have one possessed. Can I show what to do with them? So they've already completed what they need to do. Dwarves that are in strange moods seek out specific items based on their desires, and then they will claim all of those items that they need and then go build the thing. If you select the workshop, they will mutter about the items that they need, but once they have all of the items they need, then they start either working secretively or they start muttering a name. And this dwarf is muttering a name. So this dwarf has everything they need. And the items they have are leather, pink garnets, tower cap logs, and 2 pieces of metal. My advice is make sure you, from the first trading caravan, you get the opportunity to speak with. Vlam, what up? You should have been here yesterday. We had 2,500. The first trader you get to speak with, try and get at least 1 metal bar, at least 1 piece of leather, at least 1 piece of cloth, at least 1 piece of silk, and at least 1, and make sure you have at least 1 piece of wood around, and you'll probably be fine. And make sure you have at least 1 gem, uncut gem, and 1 cut gem. Then you'll probably be fine. They're making an artifact. That's what they're doing. Every dwarf does it once in their life. It's their masterwork. They get possessed by their, either a god or like somebody from their past, and they go and make it. I know, right, Blake? Right to hear. Where were you yesterday, Vlam? So Vlam, does this satisfy your graphics slut needs? You know, it's funny when like somebody really old who's been around this channel for a long time pops in, and I'm just like kind of a dick to them, and the chat's just like, what the fuck? And then the artifact's done. I like that sound effect. It's cool. Lost the dwarf for not having silk. Yeah, just make sure you have like 1 of everything generally. Great to know you still do that. I mean, I heard it every day for like a month. Sorry, I can't watch your stream. I'm too much of a graphics slut. Sad face. You'd rather just play broken games like Elite Dangerous, or at least at the time. I don't know if you still play Elite. You might still play Elite. Who knows? You didn't have a metal bar. The thing about metal is you can melt down metal stuff, but that's kind of a tricky thing to pull off quickly if you didn't know. Coffin as an heirloom? Well, I mean, it will be an heirloom. So anyway, Rimtar has created a hematite coffin. It's actually the first coffin in the fort. And they call it Almos hacking. It's Almos hacking, or Almos hacking? Shacking? Almos shacking. A hematite coffin, and claims it as a family heirloom. Whoop. It's a pretty badass looking coffin, actually. It's extraordinarily heavy, and this is a hematite coffin. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushioned hematite cabochons and tower cap. This object menaces with spikes of hematite and pink garnet and mule leather. I mean, isn't that kind of what the pharaohs did? Time to make that dwarf's tomb. I mean, who made it? What was his name? Rimtar made it. Vlam. Oh, by the way, Vlam. You have a developed sense of empathy. That's not true. Good analytical abilities. That's probably true. And values self-control. Absolutely not true. And is gracious. Definitely not true. And has good spatial sense, but is slow to anger. Command, thanks for subscribing. What do now? There's a tutorial on trading on my YouTube channel, Nicky Donuts. You wish that you had more event sounds? Slow to anger, not true at all. I don't know, you seem pretty slow to anger. A high master miner. It's like a high up down if you read that in different contexts. Where was I? There you are. Let's see. So let's go to your recent thoughts and memories. In the spring 251, you slept in a good bedroom, and you remember that, and you're blissful remembering that. In the winter 250, you were blissful remembering, or delighted remembering watching a performance. You felt tenderness after speaking with your lover, and you felt love after finding a new romance. Same lover? You also remembered work, which is good. As for lovers, you're in love with Animal, Vlam, which is grand. You worship Shattered Ral as your deity. No pets. You do have a few friends. I don't know if Animal's still here. He might be. Let's see, what else do you have? He has a great sense of empathy and a great analytical abilities, and has a great feel for surrounding space and a very good feel for social relationships. He has a sum of patience and a good kinesthetic sense. You're a minor. Is this game worth getting if you like RimWorld? It's very different from RimWorld. Think about it this way. RimWorld is more of a strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is more of a world simulator. But, I mean, if you enjoy RimWorld, there is definitely crossover appeal. Would it be inappropriate to put tombs and bedrooms on the same level? What's the end game like? Man, I really wish that I clipped that speech from earlier. Chat, explain the end game of Dwarf Fort, for those of you who know what you're talking about. Because you can't play Dwarf Fortress? I mean, you can now. I mean, you always could. It just takes a lot of dedicating. Then you've never made it to endgame, Orange Quick. God's sake, don't get him going on that. I've never lost a fort to FPS stats, so. Endgame is starting a new fort. Endgame to me in Dwarf Fortress is making Dwarf Fortress your fortress as pretty as possible. But really, honestly, it's a make your own fun sandbox. So the endgame is whatever you want it to be, really. No, because I know how to get new migrants silver she. You have to trade shiz tons of value. Cheesing value doesn't work anymore. It's not a rumor, it's a fact. Stone fall traps? I mean, in the previous game, they just armed them. Starting to build a tomb is what I'm doing. Vile Force of Darkness is an amazing track. Yeah, I played it for like 30 minutes straight on my stream the other day. Because I had a dragon in my fort that I released in my fort because I wanted that dragon to be released in my fort to cause as much fun as possible before premium. That's going to be my tomb. Bring bad side effects like RimWorld. Not the same way RimWorld does, but if you are exporting a lot of wealth and things notice, it will cause things to happen. In very different ways than it happens in RimWorld, though. Like, RimWorld will just send you random raiders. Dwarf Fortress will send you adventurers that want to steal your stuff. Wayne-a-ween, thank you very much for the raid. Cheers, chat. Can I get some a round of beers for the raiders? Octane, hello. It's good to see you. Just build it a wall and can't destroy it. How? You use the stairs with the X over it tool right here. Your OCD, it's fine. It'll live. Or it won't, and that's also okay. Fun fact, vast majority of the people on the internet complaining about OCD don't actually have OCD. I stepped in the middle of shit, beating the shit out of a gray langur that said they felt nothing in the midst of conflict. It happens. To cope with your ADHD? Sure. And I annoy people on the internet with non-symmetrical designs to, like, cope with my bipolar disorder. You followed the hospital quick guide and it's all set in tables and everything set and the doctor doesn't go into the hospital. So you have to assign the doctor in the actual doctoring screen. Like, there's a little plus thingy and you have to assign the doctor. You also have to make sure that you have orderlies set, which is something I didn't mention. You need to have people assigned to do this job. You need to assign this to your doctor. Lang, thanks for the raid as well. Cheers. Tried dropping a wall in, but it just made a boulder. Excuse me. Wait, hold on. Like a constructed wall? Because, yeah, that'll just fall apart. Or do you mean like a rock wall? You can drop rocks, like actual, like, channeled out stone. You can. Also, hi from Langland. Lang! How was the stream? Were you playing dwarfs? Kind of assuming you were. Okay, so then you only channeled in a floor? Floor is not going to do much. Not much aside from annoying chat with asymmetry. But, yeah, fine. I'm also probably just going to delete this. Because I think I kind of want to build something out of walls anyway. Not a big... I like the smooth stone texture, but I think I want the wall texture in here. What do about sodden soils? I'm not sure what you're referring to. But now you can't stop playing it. New version is really appealing. Yay! Glad you're liking it. Is there cave-ins in this game? Oh yeah, but there's no structural integrity, so one block can hold up an entire mountain. But don't accidentally remove all the supports for a thing, or you will have bodies. Lots of bodies. Adamantine, yep. Pour as many drinks as we can, that's perfect. That was a long time ago, Belliner. Like 2014? You are old, Bell. We all know this. Yes, it's a bug. It's a, what's the word? It's the wrong texture that's showing up for a thing. So I need to trade mega value to my mountain home this year when they show up in fall, so we actually get migrants. Because I didn't give them enough value. I'm actually going to fly up here real quick. And we're just going to start cutting gems. Actually, hold on a second. What did they... They want quivers and armor. Well, I think I can make quivers. How much leather do I have? Because now's the time of season that we should be looking at that. Actually, let's not use closest material because it's going to make those out of wood. Let's... How much leather do we have? Probably a decent amount, I would assume. And hides. Oh, never mind. No, we don't. Don't have a decent amount of leather. I have things that I could kill to make into leather? Those are all pets. Shame. All right. Well, I should also... Actually, I should make nest boxes. That's something I should make. The merchant wagon path? You don't. I don't think. But they don't bring wagons initially. You basically have to have a monarch to get the wagons. Basically, they can access your depot. You don't need to look at anything to see if they can access it. They just can. Also, might as well jump up here, work orders, and go rock coffin. Gonna need them. Can you build walls? Yes, with the wall button. Under constructions in the building menu, right here, wall. You can also build above ground stuff, but I don't have enough dwarves to really focus on stuff that's above ground right now. And I'm trying to get weapons before I agitate the surface too much. Good evening, Mind. How goes dev stuffs? Fair amount of views tonight? Yep. I could get used to this. For anybody who's new here, which is like the vast majority of you, I think, this is normally like a 80 viewer channel, generally. But it's an 80 viewer channel that's been streaming Dwarf Fortress basically nonstop for like 5 years. And I've been on Twitch for 9. It's like 4.5 now, I think, that I've been streaming Dwarf Fort actively. So it's really nice to actually have, like, you know, more than 50, 60 to 80 people here. So you guys are kind of amazing, and it means a lot. Like, I was basically, like, in tears yesterday after stream was over, just, like, on the floor, just, like, happy because of yesterday, so. Wow, man, timing. What's up, audio? Welcome back. You made it to autumn, so you're either doing something right or you're just being rather lucky. You're playing Dwarf Fort, so you're doing something right. My tier 3s get sound commands, so that's audios. And tier 2s get the generic ones. What's this room for? This is gonna be my tomb, or your tomb, or whoever gets buried in it. Hopefully, I don't get buried in it. I don't know how that would happen. Just an upstairs premium. So I haven't figured out how to connect, like...
Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that's...
I haven't figured out how to... It's really hard to talk over that one. I haven't figured out how to connect up, down, constructed stairs with dug stairs. I think that you have to, like, channel out all of the designated stairs and then replace them with constructed ones? I'm starting to think about that. You were talking about me and Hippo's stream yesterday. Oh, really? Am I that famous? And saying that we were glad that we stuck with it. You know, it's funny because I swear, like, because I haven't been to TwitchCon in a while, right, Lang? Last TwitchCon I went to was 2019. And in 2019, there was people, like streamers who are streaming the game right now, asking me when Dwarf Fortress is going to come out. And just saying, like, stick with it, you'll be huge. Or alternatively, nah, your channel will be fucking dead before then. How's the new version? This weird combination of extraordinarily infuriating as somebody who's played this game for years, and also at the same time absolutely, utterly fantastic. And I'm somewhere in the middle, and I couldn't tell you which. Favorite improvement? I can build walls on floors. That's my favorite improvement. Literally, like that's my favorite improvement. Some buttons have moved to places that are hard to remember where they are, but it's fine. I'll get back to it. Honestly, most of the infuriating parts have gone away because, like, I've figured out all this stuff. I still need to relearn the military screen, which I will do once I actually get weapons in this fort. For you, it's perfect. Everything that you love about Dwarf Fortress, and none of the things that you hate. Not getting too ingrained in the old UI is probably working to your advantage now. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it is what it is, you know? Help you solve this vampire mystery, you have to manually interview everyone. There are no witnesses. So, if you want a really good way to find vampires, lock everybody in the tavern, and the last dwarf to get thirsty is your vampire. And you might be like, that's dumb. It's true. You're hanging on YouTube episode 4 of this game. I need to record that tonight. Genuinely. Yes, you can edit uniforms. I'm pretty sure the button is like right here after you create a squad. There's like an edit uniform button. I had it up yesterday. Yes, you can dig past damp stone. You just have to redesignate it. It's warning you that there's an aquifer there. You might want to settle somewhere where there isn't an aquifer if you don't know how to deal with aquifers. They are so think about the Steam version like this. They're like the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is like a patch to an MMO. It's exactly the same game. They just redid the UI and fancied up the graphics a little bit. It's exactly the same game. What an aquifer consists of? Water. An aquifer is an underground water table that in real life we use to build wells. In Dwarf Fortress, you have to dig through them. In actual mining, you have to dig through them. They have to dry them out. It can be 1 layer, it can be up to 8 layers, and you have to dig through them and wall up the walls as you're digging through them. But with the way that stairs work now, I don't know how to dig through them anymore because it cancels the stairs. So I have to like channel out a layer, build a layer of stairs, dig down, cut out the aquifer, put up walls, dig down again, like just if you are, I mean, I'm on a map with a partial aquifer and it's far away from me, so I don't need to worry about it. But if you're getting,
how will the 2 versions of the game continue to develop? I'd assume it would be very difficult to keep them in lockstep feature-wise.
Give me a second. So I don't have this mod running in this world, but if you're like, man, fuck this shit, I don't like aquifers, I have a fix for you. Just make sure that you add this
Don't forget losing is fun.
Yes, missed. Thanks for the 9 months. You have to add this mod into your world before you generate it. Same with all mods for Dwarf Fort. But if you're just like, man, fuck this shit, you want to get rid of aquifers? There you go. That's the way. Although aquifers can be very useful, so for more advanced players, keep them around. But so Casual Elephant, to answer your question, no, it won't be. They're not supporting the old UI anymore. And the new game is going to look something like, oh boy, let me find that button. But from like after they get classic updated, updates are going to be day and date. So you will get classic updates alongside of premium updates at the same time. It's just classic that's delayed right now. But classic UI is going to look like this. So this is what the free game will look like. So you will have the old lovely ASCII back, and they will just simply push the updates at the same time. So, and also, because fun fact about Steam has a clause that says if you have a freemium game on Steam, so if you have a free version of the game that is off Steam, you have to allow for all of the features of the free version in the paid version. So ASCII will be just an option toggle in the paid version. Because Steam doesn't allow you to have off-Steam exclusive features, which I think is kind of hilarious. Okay, so this actually lovingly acknowledged why if you had to pick one game to play for the rest of your life, it would be Dwarf Fortress 10 out of 10. You know, it's funny. I don't understand why people give IGN so much pain. Like, often their reviews are, like, crappy and underdeveloped, but, like, genuinely, they're not even close to the worst. They're just, like, the fucking Walmart of game reviews. So this is now Vlam's Tomb. Perfect. But yeah, no, they're just the Walmart of game reviews. Like, they're fine. They're not good. They're fine. I need to read this one, though. Like, the purpose of the reason, like, most of us hate IGN is because IGN isn't for us. IGN is for grandma to figure out if it's acceptable to buy Grand Theft Auto 5 for, like, Johnny. It's not for people who know what the fuck's up with video games. Like, and that's it. But every now and again, like, they actually write a really good review and everybody's surprised. Or they do some, like, genuinely good reporting and everybody's surprised. It's like, well, why are you surprised? Like, they have good writers. That's just not the audience they're aiming for. I also hate numeric reviews in general, but mainstream audiences love them. So you got to cater to your audience. And their audience is grandma. But I agree with you. There we go. Getting our coffins done. Absolutely, Nisas. But once again, they provide a service for an audience, right? Just like I provide a service for an audience. It's just a different audience. Ooh, we have obsidian. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to dig into here. Oh, shit. Actually, hold up. Huh. You know, I've never been so happy to see a tree grow. I've already got it. This area is sealed off. So there, you see how there's this water down here? Swimming critters could swim into this fortress, which I'm not seeing any immediately. So swimming critters could swim into this fortress. But this is blocked by this tree, and this side goes nowhere. Meaning I just have access to this lava now. Grandma wouldn't read them, no, but Grandma would look at the review score. These are giant underground mushrooms, yeah. So these are Dwarf Fortress's own, like, fancy underground mushrooms. And if we chop this one down, a bunch of it's gonna fall into the lava, though. But yeah, these are trees, underground trees. Follow the fort has come. Glorious. Vlam, welcome back. Fucking welcome back, dude. Been a while. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Vlam? Bringing that sub back for a 48th month. What's the rock symbol on some of those plants? The rock symbol on some of those plants. I don't know what you mean by rock symbol. You mean like the texture? That's just the way they look. I don't know what you mean by rock symbol. Little rock means it's forbidden. Oh, hold up. Oh, the lock symbol, not rock symbol. These things? Yeah, so these are dead critters, which are automatically forbidden if they're not reachable because the dwarves can't haul them. So they're automatically forbidden. So these are cave swallows. These are little dead critters. Also, Exile and Beldernon. Thanks for the prime subs. Cheers, lads. So we are going to unforbid all of this. It also looks like it's going to give us access to some quarry bushes. A bunch of dead stuff, though. Choo-choo indeed, White Dog. Also, White Dog, you've been here a lot, and somehow you've dodged, like, multiple gift bombs. Bang. There you go. What should we do when we reach the cavern layers? What would you do when you go anywhere? In anything? Can I pause the game now? I mean, if you want like strats instructions, don't seal them off necessarily, but kind of gauge the risk. Is there animals everywhere? Do they look mean? You might want to make sure they don't get to you. Do they look friendly? Make friends with them. Talk with them. Does it say they're hostile? Do you have psychedelic crazy frogs? Because maybe stay away from the psychedelic crazy frogs that say blowgunners. Because these guys, if you get too close to them, they will go full hostile and they will invade your fort. I love these guys. I hope they live here for the rest of this fortress because they are adorable. Got 12 monster slayers who came in and opened the caverns and they just go around and kill monsters. Yeah, they'll do that. They will do that. Aren't these amazing? The elephant, they're fantastic. God, they're my favorite. I love them so much. Except for that poor wounded one. I wish I could tend to his wounds. Are those guys from Cud? You know, I want someone to make a Cud overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress. So bad. So bad. They don't move much, though. They don't have many places to go. They've gotten into several fights with which I've missed, but I guarantee you they're, like, punching shit when they're fighting. Right. We got... Bruh. I'm sorry. What? Rubies and diamonds? Don't mind if I do. Partake in those. Gimme. Yeah. Hell yeah. What else do we have around? I didn't see any gold. Or it's around. To open up DF for the hell of it, but you're probably going to grab it on Steam sometime later? What, you mean like play Classic? Go play Classic. Why not? It's still a great game. I ain't going to be hating on anybody for playing Classic. There's things I miss already about Classic. I know that hating on UMPK is a meme, but my god, I miss UMPK. So the default is frequent mineral scarcity. I've turned it down to sparse, which is the middle option, because that's what it was by default before. So I've set it to sparse, because frequent is like... Fun things. Rough-hewn sapphire. Oh, I understand. Oh. Oh, okay, so the top of adamantine spires are now these weird gem spires. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, we don't need anything, but we're dwarves, so obviously we will partake. Naturally. Oh, there you go. Is there a way to launch gold statues at people? If there's a will, there's a way. I mean, you could do it with a minecart, a hill, a fortification, and a will to survive, and some engineering, and a dwarf to push. Yes. I'm going to need a way to lock this area down, I think. Because currently we don't have one. I read that as meditate on stairs, not stars. Is Dwarf Fortress worth it if you don't have a ton of time to play? My older sister has been playing Dwarf Fortress for years, but you know how she plays Dwarf Fortress? She generates a world, screenshots the full screen. I just want to say thank you once again, guys, for the hype train, because I haven't even mentioned it, so thank you very much for the hype train, guys. And just for the ludicrous amount of Prime subs today. My older sister will generate a world, screenshot the full screen map, okay? Then she prints it off, traces it, Okay? Then she uses that for D&D and then reads a bunch of legends to get a bunch of ideas for, like, stories. That's playing Dwarf Fortress, you know? Thanks for the $1, NetJam. Cheers. Playing along. Happy to help. Although the uploads have, like, I initially planned on just uploading one episode on the in like the first few days, but what ended up happening was people were just like, please upload episode 2. So I did 2 episodes in one day, and now I've run out of episodes. So I gotta record episode 4 tonight. I know what I want to do in it though. But yeah, no, so my older sister just uses Dwarf Fortress as a D&D world generator. Like, you don't have to play Dwarf Fortress the way most people play Dwarf Fortress, or the way, like, I guess Dwarf Fortress is intended to be played. You can play Dwarf Fortress however the fuck you want. And is it worth getting? I don't know. What are you going to do with it? Probably. Also, thanks to the 98 cents, Epion. Cheers, man. Guys, for those of you who don't know, Epion's the developer, the solo developer of this video game in chat. It's called Jupiter Hell. Recommend checking it out if you like roguelikes. Game that I've got like 400 hours of time streamed in. How do you make your monster slayers kill cave creatures? You don't make anybody do anything in Dwarf Fortress. They do what they want to do. If they want to go kill cave creatures, they'll go kill cave creatures. If they don't want to go kill cave creatures, they'll just drink your booze, and I recommend expelling them. Aw, thanks, Hobo. I made it myself. Yeet. You feel overwhelmed but excited? Good luck! This is the best time to play Dwarf Fortress, is when you're overwhelmed and excited. So I could either... Okay, so what I think my plans are for the next little bit here, we're going to continue fortifying the basement down here. And then I think we're going to make a... Because, okay, so I know where metals are on the surface, right? I haven't found any metals since the surface. But we have hematite up on the surface, which is useful. So what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to get a forge set up down here. And then we're going to set up a minecart rail to go from the surface to down here. Because I think that would be fun. I think that's the plan for the next little bit of gameplay. Seeds. How do they work? You got celery seeds? Celery has to be... Wait. Do you get celery seeds when celery is cooked? No. You get seeds back when stuff is brewed. Cooking stuff destroys seeds. But if they eat it raw, they get the seed back. Surface farming is not recommended, especially for newbies, which is where celery needs to grow, which is the surface. I recommend sticking to purely underground farming initially. Go for plump helmets and don't cook them. If you go to the, I think it's orders, kitchen, or labor, kitchen, go to seeds, don't cook. Do not cook the seed. Or go to food and then click kitchen and then turn that off. No cook, only brew, yes. Hello, Dinglesworth. Is there a way to see dimensions of a room or a selection without counting each square? No, and I really, really hope that they add like a clear way to see that, because my God, it's annoying. Did I queue up hatches? I think I said it out loud and then didn't do it. Nope, just coffins. Rock hatch. Any more of these? Also that, yes, units can go through diagonal. Also, if you're telling me that as if, like, units will go through that, I know I'm constructing everything so that they don't cancel it. Or fall. Any ideas for traps? Plenty. Not that I'm sharing with you. That's for your creativity to figure out, friend. I mean, there was part of me that was just tempted to leave it running 24/7 when I got it last Friday. But instead, I'm mostly legit, and I'm sitting at 50 hours already. So, but you know, it's not a competition. I just used the wrong type of stone. But yeah, I really, 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 really hope that we get a... like some way, like just a little number up there that says the number of tiles. So you eating a whole tomato preserves the seeds better than someone cutting it up beforehand. Don't worry about it. These are dwarves we're talking about. You think that they cut food up before they cook it? They probably just throw it all into a pot and stir. Considering, like, they will make you biscuits out of nothing but, like, reindeer liver. And fat. This is Dwarf Fort. You think they have actual cooking skills? Do they even wash their hands? Well, I don't have a well yet, so they don't have a place to wash anything, let alone their hands. Oh, the other thing I was going to do. Let's, Sweet, we're still set to cut gems. Can I... You know, I'm kind of sad that we can't cut specific gems. What the fuck is polished stones? Oh, maybe that's like for cutting stones instead of like the old cutting stone system. Interesting. Seeing a troll's dead body. Where the fuck are you seeing a troll's dead body? I beg your pardon? That was... Oh, summer 250. Okay, so that was over a year. Okay, that was over a year. That's fine. Looks like you're winning now. We're doing pretty well, yeah. I wouldn't say we're winning, though. Hope that the... Cutting lots of gems. Hope so. Wrong button. That amplifies the fighting sound when pausing. So there's a mod called Audible Notifications, I think. Is that what it's called? It's something notifications. It's one of the most subscribed mod on the workshop. Audible Alerts. Yeah, it literally is the most subscribed mod on the workshop with like 5,000 subscribers. This is a mod that just adds separate, louder, more distinct noises to each thing. So go install that. In an instant you had fun, 7 were creatures decided to murder all of your 56 dwarves. Really? Well, that's great. That's always a good time, I'm sure. Is deep soil better for farming? Cavern soil. So I'm waiting. I haven't, like, Clino, what was Tekid's results? You were watching that stream too. I had a glass of whiskey, was editing a video, and had it muted half the time. What was the actual results of Tekid's farming science, if you don't mind me asking? This is another must-have. I think I've seen maybe one gorilla in my entire time playing Dwarf Fortress. I think I'm good. I don't think I need that mod. I don't think that there's a single must-have mod for Dwarf Fort. I've always been of that opinion. We're continuing to make hatch covers. But I will probably install the audible alerts at some point because it seems useful. Even if it's just to help chat know what the fuck's going on. No, it's not, Jolino. Also, telling people stuff is essential and you have to do it is the best way to make them go, nah, I'm good. And that's my response to you is, nah, I'm good. Have you noticed that dwarves leave seeds on the chairs in the tavern? Oh, they did that in the old game too. You have to make a seed stockpile. Make a food stockpile, remove everything but seeds, and then remove all barrels. I do, in fact, have a cat in my fort. I also have a goose, also essential. Lovely birds. Why remove barrels? So you don't have stacking issues. Will dwarves auto-fight attackers? I mean, most of them will run away screaming. Some of them might go fight. Where was that adamantine spire? I'm just curious. Alright. I was wondering when that was going to happen. So I guess we're not trading with the dwarves this season. Ah, it's that dwarven faction that we're at war with. And they also brought zombies. Putrid stalkers. These are, well, this is a, these are all dwarves, yeah. So we're at war with the dwarven faction, which is close by, so this is probably them. Let's see. I don't see any engravings. I'm sorry, why? Hold on, what the fuck is that? What? Why is this dwarf wielding a coffin? Not only that, but an artifact coffin. Can someone please explain to me why this dwarf has a coffin equipped? Is it to bag his enemies? Hold on. What? That's like a bloodborne enemy. It's bang. Yes, it's an empty. Hold on. No, it's not empty. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. What? It has a body in it. Somebody please clip that. Why does it? Okay, cool. What else do you have? Do you have a coffin? No, but you do have a shield. What about you? You got steel leggings? Jesus Christ. Well, I guess it's time to figure out how military works. Why does this? He's bringing his own coffin. That's fucking wild. Okay. Anyway, let's, okay. I don't know if there's any dwarves above ground. There probably isn't. There is a kangaroo, though. So, well, at least we're about to get to the point where we're making weapons so we can fight them. Let's see how big this siege is. Oh, never mind. There isn't a siege. They left. So this happens sometimes. Random wandering groups of people who are here to murder things just walk away. Whoa! There's what is an agent? So I think we had a spy in our midst, and I think that was their army that was here to remove them. I generally just use the general settings for World Gen. I usually tweak a few things, like this one has higher beasts, lower savagery, higher number of sites, large world, longer history, sparse minerals. But as far as like advanced World Gen stuff, I generally just use the normal stuff. So an agent is somebody that works for an evil creature in the world. And And this is somebody who was infiltrating our fortress. Do you have any friends? You dream of falling in love. Well... part of a nomadic group called the Brilliant Shades? I haven't spent enough time in this world for any of this to really mean much to me. What up, Blind? I'm enjoying your YouTube videos. Do you think they'll be putting one out on a training squad soon? Once I figure out how to train a squad, yeah. Because, like, I know how to. Once I get to the point with the new UI where I can coherently speak about it, is when I will. But I'm not at that point yet. All right, so we need to get that hematite underground, like, stat. So you know how I was like, yeah, we're gonna make a minecart route. I might not. let's just get this shit underground. Because minecarts, while they're cool as hell, often end up taking longer than just, you know, putting them in a stockpile, which is what I would like to do. Do I play any traditional RPGs? What, like CRPGs? Not a huge fan of CRPGs. I've never actually been a big RPG person. I am a big roguelike person, though. And when I say roguelike, I mean like traditional roguelikes. Like I really like Caves of Cud and such. But as far as like CRPGs, not so much, no. Although I do really like those more like super heavily story-driven RPG style games. Like I really like Citizen Sleeper, but that's not really an RPG. Ironically, DCSS, I don't like the current iteration of it. I really like DCSS circa like 2015, but since they've removed a lot of mechanics for like reasonings of removing tedium, which to me just kind of removes the fun in a lot of ways. Like I really like the fiddly dumb mechanics of like having to feed people, keep your dude fed. But they've streamlined that game too much, so I haven't played it in ages. I've also never streamed it, but I really like Jupiter Hell, Doom the Roguelike, big fan of Caves of Cud. I beat Adom once. Brogue is probably my favorite roguelike ever made. Infra Arcana is really fucking cool. Sill's pretty neat, although I need to play more of that. I need to play more Tome, which was just mentioned in chat. Yeah. Is there a draft system like RimWorld? No. But there is a squad system, which is nothing like the draft system from RimWorld. You have to make a militia commander, and then you can make squads, and you can make them train, and I'm getting to that in this fort right about now. But fortunately, that siege showed up and immediately fucked off, which is kind of nice. Where's the stone? There it is. Metal ores. None, you, yes, done. Woo. Tome is awesome, but I will be honest with you. The reason I haven't played more Tome is because I've streamed on this channel for years, and this is my full-time job. And in the past, when I've streamed Tome, I go from like what I usually would have on Dwarf Fortress and a lot of other games, which is about 80 people, down to about 40 or 30 even. And that is not an amount of money that I can live off of. I'm very confused. Why did you tell me that they're... Oh, I see. Yo, what? Two necromancers just walked over to my corpse stockpile, and now we're like leaving, I think? Are you even armed? You're not armed. Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen random necromancer intruders. That's new. That's cool. Exciting. It's fascinating. I love it. I just need to borrow this femur. Yeah, absolutely. So donations to the tower, clearly. They need your bones? I mean, they seek bodies. Oh, shit. Traders. Look at this. The dwarves are here. Hello, friends. I look forward to trading with thee. I mean, we are relatively close-ish to a tower, so that does make sense. We're not close enough to get invaded by them, but, like, there's a tower right here, and we're right here, which is, like, right on the edge, so it would make sense that they're, like, walking around. Also, I haven't looked at this UI at all. This is fantastic as well. Demand surrender and occupy. Damn right, sir. Right. Mushroom on the surface? I see no mushrooms on the surface. What are you on about? An elf pilgrim visiting, sus. Oh, actually, it's probably they're probably coming to visit my temple. But yeah, no, that's cool. We're getting stuff's happening, which is nice. Gems, that, those, that, and all these. We're gonna give them a huge amount of wealth and hope for tradable stuff. So they say the expedition leader Aquafunk meets with the elf outpost liaison Cole Otheskerod, and they say, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've added information to your world info. And what requests do I have of them? Well, we requested anvils last time. I think I'm not going to request anvils this time. This time, I think I'm going to go see what they have for pets. Nothing crazy. That's disappointing. Aquafunk. Yes, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap is one of my mods and has been like an absolute fucking hero this week. Modding in the mornings basically by themselves, so. I don't know what I want. I have to ask for something, though. Let's just ask for anvils and short swords. But we're going to be making our own anyway, so it'll be fine. And cheese, naturally. Dwarven cheese. Good stuff. I won't need clothes. Don't worry about that. To store, are we talking about storing food? Is there a way to rename files inside the game, or do we have to do /save file to do that? You can still open the save files. The save files are exactly the same, and you can still just go save. You might have stepped away a bit, but as discussed, as the surface same soil ground only makes no difference and never better. An unskilled grower, irrigated stone is the same as cavern. Yeah, okay, fair. Is there a way to is there a trick to getting magma in your caverns, or was it lucky for you, or do they always have it? I've just been lucky. I'm trying to see. Where did Stromako's question go? Having trouble getting dwarves to store prepared meals and stockpiles. So barrels, metal barrels, wooden barrels, or rock pots, or glass pots is what you need to store food. It's not just barrels. They want anvils and footwear. Noted. Hobbity bobbity. Let's actually see. Is there any... Actually, because we've had some visitors recently. Zentron, Fort News and Rumors. What's going on up here? In the early spring of 250, a group calling itself the Skies of Adoration reclaimed the romancing glitter. So some elves over here are reclaiming an old destroyed elven retreat. Any other news going on? Someone named Einod became the exiled boulder of the Sect of Flame, replacing Findile Mistyearns. Okay, cool. In 251, Logan Tameroads became the Holy Fire of the Order of Aquamarine, replacing her aunt, Lybush Bridgebelt. Somebody died. Mural Armor Craze became the expedition leader of the Flaxen Crescents. Cormacker, hello. How are you? Good day, sir. If food is rotting, then it needs to be either in a barrel or a pot. Yes. Cormacker, what were you up to today? Chat. Cormacker is a lovely member of the team over at Hooded Horse, publishing multiple video games, and is also just a cool dude in general. Recommend going and watching his streams. We're doing the dwarfing. What were you up to today, Cor? Quested Trader. Manor Lords, Terra and Victor. Yeah, those people. Old World. Hey, Bobtron. How's it going? We're Dorfin. And yourself. Also, Hobo. Stoned Hobo. Do you want a dwarf? Same with you, Stone, aka Seashore as well. I'm kind of limiting dwarves to, like, people who do things for the channel right now, just because, like, there's a lot of people here, and if I were to name everybody, I'd be here naming everybody for an hour. How do you defend from giant birds? Run. Speak English, sir. Fuck. Yes, I mean, sure, okay. Weeb. Anyway, where are we going here? What do you want? Do you know what job you want? I could give you a miner. I could give you some wood making boyer nerd who's reciting poetry. You could be stone cutting. Obviously somebody with a glorious big beard, right? Send in a giant cat. Yeah, clearly. Our fortunes do in fact rise and fall together. Fuck Ohio DJ? I'm sorry, what? Biggest beard. Pat, I think that this farmer here has the biggest beard. So, Stoned Hobo is, where was he? There you go. He needs to be extravagant and be with family. He disdains introspection and martial prowess. He's ungrateful, strong, and not inclined to abstract and values self-control. He does need to be extravagant and be with family. So we need to make crowns and shit. So much where to start. Thanks for having us for such a late hour, but you could not stop playing Rogue Trader. Oh no. Did partner up today with Owlcat and Isometric Sales on the Steam event and showed Celesta, Pillars 2, Stone Shard, Pathfinder. My god, you were busy. So Stone Shard isn't isometric, though. Anyway, Rogue Trader, 40k, and so many hours, and you're half dead here. Well, congrats. Actually reminds me, I agreed to take part in Turn-Based Fest on Saturday? Shit, I need to look up what I need to do for that. Hell yeah, Mist Runner. Things are calming down a little bit. Does this game have a soundtrack? Yep, that's all over the place, too. Why are you linking me a Quill tweet? Oh. It's again that same. Yep, it's absolutely still that tweet. You want to see a tweet? How about this? This is a fucking tweet, man. My phone's still going off from this shit. Still, like, constantly. Seems like it is. Player count's still holding around 20,000. Which is also phenomenal. Bright mode, deal with it. It's an accessibility thing, my guy. All right. What are we reading? So, Stoned Hobo. Was delighted after watching performance, uneasy after being able to be extravagant, felt lonely after being away from family, but content after sleeping in a very good bedroom, delighted remembering watching a very good performance. He was annoyed upon having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. We have plenty, though. Go get one, you lazy son of a... And was delighted after watching a performance. I don't know, if I was in a bar and they were just like, dunk your head into the barrel of booze, I'd be pretty happy about that. You do have modest quarters. You're an adequate butcher, but rusty. You're 76 years old. It's the bad Fallout game. And he accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He has an active imagination and a sense of duty, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He does not easily fall in love, and he rarely develops positive sentiments, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he has an active sense of humor. He licks his lips when he's nervous, and he drums his fingers when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good dwarf, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. On Friday, very likely to be overwhelmed. I have 15 tutorials on my YouTube channel if you need help. You need to set zone exclusions for things to put there. For example, you got things with wood farm zone, wood from a zone. When you say zone, do you mean zones or do you mean stockpiles? Like these? Or do you mean zones? Because zones are something different, I think. Is there a way that you can get someone to make a bed when you want to place a bed? You can set up order conditions, but you have to have beds made before you place them. So that's why my stockpiles are just full of beds. Are going to be good for getting you a little bit more invested in the characters. You know, it's funny because, like, it doesn't change a thing for me. It's all about the reading. Okay. So we are still in the process, bringing stuff down here. We need to trade, which is what we were doing before got here. I'm going to buy these iron bars. Don't need the gold. That's useless for me right now. Buy those. I wonder if duping metal still works. Not that I'm going to do it. I'm just curious. Anvil. Buy the steel anvil. I literally just need these anvils. Can't buy all of the cheese. That's a shame. Got a shrine for every deity? Hell yeah. Did they bring any books? Ooh, they did. Forging behavior in the age of myth. That's good. We'll grab that too. And 2 of those. Sweet. We'll give them a good amount of profit and we'll trade. Hope that they're happy with that trading. You just placed them in the designated pen pasture. Speaking of, I wonder if they ever made mine, because I super duper made some and then immediately forgot about it. I'm sure that they did a long time ago, but definitely forgot about that. I'm sure those are workshops, farming, right? Yep, nest box. Yeah, it's literally just this. And then they'll just go use them once they've been placed. How does meager study work? You have to make a zone. So you have to make a office, which is this, under zones. So open up the zones button down here, this, or press Z. Open up the office, make this. This is my office zone, and then you assign the dwarf that needs that office using this button. So in this case, it's Aquafunk, who's my manager / broker. and then you assign it to them. I mean, it's very much not the most meager study. Also, look at, I gotta say, I love these little, I love that you can see, like, these are all apple cider pots. That we bought the cider from the elves. Big fan of the apple cider pots. Those are rad. Big fan. Yeah, no, it's super easy. There's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that, like, sound like they're going to be complicated, and then when you actually, like, learn how to do it, it's like, oh, that's really easy. What the fuck? All right, so how's the... Okay. Got Hematite coming down. Hematite, ore of iron. So, what I need now... What I think I'm going to do, actually... I'm going to have some fun. I think that's right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We're going to channel all those out. We're going to chop down these trees once more. We're going to build flooring around this. Fun or fun? Everything's fun. Pop alert. If you're trying to sell the elves something made of wood, they will leave. It's like trying to sell somebody who works for PETA a steak. Good luck. Why did that immediately get forbidden when it fell down there? Really? Interesting. All right, let's... Still making rock blocks. That's a paved road. I'm willing to bet that dwarves no longer blink weirdly on paved roads. One day we'll be able to just shift click on all these, right? One day. Actually, hold up. Oh no, this doesn't do what I thought it did. But yeah, no, that's like the elven meme that they get pissed off if you try and sell them wood. It's why they're asking for your more ethical works. For them, like, they worship the trees and the trees are alive to them. So, it's like trying to sell them bits of their friend. Also, how you doing, Putnam? But yeah, no, a meager study can literally just be like a chair in the middle of a hallway. Like, it doesn't, as long, all that they need is a chair. That's all that they need, is a chair in a zone. Make a meager study. Very, very simple. No, they're not selling you stuff made of wood. They're selling you stuff grown of wood. They simply ask the trees really nicely, and the trees grow in the shape of tools that they need. I'm just going to make a little stockpile right here. It's just going to have obsidian in it. Stone. None. Other? That's the only one that we want. There we go. That's not going to be a DLC. That's just going to be a patch. Oh, dude. The thing about, like, the other races in Dwarf Fortress is humans and elves and all that are all planned to be playable eventually. But they're, like, you can play as them right now if you want. It just requires some modding. But, you know, if you mod the game, you'll be able to play that. I know you say you know it's a joke, but, like, it's a fact. It's a thing that's planned to be in the game eventually. You should be able to Alt F4. I mean, isn't that basically the same thing? Eventually means in 35 years? I would say before. But... Also, I'd be willing to bet money that the only DLC you'd ever see for Dwarf Fortress would be additional music. And that's only if the game doesn't sell well enough for them to be able to afford additional music. Plump Helmet Kingdom win? Dude, I just want Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom to get updated. Can you make a church? Yeah, you can make temples, and I've made multiples already. Tutorial on my YouTube channel if you're curious. Already sold very well? Yeah, I don't think you... Like, there won't ever be DLC for Dwarf Fort. And the only reason I say to sell more music would just be if you want to buy the soundtrack separately. Which they already have. Like, you can buy the soundtrack separately, which is kind of DLC in its own way. But also, when you just buy the game, the soundtrack is just there hidden and uncompressed. It's mostly just a, hey, do you want to tip money to the people who wrote the music? Then I guess buy the soundtrack. That's all it really is. Is there a way to erase part of the stockpiles? Because I haven't figured out how. How do you get the items to appear in the top bars? So if you have a high resolution monitor, Jake, there's a bug where you have to, the game doesn't know what your resolution is. So if there's nothing up there, like if you don't see anything up there, you have to set your, you have to manually set your resolution. Is it not just X? Is it X? I swear I tried that yesterday. No, it's not. Expand tool and then eraser button while painting. That would make sense, wouldn't it? But like, okay, so if I hit expand tool. Oh, right. Duh. I think I figured this out yesterday and then forgot. Don't mind me. If dwarves don't see sunlight for too long, they'll eventually start projectile vomiting when they see the sun. As far as temperature, as long as it's not so hot that they're catching fire, temperature is not an issue. You keep buffering tonight? I dropped like 200 frames a couple of hours ago, but it's been a long time since I dropped frames. I mean, they're dwarves. What do you expect? They're allergic to sunlight, okay? It's a legitimate problem. Some things even I have a hard time saying. All right. I'm sorry, hold up. What? You're a weird-looking dwarf. 142. Why are you blue? Like, dwarf, have you, like, never had vitamin C in your life? My guy, eat an orange. What? I'm very perplexed by this dwarf. Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. They're more gray, but like... Her hair is greasy, her very long hair is braided, her nose is extremely long, her aquamarine eyes are somewhat narrow, and her skin is burnt umber. I guess she's just burnt umber, but like... Huh. Too much copper in their diet? Too much iron? Yeah, no, she definitely is burnt umber. I guess I never thought burnt umber would be, like, almost off-green. But, like, that's what she looks like. Like, hold on a second. Let me just do a Google search. Burnt umber. It's not off-green. It's like, that's like cinnamon. Like, that's burnt umber, according to Google. So, this dwarf is either disguising their identity or this is a bug. She's more frozen umber. Yeah, exactly. She's like... vampire? I don't know. Have you ever drank alcohol, dwarf? We did just get some migrants. Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. We had a creature appear, apparently. But, like, no combat happened. An elf poet turned into a werewombat. That's not good. Is that elf poet still on my map? Not that I'm seeing. Yeah, she's not that old. No, it's more like 70 for humans, but... If there's an animal, there's a were variant of it. That's bizarre. Maybe it's time to set up cops. You know, it's funny. I have thousands of hours in the original game, in the original versions of the game, right? I've seen one werewolf. Once. 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 Didn't feel anything after seeing a one-humped camel's dead body. Actually, hold on. Personality. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does... Good amount of those. Depends on the world in regards to vampires. That's very much like a world thing. It depends on how many vampires exist in your world. Holy shit, you've been part of a lot of different civilizations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Weaponsmiths Guild? Interesting. Huh. So what do we do with this person, chat? I could just tell him to fuck off. Computer! Lock him up. Meditate on death. This dwarf isn't really helping their case, are they? When it gets to... You like small 30 to 40 dwarven fortresses? I like large fortresses. I like the 200 dwarves. But also 30 to 40 are pretty great. I wouldn't say it becomes unmanageable at any point. The game's real good at letting you just macro manage things. Where'd you go? God damn it. Okay, well, hold up. I'm going to do a thing. Door. I'm going to try something that might seem a little mean. I'm going to make a new burrow. We're going to accept that. We're going to call it sus as fuck. Okay, so we're going to add... Where are you, Sussy McGee? There you are. Sus as fuck. Okay, so if you starve to death, you're not immortal. But I'm pretty convinced that you're immortal. Also, you're not allowed to gather things. So you should theoretically just go stand there once you're done praying to the clock flung, the pleated closet, whatever that is. I like big forts and I cannot lie. Those other brothers can't deny that when a dwarf walks in through the gates with a big beard in your face, you get... I don't know, I give up. You just wrestled a fat dwarf child who spat on me and you died? Well, I... Okay. Poor dwarf child. Drop the mic. There you go, I dropped it. You're welcome. Can you, like, go stand in that room already, please? I understand that you're very committed to just praying here, and I get it. But whenever you're done praying, can you go stand in that room? Also, if this dwarf doesn't fall asleep, we know for a fact that they're sus. It's concentrating on something, like murdering my people. Now praying with a different god. $12 migrants by mid-autumn? Hell yeah. Nope, Vane Auto Miner's been in the game for like 8 years or something. God. People kept on freaking out when I used to use it in vanilla all the time because I never played with DF hack, and it was like, that's not a DF hack feature. I'm like, no, it's in vanilla. Or they would use the DF hack variant of it and insist that it wasn't in the vanilla game, and then I'd use it in the vanilla game, and they'd be like, what? This dwarf gets hungry. We can call this a skin tone bug. Yeah, which is funny because like this might just be an N, right? And I don't know what N's look like now. Wait, seeing people complain about what being removed. What now? Auto mining? It's in the game. It's like EA Sports. Nani the Chipmunk? What the heck is auto mining? It's when you designate one tile and then the dwarves mine out the entire vein. How do you auto mine? All right. I need to find a vein of something. Chat, I need a vein so I can stab it. There's a vein. Smoky quartz. Auto mining is this. If that dwarf goes and eats a human while I'm chilling here, and eats a dwarf while we're chilling here, I swear to God. So when you click the mine tool, see this little arrow? Click that arrow. Click auto instead of all, okay? Then you can also just designate ore and gems or just designate gems. Then you set priorities, but just set auto, and then click the vein, and then watch the magic happen. Doop, 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 doop. See? Magic. That's auto mining. It's that simple. Wave depletion knows what's up. Don't do drugs, kids. Dwarf, go stand in your corner, damn it. I like this dwarf. Disdain skill. If you accidentally mark normal stone with auto mine, will the dwarves just tear down the whole mountain? No, because you can't mark normal stone with auto mine. You can only mark veins with it. So you can just like mass designate everything and they will only do that. What's the personality like though? She is unfriendly and disagreeable. And she is bothered by this. Since she values friendship. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she often feels discouraged. She often feels envious of others, and she could be considered rude. She tends to reveal personal information, and... Ding sound? Got a fey mood! Let's finish reading this first. She is not often lustful, and she has an active sense of humor. She tends to think before acting, and she tends to avoid crowds. She generally acts impartially, and she's rarely moved to mercy, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is often cheerful, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she is slow to trust others, and she can handle stress. She occasionally overindulges, and she doesn't seek out excitement. Well, she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She also just arrived. Anybody who just arrived needs alcohol to get through the working day, regardless of whether or not they're sus. Maybe you're dumb, but out of curiosity, am I really blind? So, the reason my camera's off is because I'm doing this right now to see this fucking text. This eye doesn't work at all, and this eye has severe tunnel vision. So imagine, like, if I take my glasses off, this is with or without my glasses. I'm also nearsighted on top of this shit, which is why I have the glasses. But if I do this, because I can't see anything out of this eye except for some light, and do this, that's about what I see. But also, like, stick your finger in your eye first, and then, like, get a bunch of nice spots there, and then look through that. I just have those spots there all the time. So, I'm legally blind, and my eyesight gets worse every year, hence all the tags. I really should remake that command stone. It didn't make the transfer with the bot. Also, do you like Johnny Walker, or is that actually your name? I don't really like... Johnny Walker's not that good. Like, come on, you can do better than that. It's like naming yourself Jack Daniels. It's like, what? What's wrong with you? Get a better booze. Let's jump over to you. All this. If that dwarf eats somebody while we're running around, you like pina coladas? My dwarf seems super lazy? What? My guy, everybody needs time off. It's like, am I lazy for taking a day off once a week? No. It sucks, Eves. Stupid question. Do you need to build pillars or structural beams? No. But if you remove all support of something, it will collapse. No, this is not the sus dwarf. This is a dwarf that's having a strange mood, and I just want to make sure they have everything they need, and then we'll go back to the sus dwarf, and I'll keep staring at them. I might actually just... Because the sus dwarf is just, like, hanging out in the tavern. I might just set up a captain of the guard and just interview them and see what happens. I haven't engraved a single thing in this version of the video game, so I don't know, Massive Breaker. I mean, who doesn't have that unmet need? Come on. Must have rock, okay. Must have cut gems. Oh, did I just sell all my gems? I think so. I'm mostly certain I just sold all my cut gems. Yep, I just sold all my cut gems, so I gotta cut some gems. As an elf, yeah, you should never trust me. Okay, where did our sus boy go? Literally hasn't moved. All right, how about this? You're in a very convenient spot there. You have one job here. Don't move. And if they don't get that side built, then I'll put one there. Such a fucking good movie, Massive. Remove all of the structural things holding it up. One brick can hold up an entire mountain, but if you remove that one brick, the whole mountain will go thunk. The game will also lag a lot. Oh, military and guard works. There's a video on the KitFox YouTube channel of me explaining the guard UI. I haven't dove back in since I recorded that video over a year ago, so I'm going to do that in this fort. That is my plan for this fort, to figure out guards and all that shit. But I need weapons first, and I've been in the process of it until I got distracted by this weird sus dwarf, which I'm now walling into this temple because, fuck it. Would you recommend a VOD to look up before starting Dwarf Fortress? Just go watch my my short tutorial on YouTube. Just go look at the videos I've uploaded in the past week. But VODs, I don't know. I don't do as good of a job explaining shit when I'm playing stuff live until people ask me direct questions, so it's all over the fucking place. Perfect. Now don't move. So chat, remind me a little bit, and if we come back and they're dead, we know that they weren't sus. All right. Any info about void corpses? Void corpses are intelligent undead. Military does not spar anymore? No, they still spar. I had 2 dwarves training in my last fort, but then we got wiped out by other shit. So, and I abandoned the fort. But yes, they still have to spar. You have to make a barracks in the zone screen. But I am working on getting magma forges up and running down here because there's like no trees on this map, right? So, what is that? That's a dead cave wall. That's fine. All right, so let's just. And then cancel, cancel, cancel. Did that one too far apart because I kind of want these to line up nicely. That blue dude, why is it a problem if that blue dude is an immortal? Because if they are a vampire, they will eat my dwarves. I just want to know what that dwarf is. This is me experimenting with trying to figure out how the old mechanics work in the new game because I've got thousands of hours in the older versions of this game. Saying the old game is incorrect, so I shouldn't say that. So I'm fucking around and trying to figure out how to do shit that I used to do in the old game in this version of this game. Man, Obsidian really needs a little bit more. Like, they need to invert the colors on the bricks or something, because, like, it just looks like a blank texture. All right. Well, let's just wait for them to get all these bricks filled up, and then we will channel down that one tile at the end, and then we will go along the thing. Oh no, vampires are great. I don't have any issue with having a vampire in my fort. I just want to know what that dwarf is. Sweet, they begun a mysterious construction. An elf is visiting. Finished our rock hatch covers. Did I ever install those? I don't think I did. Yes, I did. You have a legendary engraver to slab making you go? Slab making? No. But unless you're like memorializing dwarves. But legendary engravers, you want them making like statues and shit. Or engraving walls, even better. What do you look for when you're hunting iron? Iron ore. A scepter. Got a dildo. Servesh! Zunteristol has created, the Craftsdwarf has created Kobe Dostob, a phalite scepter, and offers it to the terrible machine. I don't know where it is or where you are, so I kind of wish it would still like jump to location for things. This is a phalite scepter. All crafter ship is of the highest quality. Tonehack, thanks for the 33rd month. Welcome back, dude. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. If you guys want to see like some of the best roguelike content on Earth, go watch that dude on YouTube. I don't know if he's been streaming recently, but definitely check out their stream. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with, also can be found at tonehack.net. There you go. It is decorated with black cap and encircled with bands of obol phalite cabochons and cushioned nice cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of milk opal and menaces with spikes of hematite. Not bad. You're going to go dig channel. Let's go watch you dig this channel. Bump. The lava spills. Flows. Look at that. There it goes. The remains burn. Burn! Beautiful. We're going to go to workshops, furnaces, magma smelter, obsidian, 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 obsidian. Obsidian. That is the wrong tile. And then we can start making stuff out of iron. You need to get on this train soon? Get on it now. But, I mean, it is phenomenal now. Adventure mode's not out for a while until they get the UI for it done, though, if that's a particular thing you're looking for. Steel anvil, obsidian, iron anvil, obsidian, Iron anvil, obsidian. Iron anvil, obsidian. Also, yes, I'm aware that things could just fly in and kill me here. It's fine. I fucking love how dark that looks, but also kind of hate it. Like, can someone make me a less dark obsidian mod? Because that is ridiculously dark. Don't know if someone asked you, but how am I liking the mouse for the UI nav? So I will quote Tekid from yesterday, who is a good friend of mine and a fantastic streamer and YouTuber. And he says, learning this first version of Dwarf Fortress is single-handedly the most frustrating test of my own patience that I've had in a while, which it was, until I realized that I was just being a big idiot and it's actually just fine. Which is how it is. I honestly, like, it was extraordinarily annoying for, like, 3 hours, and I'm over it. Visiting. Artifacts done. We finished those coffins. Perfect. Stone crafter. Struck star sapphires. All right, so I'm going to smelt hematite. I don't know how much I have. Although actually I was going to do a thing because I realized I made a mistake, sort of. This stockpile is storing metal ore still? I don't want it to. Gotta have a decent night's sleep. You'll most definitely be back now that your graphics sluttery has been... Why did my brain read that as now that my graphics sluttery has been sodomized? Have a good night, dude. Things can fly in and kill you? If assuming they can fly, yeah. They have to be able to fly, though. I need a bigger seed stockpile, seems like. Matter I need to make more bags. Although I have got, like, no clothing industry up here. How's my dwarf's clothing quality doing, actually? Oh, fine. Well, because you've made a masterwork chest, yeah. All right. But you have a good one, Vlam. Welcome back, man. Work orders. Also, another reason why another reason why I wonder, can I still do 0? Yay, I can still do infinite orders. Another reason why I locked that sus dwarf up is because if they are actually sus and evil as fuck, they won't die, and we'll find out that they're sus and evil as fuck, and then I can do someone with them before they become a criminal. They may also just be like a necromancer who's disguising their personality too. So. Why don't you trust the chest? It's not a mimic. What's so sus about a chest? What are her relations? She knows 1 billion people and was part of like 50 factions. So, everything about that dwarf is suspect to me. Not that long. The game was paused for a bit. But I'm going to keep checking in on them. So, for those of you who weren't paying attention, we set up magma smelters, which are 1 tile above the lava down here that's flowed down here. And so these are all powered, and that's why the lights are on. And we've now assigned these tasks to smelt hematite ore, which is an ore of iron. So all of these dwarves down here are now moving hematite down to here, and also like that's why they're all going to be moving so slowly along this hallway here. They're all hauling it down. And then we are going to be what's the word I'm looking for here? Smelting all of it. I'm not a mimic. Sounds like the sort of thing a mimic would say. You are right. It's so they got possessed and made an artifact chest for you. That's a good thing. It means you have an artifact in your fort now. I'm getting close to the cutoff of time of day that I can drink coffee. Sad face. Yes, you made an artifact. Go read its description, you sus strangey person. Unlark, welcome back, Aqua. You just finished the base install and you got the first boot, so you're pumped? Fuck yeah. It's a very quick install. I love how many people are like, oh my god, it's only 240 megabytes. I'm like, I was expecting it to be like a quarter of the size. I was not expecting it to be that big. Like the base game, right, like from Bay 12 is like, what, 40 megs, 45 megs? So it's like 210 megabytes of that is graphics and music. The rest is just the game, which is hilarious to me. Yeah, no, we could absolutely make this into a planting zone too. So we're just going to wait until some of this ore has been smelted. I'm also actually going to make a stockpile in the middle here. I guess. Oh, come on. Did they? You know what? Screw it. We'll finish that block right there. And unforbid that those cave swallow remains. Music is easily worth an extra $10. You could go buy it on Bandcamp if you want to give them money. Why can't I unforbid this? I beg your fucking pardon? Oh, it's because there's two things right there. Okay. Sure, but that's not giving them an extra $10. All right, so we're going to, or rather, Spotify is not giving them an extra $10. All right, so this is going to be for bars and blocks, but we're going to go into the custom settings, and I'm just going to say bars, please. Don't need coal, don't need stone or clay. Sure, metal block. Well, we don't need metal blocks, so they don't have any. You found the vampire? To the cage they go. Chains is generally the place you want. Fortunate thing is I don't have the thing I actually need. All right, so we don't have any flux stone in this area at all, but doesn't mean we can't start making weapons. So let's just make a bunch of iron spears, shall we? Let's make spear dwarves. No water source needs plump helmet spot. No water source. Okay. Let's also check our sussy dwarf. How you feeling? Seems totally fine. Seems totally fine. Oh, absolutely. But I'm just saying, if you want to give them extra money for the soundtrack, that's a totally logical endeavor. Because I don't think the musicians are getting... I wondered, are the musicians getting royalties? I don't know. We're going to jump over here to work orders, and we are going to queue up Iron Spear. Let's just make 30 Iron Spears. Not that I need that many. Yeah, actually, let's do 20. Do 20 Iron Spears. Iron Helm. 20. Werewolves came and killed your children and infected your soldiers. No! Do immortals even hunger? Nope. Immortals don't need anything. I just want to know what that person is. I mean, I give them $10 a month on Patreon, and admittedly, I do make a living playing this game, and I might actually up it. Iron shields. Iron breastplate. iron. High boots. And iron gauntlets. I don't know if I have enough hematite for all of this, but fuck it, we'll try. Hit 0. Set the number as 0 to queue for infinity. They don't need pants, but you can make like it's iron leggings, I think. Can you make iron leggings? I always forget about those, but I almost never make them. I usually do leather leggings. Yeah, you can make iron leggings too, but we'll do those last. I made helms. Did I not? I swear I said helms out loud. Did I not type in helm? Yeah, I did. Iron helm. Spear, helm, shield, breastplate, high boot, gauntlet. Yeah, you can still do barrels and crates. I actually should make some wooden bins now that you mention it. Don't need too many, though. Go nuts with the weird historical facts about cobalt. Did anybody successfully set up a hospital? You're struggling to set... So the part that I was confused by initially is you need to set people for orderlies. Just set everybody to do this for orderlies. But the other thing that you can do is just make a custom job and just assign them to all the basic doctoring jobs, so you don't need to have specifically assigned people to each stockpile. What's the difference between helm and helmet? Nothing. Except the diagnosis and maybe surgery, and you're still not sure. I fucking hate it. Don't get me started on this again, Putnam. Don't do it. But yeah, just make a custom job and just assign all the doctoring jobs to your chief medical dwarf and you'll be fine. Which I should probably do soon. Especially considering threats have shown up and fucked off pretty quickly, admittedly, but... Alright, so while they're doing this down here and getting this stuff going, we're going to go up to the surface and we're going to start constructing. Let's actually finish building that castle thingy that I wanted to do a while ago that I never finished. Oh god, this is going to take years. Yeah, helm is literally a helmet. Like, it's a helmet. Oh, well, I found the limit for the length that you can make these. 31. And also, I think I'm actually going to deconstruct some of these. Because I've changed my mind drastically of how I want to do this upper layer. Oh, absolutely, you should be able to. But, you know, we're waiting on hot fixes, and that is the way of things. And also, I'm actually going to, what did I do there? 2 up. Also, hey Darf, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Enjoy the Dorfy emotes and the ad-free viewing. Appreciate you. All right. Let them build all this stuff. This is like the most well actually chat I've seen in a minute about Helms, and I kind of love it. I'm here for it. Oh, item is missing from its proper place. We have a thief! Seems like we ran out of ore. That was quick. Dark Peregrine, thank you much for that subscription. Cheers, friend. Once again, enjoy those Darfy emotes. All right, well, the thing is, it's all clay. Yeah, light. Wondering if like there's more hematite like just below the surface. It was up in this biome. And up here. Huh. I'm gonna try something. I'm just gonna dig around a little bit. All right, duh, it's still set to auto mine. Oh, shit, never mind. I actually don't need to do that. Let's cancel that. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to turn on auto mine. I'm going to start up at the top here. I'm going to circle around here, and we're going to go all the way down to here. What do we get? One vein? Okay, we'll keep digging on this layer then. You really want this world to go on forever? This one vampire on his chain forever, eventually on adventure mode, and you'll come back to this place and find him? Hell yeah. Although, I mean, actually, when adventure mode's added in, saves will probably be compatible. What's the most terrifying creature I've encountered? This was a long time ago, and not in this version of the game, but I had a forgotten beast that was a horse composed of steel that shot webs. It eviscerated about 120 dwarves, and that was it. What is the length of that creatures are chained up? It depends on the crime they committed. Shown in the justice screen. Funnier note, I had a one-eyed fire-breathing chicken. It was like a shitty dragon. How far can a chain reach? You have to use the criminal system. It's got nothing to do with reach. But I don't, actually, although if they're already chained up, then one tile around them. I don't know what this mythical morning thing is. I've heard of the show before, but I've never watched a single second of it because I'm not a big fan of that part of YouTube. So I, no idea. Be honest. All right, let's go all the way down to here. Is it? Okay. I mean, I remember those two when they had a different channel or like a very different theme to their channel back when they did skits, but I've never watched their morning show. It was Rhett and Link, right? What was the name of it? No problem, Eladriel. After you already added objects to room, this is a long-time Dwarf Fortress thing. And that's never going to change. Rhett and Link? Okay. Yeah, I remember. I do remember watching Rhett and Link like sketch comedy shit back in the day. It just never really stuck for me. Not that it was bad, it just never stuck. All right. So I do know for a fact that there... See, this is auto mining, by the way. To those of you asking about auto mining, this is auto mining. This is what auto mining is good for. Like, I just found that one tile where there was a ore vein, and I just told them to mine it. And there they go. They're mining everything of that ore. We also have opal clusters in here, too. Okay? This is auto mining. No, it's not a mod. This is a part of the vanilla game. You literally click the little arrow, and then you click auto. It's been in the game for as long as I can remember. Do trees just sometimes fall on dwarves when you cut them? No, but if a tree falls onto another tree and you chop down the other... So if you're in a very dense forest... If you're in a very, very, very dense forest, right? And you chop down a tree and it fall... Because they only fall away from dwarves. And the logs for one tree... Or one tree is taller than the tree next to it. And the logs fall onto the tree next to it. When you chop over the tree next to it, it can fall directly straight down. Which can instigate the dwarf that's chopping down the tree. So it's very unlikely it'll happen. But yes. Also, there's no friendly fire with trees that are falling over. So if there's like a dwarf here and a tree falls this way, it can't kill them like it used to. Husky, thanks for that prime sub. Appreciate you. But yeah, so like if you're clear cutting very dense forests, yes, it can cause problems. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new sub? Also, thanks, Papa Lurk, for helping people. And chat in general, because I can't keep up with everything. We found more hematite. Look at this. We're just like slowly mining around the whole map. Also, if you like the emotes in chat, thank cooler_SK. See drew all of it. You've been doing it manually? Yeah, no, it's one of those features that everybody has been convinced for years is a DF hack feature, and it's just a vanilla feature in the game, and it's been a vanilla feature in the game for forever. The only problem that I have with it is sometimes I forget to disable it. I'm just going to start mining out manually a little bit around the edges here to see if I can find more veins. Probably isn't one in here. Might put my prisons in here, actually. Nope. There is no slave labor or prisoner labor in Dwarf Fortress, thankfully. That would start some absolutely horrendous crud. So to disable seeds from meals, you have to go to work. Is it work orders? Labor. You go to the labor screen, you go to kitchen, then you go to seeds, and you select the seeds you don't want to use in meals here. Kitchen menu under labor. Labor, kitchen. Pretty simple. Yeah, it's a thing straight up in there. Like, there is slavery in Dwarf Fortress. It's just not dwarves don't take part. Goblins do. Dwarves don't. Let's see how these walls are doing. Slowly. Well, I'm going to build a tower over here, and we're going to build a tower over here, and we're going to have a raised dry... Well, actually, I could just straight up make this into a moat. It would freeze in the winter, though. How to assign the broker to the trade... Like, how to ask them to come trade? You have to click this, and you have to click broker requested at depot. Or you can request anyone if the broker's not available, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. But you have to click on the trade depot and click broker requested. Is there a way to fight a god in Dwarf Fortress? Well, gods can be living entities in a world, so yeah, assuming it shows up. And I don't know if this is still possible, but oh, game saving. That's inconvenient. I was gonna go check something to see if I could find angels on the overworld, but oh my god, Kraken's playing Dwarf Fort. Hell yeah. Everyone's playing Dwarf Fort. This is wild to me. Like, I was expecting a lot of people to play Dwarf Fort, but I wasn't expecting this many people to play Dwarf Fort. I need more coffee. Also, for anybody hanging out, we're 9 hours into the stream. We've got, like, another 4 hours left, if I were to guess. Yeah, I mean, I've got like 3,000 hours played in RimWorld, so, and then plus another 1,500 before it was on Steam. All of that streamed. So, I recognize a lot of these names. Noob questions here. How do you dig a hole? Like 2 carved floors. There is a, what's the word? There's a video on my YouTube channel about how to dig stairs, which is exactly the same as digging a hole. But if you just want to dig a hole, you can just channel. That'll dig you a hole. How do you handle ghosts? There's a video on my YouTube channel on how to do that, but you either have to put the body in a coffin or memorialize them with a gravestone. And tombs, if you don't want to use slabs, which is what my video is about, you have to make a coffin, place it somewhere, and then put a tomb zone on top of said coffin. And then the body will get buried in that. Otherwise, you'll just have ghosts around. Step 1, put on Diggy Diggy Hole. Yeah, sure. So look at all of this other ore that we found. Boom! Phenomenal. Phenomenal. How's the Susdorf doing? Good question. Speaking of, I actually have a doctor. Trader, right? Yeah. Still sus. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. Could really use a drink. I'm starting to get sad. Could really use a drink. Isn't relatable, yeah. But like, wants a drink, but doesn't seem to actually need one. Do we have a vampire problem? I don't know. This dwarf showed up and they look really funny. Look at them. They're also like a legend. Their skills are weird as hell. I mean, they're a competent appraiser. They have incredibly like high social skills. They're a talented musician. They know some poems. I know a poem called The Disloyalty. That's interesting. Poem authored by Dastot Kongrish. It's a example of the last nights. The work has no particular subject, and it tries and fails to be funny at times, and it's fairly cheerful. Overall, the poetry is very, very bad. What's not inside of this game? Astronauts. One of these guys migrated to your fortress, and you made him your leader. I mean, it might just be like this might actually just be like a villain system working. It might just be a necromancer that's disguising their skills. We ever had a how did you even build that artifact? Definitely. Yeah. It's like, how did you use a whole boulder to make an earring? No, because they hit the ceiling. They hit the top of the invisible dome that is in the world. Also, Rick SFG, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Very, very bad. Not just bad, very, very bad. An elven caravan has arrived. I like how that gives you like a full-on alert, like something terrible is happening. We found milk opals. The fuck do I have to sell? Could sell them thrones, but I guarantee you they can't carry them. Sell them some wine. Why is the greenish blue dwarf walled in? Because I think they're undead, and I want to prove that to myself. Huh. Guys, you want to buy some walkways? Could just sell them some metal bars. Mountain Home wants to buy anvils too. I should make like 15 anvils. Definitely feature, yeah. There's a maximum speed according to dwarf thermodynamics. Yeah, no, the dwarf space program is not very effective. Sell them some coffers. Could sell them some hatch covers. I cannot even begin to discuss how upset I am about the fact that wagons are no longer made of wagon wood, though. I don't know about you guys, but my God, that bums me the fuck out for some reason. I don't even know why it shouldn't, but it does. Yeah, I've heard a lot of that recently, Absolute Despair. There was somebody who said that they embarked on a dragon. There's actually there's a post on the subreddit saying, I just embarked on a dragon. Times do in fact change. Wait, you can't anymore with the wagon? Wagons are no longer made of wagon wood. They used to be made of wagon wood. Now they're just made of actual wood, which makes me very sad. Can you have dwarves on multiple parts of the map as in multiple tiles? I mean, you can send dwarves away, but you can't see more than your map. If you're talking about, like, RimWorld, where you can have, like, multiple forts at a time, no, but you can have multiple layers at a time. So, unlike RimWorld, you have 200 and something layers worth of this at a time. But, no. You can retire your fortress and start a new fortress elsewhere, and then your old dwarves appear there, but that's a different thing. All right, is this too heavy for them? It's probably too heavy. It's like no actual value. Buy some toys for the kids from these guys. Buy cherries. There you go. Not the greatest trade, but I don't really have anything I want to sell them. And I don't really want to sell them iron weapons. Unless... Yeah, no. We're good. Nothing, really. Audio? Like, genuinely nothing, really. They're, like, genuinely not sad. Very sad about the fact that there's, like, ironically sad that that wagons are no longer made of wagon wood. But am I actually sad? No, not really. Ironically sad that wagons are no longer made of wagon wood. Wagons used to be made out of the rarest material in the game, which was wagon wood. That would require butchering sentience, which is the least dwarfy thing you could do, Dirk. So, I mean, theoretically you could. Thought there was something else? No, not really. I mean, I was annoyed by some shit yesterday, but I found ways around almost all of it. You retreat to your lurk hole again? Yeah, if that's fair. Oh, I missed the intro cinematic. That's something I'm kind of sad about. Yeah, I figured out how to make burrows work. There's a video on the YouTube channel. Chat if I need you? Generally, if I need mods, like, I need you watching the chat more than I am, so I'll be okay. We'll be all good. Most likely. Oh. I didn't even notice that artifact that happened so quietly in the background. Apparently, we just made a thin silver left gauntlet, which I don't think dwarves can equip. But that's pretty badass. It's literally... elf hate is an analog for racism that people don't realize. That's all it is. And it kind of irks me a little bit. But it's also, like, at the same time, a fun, like... Hey... Fuck the elves, because that's a dwarfy thing to do, which I agree with. Yeah, fuck the elves. But also, don't be weird about it. And a lot of people take what is kind of a fun trope and drive it way too far, and it goes from being a fun trope to being a gross analog for racism. So that's all it is. I don't hate elves, but yeah, let's fight with the elves because it's fun. So, like... Fuck yeah, hate the elves, but don't make it weird. And that's kind of how this chat rolls and how we've rolled for years is like, fuck the elves. But don't use them as an analog for racism because that's fucking weird. How can you make a dwarf take an item as their own, such as a cup? Dwarves don't take cups as their own. They do take crafts as their own, which I was literally about to start doing. I was just about to make a shit ton of bracelets out of stone. Well, actually just rock crafts. They will claim these as their own. Let's just make like 50. They'll claim scepters, earrings, crowns, that sort of thing. Cups, they don't. They don't. They're not using them because you have to, in order to make dwarves use cups consistently, you have to store them in your tavern, which I also haven't done yet, which, thanks for reminding me. So you have to put them in a chest, and you also have to make sure that there's enough in your tavern. So if I go to the zone screen, click on this, click on my tavern, click on the little magnifying glass, goblets and cups desired. We can increase this number to, let's just say 50. Also, we should make some iron goblets. Let's just make 50. Actually, what other materials do I have as far as ore goes? What other things can I make? Melt metal objects, melt hematite. Okay, so I literally just have iron. Okay. Squoon! Cheers. Thank you very much for the 20 months. Played DF years ago and you remember spawning with a volcano made it 100 times easier to metalcraft than not having one. Is that still the case? I mean, metal, like deep metal forges are definitely an advantage, yes. Also, one of the reasons I set this up is so that I can make a metal forge and a wooden forge tutorial, which I'm going to do tonight after stream. Also, yes, what Aqua said. If your settlement didn't have neighbors listed, is that bad? No, it just means you're not going to get visitors as often, and you're not going to get attacked by them if they happen to be hostile with you. So if you have neighbors, that's great. But it means that they'll trade with you, and if they don't like you, they'll invade you. And that agent is visiting again. That's funky. I'm just going to real quick pop up here, and we're going to make a work order, and I'm going to make... let's make iron pedestal. Iron pedestal. We're going to make 5. And I'm going to put an iron pedestal Notifications are extraordinarily delayed. Thank you. By the way, so I don't have any notifications for followers, but I'm just going to show you guys this. This is my dashboard. Thank you to everybody who's following the stream. There's a buttload of you. Appreciate you guys. So many of you. Like, my God. I've gotten more followers in the last day and a half than I've got in the last 6 months. So thank you. You guys are too bloody kind. You thought neighbors were bad? They're only bad if they're hostile. Unless you want to fight hostile neighbors, in which case, then that's great. Welcome back. But yeah, I'm gonna make a how to like make charcoal / lava forges video. Should I make them separate? I could do like charcoal, metalworks, and then a. I mean, I could do two. It really doesn't matter. Can you form an alliance with neighbors? Not in Fortress mode currently. Dwarf Fortress is almost at 6,000 reviews. No, fuck yeah. I can't wait till it hits 10,000. Is it still overwhelmingly positive? It fucking better be. Hell yeah, still is. I hope they hold the overwhelmingly positive tag. That's phenomenal. Game, there's a stat where... I like this. So I just looked at Steam's page, okay? The most recent review is RimWorld, but not depressing. That's very funny to me. You've had an eye on this for a while. It looks insanely hard to get into, though. What's the hardest game you've played, House of Balloons? Like, what would you say is the most complicated game you've ever played? It's like 100% true. It really is, because like when Dwarf Fortress is mean to you, it's hilarious and adorable. When RimWorld is mean to you, it's just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. I want to punch a window. Can't recall, but you don't do well in management games? Dwarf Fortress almost plays itself in a lot of ways when it comes to management games. Rush 2049. Fucking love that game. Used to, like, literally, I used to take BC ferries to go to my grandma's house all the time to get out to Vancouver Island. And my mom would give me $2, and I would go to the arcade, and I would get 2 credits on that game. And I would just sit there and beat the free car on the easiest level repeatedly until I could, like, go play the harder levels. And then I'd try the hard levels, and then I'd literally play the game on $2. And then I would let other people play when I had, like, 8 credits. It was great. Good times. Dwarf Fortress is basically how you want to play RimWorld. Yeah. Yeah. No, also, Rush 2049, bullshit, hard as fuck, stupid ass game. It cost me a lot of dollars to get good enough to get even remotely close to starting to like complete it consistently. And then you know what I did? You know what I did? I downloaded it on an app, got good at home, and then went and played in the arcade. You played it on the N64. I only ever had it in the arcade, but I played it on MAME for a while until I got good. How am I keeping my dwarves at max happiness? I'm nice to my dwarves. I give them what they want. Also, we literally just got another 20. We need to make more bedrooms. Fuck! Let's go make more bedrooms, shall we? Migrants! Yep. I know, right? Isn't that great? Fuck you! You bet you could find a 2049 cabinet. I've thought about stuff like that many times, but I can't drive because my eyes are shit, and I don't own a house, so... Actually, wonder what... It's, that's not bad. We actually got some decent wealth. Sus Dwarf hungry yet? I don't think so, no. Let's see. That or they're a corpse. Nope, Sussdorf's still fine. Feels good. Just sitting there praying. I mean, we're not, like, being mean to them. They're a little bored. But they've also got poor social awareness, so maybe they just, like, won't notice. Hey, Sunday. Sup, dude? When am I going to get some combat actions? In all the Dwarf Fortress scenes, there's been no combat. Because Dwarf Fortress in the early game is about avoiding combat until you can do combat. Dwarf Fortress is also not a game about combat, and in my opinion, combat is the least interesting part of Dwarf Fortress. At least combat against big armies. Because usually they will just obliterate you, especially at this point. And because this version of the game seems very heavily focused on making combat or making the early game longer, as it's taken me 2 years to get 46 dwarves. In the last version, in a year and a half, you'd have 90 dwarves. So they've very much slowed down the rate at which you gain dwarves, which slows down the combat. You're not going to start getting combat until you have like big combat until you have like 120 plus dwarves. Danger rooms be like, splat! Dwarf dead. You've had 30 dwarves for 5 years? Yeah, see, that's why. That's why you're not seeing big combat, is because, like, you need large numbers of dwarves to see big combat. I mean, we've, like, there's a necromancer that knows where we are, because I had a bunch of zombies show up and a bunch of necromancers show up a couple times already. We actually had necromancers show up and steal corpses from my dead people pile. So, like, they're aware of us. We'll get it. It'll happen. But Dwarf Fortress, you need to remember that Dwarf Fortress is not RimWorld. RimWorld is a game about combat. Dwarf Fortress is a game about storytelling. So an event like an artifact being stolen is as important, if not more important, than a siege. And we've had an artifact stolen already. Making more bedrooms. Within 2 years? Well, we're on spring year 2. So we're getting there. Catching up. I also need to make more booze. Okay. Chat, I need to go AFK for a second and check something, but I will be right back after that. Because my tongue's feeling funky. I need to go check my blood sugar. I will be back in a moment. Let's, I don't know, stare at this sus dwarf chat. Verb. Be right back. All right, I return. Is she vampire? Zombie, I think. I'm starting to think intelligent undead. No one willing to make a case for her? I'm not. Are you? All right. So, we've got more bedrooms coming up. More bedrooms coming up. More bedrooms. Does she float if you throw her in a lake? Or is this a witch question? Something unladen swallow. Where do you see the history that's attached to Dwarf? You click on them. But it doesn't give you all their history because they're secretive. You look at their thoughts, personality, their relations, the groups they've been part of. This is why this dwarf is sus, is because of how many dwarf groups they've been a part of. Sanic, Are you actually asking me that question? You've watched me play this game for years, and I really don't want to talk about mermaids because that just brings up all kinds of dumb shit. Ooh, that's... The weremoose! Adr has come. Lost Rollwood. A very large moose twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow golden yellow. Its cinnamon hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. Also, if you want to see lots of combat in Dwarf Fortress, go play in a Untamed Wilds biome, and you'll see all kinds of combat. Or go play in a haunted biome, and you'll die very fast. Where is it? Whoop. So there it is. It appears to be beating the ever-living living shit out of Edom. All right. Wow, it's moving quickie. All right, well, let's just lock this. No, actually, that's the wrong button. That's remove. Oh, let's lock that. Lock that. Lock that. And lock that. Stone Hobo, run away, Stone Hobo! Run away! Run away! Or die. Probably die. But there's a naked man there. That's unfortunate. Well, goodbye, Audrey. You 270-year-old weirdo. Sorry, Hobo. F. So, there goes 2 dwarves. Someone was asking about combat? He has 2 lovers? I mean, you don't? Come on, what kind of worthless piece of existence do you live that you don't have 2 lovers? So we lost 2 dwarves. Hobo got waxed. Yep, this is true. That's what you get for being a weeb, I suppose. Hobo's last words were, the weremoose! The farmer attacks the weremoose, but it jumps away. You gotta hit him. The farmer says, I must withdraw! And the weremoose bites the farmer in the upper arm, tearing the fat. And Hobo says, I must withdraw! And then it grabs his leg and bites his other arm. And then Hobo says, I must withdraw! And then the farmer punches the weremoose in the right hoof, but the attack passes right... What? The attack passes right through? That's interesting. The weremoose then releases the grip on the farmer's right upper leg, and then the weremoose attacks him. And then Hobo screams shortly later, I must withdraw! After being grabbed by the second toe on the right foot with its left hand. The weremoose then releases the grip on the second toe on the right foot with their right hand, Wait, what? And then the weremoose grabs the farmer by the left third finger on their right hand with his upper arm. And then Stone Hobo screams, I've been injured badly. There is no hope. And then the farmer bites the weremoose in the left hoof. Hoof? Tearing the fat. Tearing it. Great. So he's biting his nails. The weremoose then releases the grip of the weremoose releases the grip of the weremoose's upper arm on the farmer's third finger with their right hand. The weremoose then grabs... I want a full screen version of this. The weremoose then grabs the farmer by the neck with his right hand, and the farmer misses, after flailing, I suppose, loses hold of... Okay, the farmer loses hold of their left shoe, so it loses a shoe back there, falls off. The weremoose bites the farmer in the right foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc, bites his foot off. The weremoose then releases the grip, and then I guess becomes a human again. And then Hobo screams, I must withdraw! I must withdraw. Yeah, he bruised the hoof fat. Yes, the fat of the hoof. Naturally. I mean, have you never bruised hoof fat? I mean, come on. Can I use this tool to unlock things? Nope, that's Sedge. I must withdraw! It is terrifying, but inevitable. Death, it comes so swiftly. But, yeah, no, you need basically above, like, 40 dwarves for there to really be combat, and we're getting to that point. But we have armor, so that's good. And 2 bodies. What's funny is dwarves are just running to go, like, take his clothing. Everybody's putting stuff into stockpiles. I have a lot of fucking peasants. So, I think the idea of the weremouse is vastly more terrifying than a werewolf. You should see a were-elephant. Or one of my favorites was a were-kangaroo. I had a 4Z level high wall once, and a were-kangaroo, which is just a capital, like, N, just walked into the map and vaulted my wall. Vaulted my fucking wall! Yes, no, if you hit, like, my favorite thing about moose is if you hit a moose with your truck, the moose wins. So, we are making armor and weapons, right? We just got a migrant wave. That and we have a bunch of peasants down at the bottom. One of them is probably a good combat dwarf. You're an adequate armor user, biter, and you have adequate discipline. You need to drink alcohol. Well, go drink alcohol then. Okay, sweet. So we're going to assign a militia commander. This is very important. First thing you do. This is Locum, the one I clicked on, I think. So, now we have a militia commander. Now we can create a squad. We're going to create one with metal armor. So I can set up a patrol order. I can set up a borough defense order so they defend a specific area. I can assign training. I can tell them to station somewhere, or I can set a kill order. They're currently... New monthly schedule, off duty, staggered training, constant training, ready. So, okay, this makes sense. So, you have to assign a place for them to schedule. I'm gonna leave them on combat training. These are the default schedules. I guess you can edit these. So we're just gonna let them train. You could also do like on-off training. We're just gonna put them on perma training because, you know, we have 2 dead dwarves. Dwarves should be coming to get the bodies. Semi-trucks in the north will have steel moose bars on their trucks. Wait, are you saying like... Wait, when you say steel moose bars... Yes! We're getting religion. Things are happening! Let's go! When you say steel moose bars, do you mean like Mad Max? Can you order dwarves to clean? No, cleaning is a job. They will just do it. You don't order dwarves to do almost anything. They just do things. So the idea with Dwarf Fortress is you just have enough dwarves that most things are just getting done. They will clean. So will children. Children will clean up the vomit for you even. So the Coven of Tufts, which is a religion, has many worshippers in Stoneflights, and now requires a temple. The location must be built and furnished, with the new position appointed by you. Do I approve this request? Or are we going to make a temple, chat? I think we're going to make a temple. Make a temple. Does religion help you in any way? It gives you dwarves with titles that add to the story, and it makes dwarves happy, the dwarves that are part of the religion. And they also get into arguments with dwarves that are in a different religion, which causes religious persecution, which is fun. Because Dwarf Fortress is fun. Time to make a temple. Also, we got some vibey music. Big fan. So we need to make a nice big room. In my last major fortress, we had the Jade Creed, and I can't remember the name of the other group. Somebody in chat might. It was the Jade Creed and then the something of Jade, and they worshipped the same god, and had almost the same names, and they always got into arguments, which I thought was just kind of amusing. They didn't really do much aside from that, and we just kind of joked that they were like Protestants and Catholics. The Fellowship of Jade. So it was the Fellowship of Jade and the Jade Creed, and they both worship the same god. Yes. All right, so I've got this new squad that started. So now let's go through our new migrants here. You. Skills. Personality. lives an orderly life, organized and neat, does not often feel lustful, is trusting, and can lose focus on the matter at hand. And he does not feel discouraged, is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this, since he values friendship, and has little interest in joking around. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and chews his cheek when he's bored. Is there a... Can I... Okay, so create new squad now. Very curious if there's like a button where I can add dwarves to the squad without having to do it this way. I don't really want to do it this way, but I totally can. The problem is it requires me remembering the names of dwarves. So we now have our first spear dwarf, by the way, which is this dwarf. I also need to make a barracks. I don't really know where I want to put it. I actually, you know, let's put the barracks down here in this ore mine. I think the location where we acquired the metals to make their weapons is a fitting place to put my military. What do you think, chat? We'll also give them... no, we're not going to give them bedrooms here. Does anybody know what? Question about squads, if you don't mind. Dwarves in the squad, they can can they have other professions, or will they be solely military? Depends on how you set up your schedule. So if you go to squads and you click on schedule, this is this squad, the Silvery Pillars. So I have 3 different schedules. I can and I can view monthly schedule, right? So I can put them into off-duty where they don't train. I can put them on staggered training where they only work partially. If they're off-duty, they'll just go do their normal jobs. If they're doing staggered training, then they'll only train 6 months of the year, although I can edit this and say, okay, train more months of the year. Combat training, which is just training all the time, which is what I'm going to do with this new squad. And then ready, which is they just stay ready to fight, but aren't training. Can you turn on notifications? Yes, but you have to do it through the announcements.txt file like the old school days. Cheers, Danger. Means a lot, friend. All right, and I found more hematite, so we're going to mine that out too. And this is like, I'm literally reteaching myself these systems right now. So, also we need a guild hall. We'll leave that for right now, because one thing at a time. I need to make a guild hall. So this is what happens when you get more dwarves. Suddenly the dwarves start demanding shit. They're just like, hey, we need beds. We all need more beds, by the way. We need beds, guys, we need beds. Hey, why haven't you made me beds? We need beds. And then also they'll be like, also we need a temple, and this, and that, and also this. And by the way, while you're at it, can you make us this? Anyway. Dwarf Fort. So I was going to assign other dwarves to that squad. So let's do that. Although actually, I'm assuming that you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna make this easy on myself.
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Tea Earl Grey hot. Yes. I don't create new squad. Click on the squad. I'm going to do something that I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing, but I'm just going to chuck all of the peasants that just joined into the military, because the way the game works right now, dwarves that are in the military generally will just be fine. I'll just keep an eye on them, and if they start getting annoyed, that was oppressor, not a peasant, that's fine. If I start seeing dwarves that are annoyed with just being in the military, I'll give them a different gig, but being in the military is actually a job that a lot of dwarves just really like, because it's like you just get to train in a martial art, right? Gem setter, I already have my jeweler. Our needy little shits. Mist Runner, if you didn't have a house, bedroom, or any clothing, or any downtime, or anything to do with your free time, would you also be a little bit whiny? Because I fucking know I would be. I'm over here going, man, I wish I had a bigger apartment. All right, so let's throw another cheesemaker in there. So these guys are all set to train, right? Train. These are the Silvery Pillars. What do we call what do we call these guys, chat? Meat Wall 1? What do you think we should name this squad, chat? Also, sorry if I'm not doing a good job keeping up with chat. I'm trying to run through this UI. Meat Beaters? I sense innuendo, so I will politely say no. Crypt Keepers? What? The moose bars? I like the idea of using the word moose in there because that's why we're making the military. Moose. Mad moose and mooses? Mad moose? Moose meters? Moose murderers, moose mashers, spear magnets. I kind of like axe magnets, actually. Axe magnets is pretty funny. Moose knuckles, bullwinklers, marauders. You gotta keep it simple, right? Hobo. F's for hobo. Miss Truck's Tavern. Dun dun. Mosquitoes. These are just funny. Moose Drool. Hobo's Revenge. Hobos with an axe. They have spears, though. Mo Moose, Mo Problems. I kind of want to go with spear magnets because that's you made me laugh, so you get it. All right, so the spear magnets are going to be training in this lovely little spot right here. Or no, not right here. This is the wrong one. They're going to be training up top. Up here. I need more picks, actually, and more miners. Let's go to laborers and go to miners and say, oi, we don't need so many friggin' random shitses. So let's go Deep, the broker, you can have a pick. Weaver, you can have a pick. Random boyer, you can have a pick. Soapmaker, you can have a pick. And let's go here. Once again. Iron pick. $20 picks. Picks for everyone! Moose pokers? Expendables? Random voyeur. What? Many hands make light work. Many spears make light enemy. Many cuts, they fall into smaller pieces. I still want to know what the zombie neck sprite looks like. I gotta say, chat, that I really respect the fact that there's a very international and also, or Insomniac Dwarf Fortress crowd. Because there's always, like, this bump up at the beginning of the day, this dip around this time of day, right? And then there's, like, it kind of wavers a little bit. Like, there's a second bounce in the later afternoon. It's 3 a.m. here. Morning! Some sleep at some point, eh? What is sleep? Baby, don't hurt me. Is there as many naked dwarves as you've expected? I've seen a naked human. Although I'm fortunately good at managing my dwarves. So I don't actually have much of an issue with naked dwarves. Unfortunately. It's 5 a.m. Oh my god. We don't need sleep just like Blue Dwarf? True. Nothing. Really. An intelligent undead is just... if they're visiting, they're probably there to steal your shit. If they are a member of your fortress, they're fine. They're just a dwarf that doesn't need to eat or sleep. So they're just a better dwarf in a lot of ways. Is there a way to view a past petition that you've accepted? There used to be, but if there is now, I haven't found the menu for it. Wait, what? What up? It's good to see you. Hello. Hope you're well, dude. Are dwarves immortal? Nope. They live a maximum of 170 years. All right, so let's make that. Let's... Barracks. Accept the barracks. And then choose which squads will use this barracks. Spear magnets. So I can tell them to use this space to sleep, train, whether the soldiers will store their individually assigned weapons and armor here, which is actually kind of a neat thing. I don't think they did that. Did they do that before? I'm sure they did, and I just didn't know how to. Which is oh, interesting. They store ammunition there. All right. Well, let's just put individually assigned weapons. And then I will put some chests in here after it's smoothed. But there they go. Now they're training. Look at that. Soon, you will have a vengeance. Although right now they're moving very slowly because they all need to train. And this dwarf is interested after learning dodging. How about this dwarf? Satisfied after learning about dodging. Feels satisfied about learning about dodging. No, so that's a different fortress. Topic. Or tropic communist, rather. Not topic communist. Different fort. What does classic mode means? Classic mode is the free version on the website. Premium is the Steam version. Classic mode is getting the patch that's going to give it the same UI as the current premium version, but doesn't have the update yet. That's what classic is. It's not a mode. It's literally like a version of the game. If not even a version, it's just a different fork of the game. Whoop. 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 Item was seen being passed to a thief. Who's the thief? Oh, off the map. It's like, item was seen being passed to a thief, and now they're gone. Well, that's great. Yada yada. I need to, sorry, just the whole spear magnets thing is not going to get old for a bit. I need a sheriff. It's unfortunate, chat. We have to hire cops. Thieves. Can't have thieves. That's a hammering. I know, right? You know. I kind of want to give it to Russ. But, you know, we'll give it to Wild Peak. So, we need to give him a modest dining room, a modest room, a modest study, a modest quarters.
Cheese!
We don't need to give him a modest cheese. Don't worry about that. All right, let's go all the way back down. We'll give him stuff right here. The game's just like, make everything. And I'm like, fuck, dude. We'll make this into your study and office. We'll connect them. What is funny is that if you randomly give it to a dwarf and that gave it away to an artifact, that would be funny. There was actually a time that I told a dwarf to interrogate another dwarf, and in the time that the dwarf interrogated the other dwarf convinced the interrogator to commit another crime, and the interrogator admitted their crime to the dwarf that they were interrogating, and the dwarf that they were interrogating told the dwarf that they were being interrogated by about the crime that they were they literally like pulled the reverse Uno card halfway through, and I got all 4 crimes all at once, and they both went to prison, which was very funny. Which is absolutely a bug, but I'm okay with it. I also once had a ghost come back from the dead that got murdered. And there's a clip about this on my YouTube channel. A dwarf came back from the dead as a ghost, possessed another dwarf, and then using that dwarf went and told the sheriff about their murder. So possessed a dwarf and then told the sheriff who killed them, which was a different dwarf, with the possessed dwarf. And it actually straight up said it's like person, witness, so-and-so, like the murdered victim, ghost. So you could get some really fucking cool little events happening with ghosts. Instead of arresting me, it's like, hey, have you thought about taking a bribe is kind of how it goes. Then it's like, I took the bribe and then felt bad and then went and admitted it later. All right, so trying to do a lot of things all at once here, but oh, great. Saving. So vampires are doomed by the dead? What do you mean doomed by the dead? Vampires are not doomed by the dead, no. Not necessarily. But could be. I do like that the pop-ups like have the stuff behind it go through it. This is what I mean by Dwarf Fortress tries to crash. It's not responding right now. It does that. I've never actually had it crash in a save file though. Or in a save screen though. I need to say this again because there's so fucking many of you. Thanks for like the 150 follows an hour I'm getting, by the way. You guys are absurd. Thank you so much. If a ghost come back and just rats them out, it's theoretically sure, but like there's like 15 different personality types a dwarf can have, and the odds that they are a non-evil ghost that actually goes after you is like null. It's very, 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 very low. Mine are wearing armor right now. Papa Lurk. Did you see how I set mine up? It's not hard to set them up so that they wear armor. Like, literally not hard at all. You flooded your cave, now you're here? Well, welcome. Not this blue. This is open space blue. Mouse over something if you don't know what it is. Word of advice. Although I'm really glad that people are still flooding their forts post-graphics. There was somebody in my chat who was real sad. They're like, newbies aren't going to flood their forts anymore. I'm like, bet. And people are still flooding their forts, and it makes me kind of happy. It's now summer. Well, thank you, Said Kronos. I've got more that I'm going to make. I just need to make more. I've only made so many, so this is going to be a office. Except add our sheriff. When you do smoothing, is it set floor tiles? For smoothing, it's this. Set smoothing. Set rough wall, smooth. Like that. I don't know what you mean by floor tiles. Do that. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We found that. We were talking about that earlier. That is correct, Aether1. They're super helpful because everything has changed with the graphics. Yeah, you know, I got this game on Friday, and the reason I didn't get any advanced tutorials out was because I was literally making those as I found the menus. Like, I was just fucking around with a fort, and as I found shit in those short tutorials, like, as I found the old menus, I was like, ah, perfect, can do that. And then just sitting there fiddling for like another 40 minutes, found a thing, made a tutorial. Sitting there fiddled, found a thing, made a tutorial, just on repeat. And by today, I've recovered and I know everything again. I feel like I'm almost there. I'm getting there. You're absolutely allowed to lurk in here, yeah. Pumps are great for water, yes. Until Dwarf Fortress kills you with a wall of water. All right, so this is going to be a dining hall. Up here. All right, so they now just need a bedroom. They need a chest, a cabinet, armor stands, and whatnot. Okay, so you know what? Let's just queue some stuff up. Iron, chest. Let's do 10 of those. Arm, or rock, armor. Stand, 10. rock cabinet. Except with rock cabinets, we're going to make 100. I just don't need to make any more for a while. And coffer, we're going to make 100 of those. Something's never changed. This troglodyte corpse is splattered with troglodyte blood. It is splattered with troglodyte blood. It is splattered with... Yes, that some things are never changed. It's just bit by your dwarf just bit a goblin in the eye and shook him around. I once had a dwarf bite a cyclops in the eyeball, latch on firmly. The cyclops failed and flipped the dwarf around. And the cause of that caused the cyclops' eye to be destroyed, which was pretty vile. Like, imagine, like, a dwarf biting the eyeball. And anyway, it was vile. You know, Comic Sans is a dyslexic-friendly font. So making fun of people who use Comic Sans is just like going after people with dyslexia. We rated Picture Point. He's one of the other mods in this stream last night. But he had a dwarf bite something in the teeth. That's great. All right, so let's check on that temple. Okay, we can get that smoothing. God, I love this music so much. It's kind of got a little bit of a RimWorld quality to it, the music, but I'm not complaining about that. All right, let's just dunk, dunk, dunk. My bed's in a weird place, but that's fine. Let's fix that one bed. It's going to bother me. We love the new ambient sounds, but that one bird will not stop. Tarn was saying something like on the Kitflock streams that he's like, we should change the bird sounds so it's the correct birds because we can. And I support this notion. I'm sorry, what? Oh, right. I completely forgot I had this hatch right here and I just saw those stairs and I was like, what? How often do I stream? Normally it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for about 14 hours. Starting at 9 a.m. Pacific until I keel over. But because of the release, I'm going to be doing at minimum 6 days a week, probably for most of December, with the occasional short day, although I'm pretty sure Friday is going to be a half day. I don't know exactly what the schedule for Friday is going to be yet. Monday, I might take off, but I'll be on basically every day until the end of December, at least for a short stream, because Dwarf Fortress is what I do. I like Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes and other weird shit. So, that's what I do. So if you're just like, yo, I want lots of dwarfs, okay? I mean, I have one fortress in Dwarf Fortress that's I've kept alive, or I kept alive, I guess, for about 2 years real time. We just ran the one fortress, trying to keep it alive for 1,000, which we're not going to make it to. That's the wrong tool. Bedroom. I need the multi-tool. 8 bedrooms. Sweet. I mean, that's up to you, Frosted Claus. But no, I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for about 4.5 years now. I started late 2018 initially and really got going in mid-2019. And basically haven't stopped. But I've been streaming on Twitch for 9 years. And I've been full-time since 2016, so I've been around for a while. So I ain't going anywhere. You know what? Actually, let's suspend. Let's cancel these 2 constructions for right now and build a wall right there. I doubt they'll use the right material, so let's... I made it? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how many of you guys are going to stick around. Getting really low on drink? Yeah, I see that. I made a mental note of that about 10 minutes ago and then completely spaced on it. Great. There we go. Now we got automated drinks. No more problem. You're off to bed, school in the morning? Fuck yeah, dude. I have a good time at school. We'll be on tomorrow. If you make barrels with your dwarves to replace them in the stockpile. I make will dwarves auto-replace them in your stockpiles to make more room? Will they auto-replace them in your stockpiles? I'm not sure if I understand the question. The troll fighting with a cave crocodile. Troll punches the cave crocodile in the lower body with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Hell yeah. That was from fruit? Was that from fruit? Oh, whoops. Clicked the wrong one. I blame the mouse inaccuracies, although I'm just going to go into the conditions for this one and just remove these two. I'm still going to brew from fruit. I know I have drinks to brew from fruit, just not sure how many. Well, actually, you know, I could just set them both the same way. I just automated drinks. So these are if-then statements, and you can add custom ones. But if unrotten fermentable plants is greater than 10, we will brew drinks. If available drinks is less than 10, we will brew drinks. Except I'm gonna increase this to less than 50. If amount of drinks is less than 50, they will start brewing. Well, actually, let's just do if less than 100, because we kind of need a few sitting around. So if amount of drinks is less than 100, they will start brewing only if there's more than 10 fermentable plants, so I don't get mass cancellations. But if the checks aren't satisfied, the game will warn me to tell me, hey, you need to fix your fucking food supply. But yes, you can automate this game. And then these, I don't actually know how many fruits we have, but I know we have a good amount, so let's just say... And then you... 100. Also, rock pot. Let's increase number of rock pots. Also, Stickman Live. Hello. Why am I building that wall above ground? Because who doesn't want a castle? Castles are cool. Also, I kind of want this castle front door to be wider. I was actually planning, and still am planning, on making this creek into a moat around the edge of it, but like one thing at a time. But yeah, genuinely, who doesn't want a castle? Hunting, butchering, tanning? Hunting, butchering, tanning is correct, yes. But not that for some reason. Did you allow refuse hauling from outside? Was there really no witnesses on either of these? But by the way, chat. So the way the justice system works in this game, you're going to head to sleep. You have a good night's sleep, audio. Thanks for hanging out today. The way the interrogation system in this game works is I can interrogate a goose. I'm not going to convict the goose, but I am going to interrogate the goose as to who stole this artifact and see if we find out. See if they tell us. If they tell us. Wouldn't it be fantastic if they did? Gotta train interrogating on somebody, okay? I am serious. But your new username, I just had to respond to it. Can we learn the goose's language? God, I wish. Honk. Honk, honk, honk. Honk, honk, honk. Honkity, honkity. What was the other thing I was working on like 11 things. Temple. That was the important one. Let's get the temple done. Zone. Meeting area. Whoop. Accept. Yes. Temple. So this is a problem. Which one was it? It wasn't the Jade something. It was the Coven of Tufts. That was it. It's also the only one that has more than 10 worshippers because they only demand a temple if you have more than 10 worshippers. So this is kind of a problem. The game should tell you and remind you which faction or which temple demanded the temple. Watch your goose profanity. That was insensitive to my people. Tam Banana, what up? Can you set a priority for stockpiles? Sort of. You can make stockpiles into give and take. So you can say this stockpile takes items specifically from this stockpile, and you'll end up with all the stockpiles in the stockpile at the end of the chain. But there isn't just like a strict, this is the priority stockpile. Tufts, not turfs. So they need the value to be 2,000. I need more doors. Let's make 50. Also, I need them drink orders to get going, eh? I don't recall saying it was. There's people asking why they removed it, and I don't know why they're even referring to it in the first place. You know, it's funny, Putnam. I've been yelling for years that we should never recommend new players play with DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist because it adds a lot of features to the game that aren't actually in the game. And then people are all weird when like stuff gets removed from the game when it was never in the game in the first place, technically. And it's just like, well, it's because it's not a feature in the video game, guys. Farmers Guild, yeah, it's up there still. Need to do that still. But I haven't agreed to do it yet, which is giving me more time. I just want to get this temple done first. Turns out smoothing the zone is adding to its value. There's a bunny! Actually, a lot of really random animals. Hold up. Let's just add a bunch of animals to over here. Duckling. Gosling. Another pig. Whatever that is. I think that's Cavey. Okay. Okay, so you, furniture, statue. I'm brave. Let's put statues into temples. You played with Dwarf Therapist, but understand that it was a mod. You also were able to see what the game was like without it on my stream. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, here's the thing. I will never fault people for using external tools for the original game. But I really get annoyed when people are like, that's not a feature. No, it's a feature, my guy. And I see that a lot. And vice versa. But at the same time, I won't fault you for using them. But that's good to hear, Metalhead. I mean, like, I think you probably heard me say this before, but it's just like, if Premium came out and everybody went, still need DF Hack, we're fucked. Like, we fucked up. I miss Legends Viewer. That I'll admit. You tried using Dwarf Therapist, but could never really get into it. You find the text boxes being sideways a bit too confusing. I hated Dwarf Therapist. I thought it was very poorly designed and annoying. All right, well, we're getting booze again, so that's good. What's DF Hack? Third-party RAM editor that was essentially just like a live DF modding tool. That was very useful for some things. And Dwarf Therapist was an external piece of software that you could run to assign jobs and do other things without playing or using the in-game UX. Interesting. It's weird that it doesn't give you the exact value. Give it 3 weeks. That's usually about how long it takes for new versions. I'm not going to use it, so I don't really care. No, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, now I think that DF Hack is going to be for people who exclusively want to, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Don't cook your plump helmets is how to not run out of seeds, and brew your plump helmets. Is that a statue of a snail? Snail! A statue of a snail. This item is an image of a small snail in phalite. Oh, really? I don't know. Well, good enough. It'll give many people enough time to learn the game without it, so that they know what features it adds. Oh, look, we got baby pea chicks. We can eat peacocks now. How's the value of this? Sweet. Which means... Okay, so they need a shrine. Did I make altars earlier? I swear I did, and then forgot about them. Yes, I did, and then also super forgot about them. They must like snails. Dumb questions. How do I have my stock displayed at the top? So if you don't see this bar at all, you have a higher you must have a higher resolution monitor. If you're using a high resolution monitor, either run the game in windowed mode or go into your resolution settings and set your game's resolution manually, and then you'll be able to see it. The game has some resolution issues with larger monitors. Let's see, does that complete it? Okay, so now I have to recognize priesthood. I'm trying to figure out where this button is. Move current assignment. No, that's not what I want to do. Once this is a temple. I guess I need to put a chest in this area. This is all new to me for these assigned temples. Well, it's not that it's new. It's just these seem more defined mechanics. It's more rigid. Oh, hey, it's another Greg. Hi, other Greg. You turned off the interface scaling and changed the interface percent yourself, as well as max interface width. Yeah, I mean, that's wise. A dwarven child in your fort kept throwing a turkey in a river. The turkey killed him. Well, good for the turkey. I'm sure he deserved it. Question. Is there a way to view combat logs and announcements at any time? I don't think you can rewind through them. Putnam might have a better response to that one, though. Oddly enough, higher resolution shows less information. As it should. Use a smaller resolution, dang it. No, this is a game that's designed for lower resolution monitors, though. Yeah, which I really hope... I want, like a combat log history tab or something. The old game used to have that eventually. Actually, no, it's not true. They would go away after a while, but you could see that they happened. You could see that there was a combat log there, but the details of the combat log went away after a bit. Am I at enough value? Huh. Once this is a temple, what am I still missing? I mean, I guess I could throw some thrones in here. Make it look like a temple. I set up a squad earlier. So what you have to do is you have to go to the noble screen and you have to make a militia commander. And then you click on this button and you create a new squad. You add dwarves to it, and then you make a zone called a barracks. And then you have to assign this squad to the barracks using the plus button. And then you click on the squad. I think. No. You click on the check mark next to the squad and you go to schedule. And then you click view monthly schedule and you can set them to training, in which case they will just go train. And currently that's what they're doing. Or you can set them to ready where they will stay equipped and hang around but not train. You can set them to staggered training where they train half of the year. And you can set them to off-duty where they just don't train. Cherno, thank you for the raid. What's up, dude? What were you guys up to? Oh, that's why Hobo DM'd me. I was like, what the fuck? Hi, everybody. There's a bunch of weebs in the chat now. But how's things, dude? How you been, man? And Hoff, thanks for the prime sub. Cheers. Tax evasion. What are we doing? What were you guys up to today? I would appreciate lots of Fumo. Genuinely. Weebs arriveth. I'm trying to figure out how to make a temple. I don't know. I've never seen a weeb in my life, Charlie Woo. But hello, everybody. How we all doing? This is Dwarf Fort. We're dwarfing today. Set up an archery range in your fort, and dug and channel the target. It doesn't look like there's bolts strapped down. It doesn't look like spins drop down anymore to reclaim them. So if they just slam directly into a wall, it usually just breaks the bolts, especially if they're low-quality bolts. I used to always put a trench in front of the target so that they'd fall down, and then I found they didn't break as often. But I could be wrong. Kill something? I need something to show up so I can kill it. Does the temple need a door? Maybe. Do I even have a door right now? Yes, I do. Let's see. Does that do it? Nope. I don't know what it still needs. There's my artifacts. They're no longer an artifacts tab? That's whack. But, so what were you guys up to today, weebs? How's things? I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress here. If you guys want a fantastic weebish variety of video games, you should go follow Cherno. He's good people. I enjoy listening to his streams sometimes. Objects? What is alphabetical order? I'm so not used to Dwarf Fortress having alphabetical order. It's weird. Objects panel? No, but I want to put it on the artifact. Or not on the art. I want to put it onto a pedestal. Which wouldn't be in objects, would it? No. Let's work orders. Why do you guys keep giving me hotkeys that don't exist? What? Oh, hi, Technotron. Missed you. Okay, sure, but that doesn't help me put it on the pedestal. Which is what I'm trying to do. Also, this is all known objects, not even objects in my fort. So, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I know about that menu. I'm trying to figure out where they are in here. Unless they're, I guess maybe they're just put into the separate things, so I would have to go to, like, amulets. Or, where is it? Scepters. Because I know I have a scepter. Unless they stole it. I actually can't remember which one they stole, because they stole something. Yeah, I literally... Okay, I guess I just have to go to the... I miss having an artifacts category in here. How old is this fortress? 2 years. We started it this morning, so... 9 hours? 9.5? Yeah, I'm not... There used to just be a, like, that's something that I'm sad about. Not mad, but sad. There used to just straight up be a category in there for it. Because I can't just type in artifact and fuck if I know what the names of them were, Strokes. Someone needs a succession for it. I need to pester Sui about making a... okay, there you go. That bumped our value up more than enough. Recognized priesthood. Sacred fragrance. So chat room, since Cherno gave us a raid, what kind of dwarf do you think Cherno is? Very important question. What kind of dwarf do you guys think Cherno is? You think Cherno's a woodcutter? Miner? Bowyer? Actually, I mean, it needs to be somebody who fits this, so... because naturally, the sacred fragrance is going to be Cherno, so... Animal trainer, recruit, miner. We got rust money in here too. Stonecrafter maybe? The strongest? Cherno the Hunter. Who's currently named Dusum. This dwarf. So Dusum, who's now the Sacred Fragrance, is going to be named Cherno in a second once I find him in this list. Wherever they put hunters. There you are. Dusum. All right, so let's read a little bit about this Sacred Fragrance. Cheesemakers are the heightest chat. Yeah, the homie Russ. Yeah, he was in here earlier, so we gave him the a legendary Gelder. He requested it specifically. He has an iron will. But is sloppy with his living space. Often sad and dejected. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square its natural tendency with disrespect to their martial prowess. They tend to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And they have a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Like a little excitement now and again, and don't often experience strong cravings or urges. And doesn't often try to get things done perfectly. Lives a fast-paced life, is offered takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and is getting used to tragedy. Round of beers for that. Brand new priest. Is satisfied after the establishment of the Temple of the Coven of Tufts. Is a member of the Ivory Seal of Blazing, which is our civilization, and is a member of that religion. Obviously, the Terrible Malice, which is us, or the Terrible Machine, which is us, is a pet puppy, and worships Kathith Feshengig, which is the name, which is the god. Is 68 years old. Next year will be nice, and high willpower, sloppy, an adequate appraiser. Blessed be our priest. Hail. Now we need to make a farmer's guild, so I should probably approve that. Also, we just got a migrant wave, which means I'm probably getting a mayor in 5, 4, 3, 2. Not yet. How do you select something when it's stacked onto something else? Yeah, there's like a little arrow on the side menu which you click. People are adding me in the Kit Fox Discord. What's happening? Oh, I understand now. The squad equipment thing, make sure that you did it right. All right. So I don't really want to make a new squad, which I kind of need to do in order to show you. But you make a militia commander. You then click on, well, you can click on this button to rename the squad, right? You click on their face to add people to the squad, okay? Make sure that you have gear lying around, and they'll just go equip whatever gear. But when you make the squad, you can select what type of gear you want them to take. I click metal if you want them to be like a melee squad. Then what you have to do is you have to make a zone, right? And set it as a barracks, and then select the zone, and click this button, choose what squads will use this barracks. I turned these two on because I don't want them to sleep in here, but I do want them to train here, and I want them to store their weapons here when they're not training, which I'm going to put chests in there to store them. I just haven't done that yet. And then when you select the squad down here, if you go down to schedule, you can click view monthly schedule, and you can set them to be off-duty, staggered training, or ready. You can also, of course, edit these, and if you remove them, you can add new ones. And it's literally just that. That's it. And then if you set them to combat training, they'll train around the clock all year until they're good. And currently they're all recruits, so they're training, they're working at it, they're getting better slowly. Why do you have an axe? But by default, they just have, so if you click on the equip button down here, I can update their equipment and or I can force them to fix their equipment by clicking update. I think that's what that button does. I can assign a uniform. I can add a uniform. If we add a uniform, I can name it whatever the fuck I want, and then tell them whether it goes over or partial matches only or exact matches. Poor analytical ability. Yeah, just like me, Gremlin. But yeah, no, they need pants. Currently, they have no pants. They're mad that they have no pants. So I need to give them some smexy iron leggings, methinks. I mean, they have pants, but just... There we go. So they can ask some questions. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress, True Tonemy. Mark's dwarves have been semi-broken as long as they've been in the game. But it's not necessarily that they're broken, it's just that they are, like, it's just the way Dwarf Fortress works mechanically. It's not that they're broken, they're just clunky as all fuck. What do you do for water sources? Thing number 1, dwarves don't drink water. Don't make your dwarves drink water. Water is a medical tool for injured dwarves to stop them from getting infections. But what do I do for water sources? I just make sure that there's water access in different places in the fort. We're gonna make a well pretty soon, though. We got a Fey mood. A mood of the Fey. Where was it? There you go. What are you gonna do? Soap maker? It's also for soapy baths, yes. So, claimed a mason, or not a mason, a stonecutter shop. How long did it take me to master the game? Well, so I learned the game on the old game, like the older versions, when it was keyboard only. 5 hours to learn the basics, 30 hours to get decent. Like, to get to the point where I could just immediately recognize stuff, maybe 30 hours. Rock, logs, silk cloth, plant cloth, rough gems. All right, hold up. I definitely have rough gems. I think it's cloth, probably. I don't have any... Fuck, I never set up looms. Jeez. Okay, so I'm at that point in the game now where it's just like, right, I need to do that. Right, fuck, I need to do that. Right, fuck, I need to do that. Ah, shit, I forgot to do that. And that's how I'm feeling right now. I was like, I'm going to make a clothing industry like 10 hours ago and totally forgot. I also still need to make that farming. Well, hold on a second. You guys want to eat some peacock? Because there's like a billion peacocks right there. I mean, maybe not a billion, but like at least 5. Look at all these peacocks. This game doesn't even have a tech tree, thankfully. There is magic in the game, but not like strict magic. The actual major magic update is not going to be out for a long time. But there are some pretty cool magic features that are planned. Hell yeah, Northway. Dwarf Fortress, his tech tree is your brain. The bigger your brain, the quicker it is to research because you know what you can build. What time of year is it? Midsummer? I might actually just be able to trade for shit. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like there's randomly generated monsters, but that's not a tech tree. It's not in the way that person's asking. I mean, shitty Monster Hunter is shitty, I suppose. There's a lot of things I need to do, like, right now. I still also haven't finished the, Actually, hold on. Did you get a bedroom? Okay, Wild Pig still doesn't have a bedroom, so... I'm just gonna go priority 1 behind that. Make a bedroom for my captain of the guard. How to check petitions? There's a big-ass pop-up up here. Hospitals are a zone. They've been a zone for a while. Like, they are a meeting zone. So you assign a meeting zone, and then you assign the meeting zone as a hospital. And then you click on the little magnifying glass and it explains it. There's a tutorial on my YouTube channel, actually. I mean, obviously, I'd like it if you stick around the stream. But, like, if you need help with, like, basic hospitals after you've accepted, I don't think there's a way to find them again after you've accepted. So you need to use your brain and remember, which kind of blows, I'll be honest. Interesting. They haven't assigned a mayor yet. I'm wondering when that's going to happen. Here's the thing about temples. They'll only ask for a temple specifically if there's more than 10 dwarves in that religion. And so they'll only ask for temples for founded religions. So go down the gold names, which are the founded religions, and find one with 12 or 11. I really think that there needs to be a different icon for slaughtered animals versus dwarves that were killed in a fight, because I keep seeing the icon for like a dwarf that died in a fight and thinking that, oh god, there's combat happening. It's just like, oh, you're slaughtering chickens. Which is funny because like the old game like did it that way too, and it didn't bother me there, but it bothers me here for some reason. It shouldn't. But it does. How's my... Oh, you only need one of each? Well, you get bonuses then. I wonder if weapon racks work up here now. One thing you wish Premium had is more complex up-down stairs system. It just worked better in your brain. I mean, the old one was more modular and gave you more freedom, but generally I would disagree. I think this system is better. Also, Kirby Dance, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Cherno. Now Cherno's forced to have ad-free viewing and lovely dwarf emotes. Which is grand, frankly. But your ads, well, I mean, can't help you then. If you want ads, don't sub, jeez. Found more hematite. Can keep making more iron. This whole layer is just packed with this shit. Thank you, I'm glad. How will I ever support my favorite stream? Oh, wait, like by, well, I mean, I've said this before. If I could pay Twitch to just turn off pre-rolls and have no ads, I would genuinely consider it. Is there a way to set a work order to make crafts with what's available rather than specific materials? So if you go to the work orders tab and you click on this, you can set conditions for the order, but then that'll make it into a repeating order. So if you want the orders to repeat, you can set work order conditions. Am I streaming tomorrow? Yep, same time, same schedule. Friday is going to be weird. I need to talk with my team and figure out what time podcast recorded and see if I can make it. And I also need to figure out another thing. And then I think it's either Friday or Saturday. I'm part of a thing called Turn-Based Fest, which means I need to play an hour of Path of Acra, which is a traditional roguelike, as part of that event for a Twitter hashtag thing. And there's an email in my inbox about it that I need to read, but I haven't done that. Yeah, no, then I'd have to unpartner myself. I'm good. This is my full-time job, so. Someone needs to start streaming some NetHack? Nah, I'm good. Watch Tone Hack if you want NetHack. Nothing against NetHack, it's just not a game I play. Yes, this is a 250-year start. Regularly? That's an exaggeration. Maybe once a year? I don't know if that's regular. At least that's the last time I saw him was maybe a year ago. Also, speaking of that, let's actually... Hold up. Workshops, clothing, loom. And what was the other thing I was going to do? There's like 50 things happening right now. Once a year is regularly for NetHack. Fair enough, I guess. Yes, in Untamed Wilds biomes. That's why I didn't settle in Untamed Wilds since, and only once. Like, this is a wilderness biome and stuff's been a breeze. Like, birds went from being, like, kind of dicks to being, like, actually fort-ending immediately. It's different, gays. So, age of the world changes the kinds of worlds you get. The younger the world, the more mega beasts will be alive. The older the world, the more zombies and weird, like necromancer creatures, or alternatively, what's the word I'm looking for here? The more necromancy creatures, and let's just add these in. If the amount of hematite available is greater than 2, then 1 actually, well, yeah, if the amount of hematite is greater than 1, repeat the job. Oh, did it happen to RNG as well? Here? Good to know. I have a question, Urist Magnum Schlong. I like you, and you've been here for a bit, and that's cool. But I don't directly appreciate just existing in my chat purely to self-promote. So, ease off with that. Just a little bit. I gave you permission once, but, like, go easy. I like to see shit before I promote it, yeah? Turns out were-totus are no joke. Were-creatures are no joke, period. Like, were-creatures are evil. Have a nice stream. Just came from watching your tutorial videos, and thank you. Will there be more tutorials in the Steam version? Yeah, as I figure out how the game works. Because, like, I've played thousands of hours of this game, but, like, I need to learn mechanics as time goes by. I think they are OP as fuck to the point where I might just not. I'd rather play in haunted biomes than savage biomes now, Gleno. Because, like, there's, like, no real, well, I mean, it's not that there's no way. It's like, you can't be on the surface until you have a military. It's just the way it works. Or, like, very convoluted trap mechanics. Welcome to Dwarf Fort, Murder Bits. Where emergency burrows are. So I made a video on burrows on my YouTube channel, which also I can get rid of that one. But the thing about, like, burrows is the UI for them is fucky as hell now, and they're super unclear, and used to make a lot more sense in my opinion. But you just have to put them on permanent pause if you want to use them as emergency burrows. Because apparently, like, nobody on the testing team use them for emergencies. They all use them for their actual intended purpose, which is, like, jobs. And, you know, working, which, who does that? Weird. You know, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I find the gorilla milk memes a little bit nauseating. So if we could keep this to a minimum, that'd be cool. Like, go nuts, but, like, don't want to throw up. Anything you're hoping for the next round of updates? Tarn to take a nap. That's what I'm hoping for. I hope the devs take a break. But yeah, it's fine that that's a mod. If you want to use it, go nuts. But there's like, I don't want to know about it. So we've got collect spiderwebs happening. Sweet, that's good. It's claimed by... Okay, so my soap makers run off. You know, honestly, that's a mod I would install. Being able to make almond milk. So look at my YouTube channel, Craze. The dev, Zach and Tarn join me every 3 to 4 months or so. And we do a live Q&A. I've done 8 of them. I met up with them at PAX twice. Most recently, Tarn bought me a beer. So, yes, I'm biased. If that's what you're asking. Works furiously. Cool. They've got everything they need. There's photo evidence of it on my YouTube channel in the community section. There's also, I think there's a picture of me on the KitFox Twitter account somewhere. If you scroll up a bunch. Telling people to subscribe to Blind IRL. I mean, I didn't tell people to subscribe to me and mine. Well, someone has to. To last for a new player? I have no idea. It depends on where you settle. Waffles. It's like if you settle in somewhere that's really hostile and mean, 10 minutes. Not a minute, mate. Settle in an untamed wilds biome with giant crocodiles or alligators, 30 seconds. Settle somewhere calm on a desert island, you'll last a while until it depends on whether or not you figured out how to make alcohol. But near as much food, you guess you've been overproducing? Probably. Dwarves don't eat that much. They don't eat that much. They also don't drink that much. They eat I think it's like twice a season, isn't it? Meditate on food. I do that almost every day, Dwarf. Can we hang out? Well, here's the thing. Dwarf Fortress is a weird game, right? Once you're good at it, it's extraordinarily easy. Even in the hard biomes. Once you understand what the game's going to throw at you, it's a very, very, very easy game. But you can make it really, really, really hard for yourself if you want to. It's like... It's a very malleable game. And not even like in the same way that like RimWorld is. Like, RimWorld's a very... It's one note. Even on the easy difficulties, it's one note. It's like, it will throw things at you to fuck you up when you're doing well. Dwarf Fortress will just sometimes trip over you accidentally and squish you. Which is fine. I like it when my games step on me, so. Should one focus on specializing types of products for your fortress? To try and be self-sufficient as possible as for a new player? Just try and figure out how systems work. With every single fort, like, be like, all right, we're going to figure out how this system works. And the next fortress, figure out how this system works. I've said that many times, Bastet. Come on. So, yeah, no, it's just pick a system and fiddle with it. See what happens. Where the heck are you guys going? But yeah, I would just say pick a system and figure it out. That's what I did for ages. Also, I'ma make a little bit of a beginnings of a moat, because this is going to be a moat. Because dry moats are actually just as effective as wet moats. Like that. Do this side first. All right, where was I going to put at Guild Hall? And I also was gonna. Fuck! I need to make more beds, don't I? Need to make more doors too. I think I queued up more doors. Yes, I did. Sweet. Let's just place all these bedrooms first. You just figured out how managers work? Life is easier than Miasma killed everyone? Excellent! And then dive back in and figure out how to not make Miasma killed everyone. Also, Miasma doesn't kill anybody. It just smells really bad and pisses everyone off. So if you're just like, Miasma killed everybody. No, it didn't. Your dwarves killed everybody. But you must have let something die that caused a lot of miasma to appear. Although, one of my favorite things about miasma is that it's actually, according to Tarn anyway, is programmed like an animal. But it doesn't path like a regular creature, which I think is kind of funny. It's just like, it's an animal that is basic. It's basically like sentient smoke, according to his brief description of it on one of my streams. How does one deal with werepeople? Dodge. Lock the doors. Make sure they don't get in your fort. If they're in your fort, go very carefully through every single combat log until you see who's been bit. That's what you do. Ooh. Fancy throne. Any general rules for locating? You see how there's like all these big like rocks that I'm looking at right now? You probably missed it. How deep have you dug? Keep digging. Carp have not been an actual threat in... So, Artel, giant... Well, hilarious. As hilarious as carp are not a threat and have not been a threat to your dwarves since about 2015 unless you install the killer carp mod on the workshop. So, my statement to all of chat who's played this game before is please don't tell noobs that carp are a threat. Just please don't. We don't need to confuse people more than they already are when they're playing this game. Unib the Silkmaker has created Naka Solthat, a Raylight throne, and offers it to the terrible machine. I remember them being bad in like 09. Or rather, I remember reading about them being bad in like 09. No, whoops, wrong button. I'm gonna place it in my tavern and then we're gonna read about it. Fancy chair. Yeah, now it's birds. Warn people about birds. Don't warn people about carp. Actually, the real reason to be afraid of moats isn't carp. It's your dwarves falling in it and then not being able to get them out of it. I mean, it's already getting wild. So, this is a Raylight throne. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round Raylight cabochons. Is it rhodolite or I actually don't know how to pronounce this mineral. Anyway, it is decorated with cave spider silk and pigtail and turkey bone and blue peafowl leather and encircled with bands of round nice cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of milk opal and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of brilliant cut gem in goblin cap. We're going to jump back to the view item. Good night, all. Lego. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Rye-o-light. Rye-o-light, you're... Yeah, okay, so I'm right. Rye. Well, then I'm right. Cool. They're digging out the beginnings of my trench. How to fix that? Make a bucket stockpile? I don't know. Make less buckets? That's kind of a question that I don't know if I necessarily have an answer to for you. All right, well... I need somewhere to put a farming guild, so let's just throw it Let's throw a farming guild over here. I need to stop making things priority 1. That's fine, though. Let's just make... Iron stat 10. Sure, that'll be plenty. What's up, Sandholo? Why are you sad that you just got here? I was saying goodnight to Lego. Not the whole stream. No, I've been live for 11 hours. We got like 3 hours left, I guess. Well, it's 8 o'clock. We'll go till at least 10 p.m. You always love when the game uses menaces with in the descriptions. It feels so over the top. Menaces with spikes of bone. I know. Although at some point today, I am going to need to record another episode of that tutorial Let's Play, or people will be sad at me. Zodiac81, what up? It's good to see you. Thank you very much for that brand new subscription. Those really do mean a lot. I mean, in the last few days, we were at just under 500 subscribers on the 1st of this month. We are now at 966. Which, I've been higher than that before when people have gone ham on, like, September and shit, but my God. It's been wild. You guys are the best. And your stinking broker is stuck in meetings. How do you get him to trade? Sounds like your broker is also in a position of, what's the word? In some sort of position of power in your fortress, meaning you should probably assign a different dwarf to your manager. But you could just set anybody to trade. So what you can do is you can click request anyone at Depot as a last resort, and then any random dwarf who's close by will go trade. Literally every dwarf is dead or bit. Well, you could just, like, ride it out until every last dwarf is dead. It will give you, like, a game over screen and shit. And then you can make a new fort. And then you can go steal items from that fort and, like, say fuck them. You've been loving the YouTube vids. Had to show some love. I'm very thankful for that. Thank you so much. Like, this month has been absolutely bananas. Like, here, chat, let me just show you something. Just look at this. This is the back end of my stream. This is how many followers I've gotten since that sub 2 minutes. Like, just look at this shit. This is fucking nuts. I've never gotten this many followers before. Ever. Just ever. It's bananas. Like, not in my entire... Like, I've been on the front page of Twitch for 4 hours and had 15,000 concurrent viewers and not gotten that many followers. It's fucked. It's insane. That's what this channel is Dwarf Fortress. It's wild. That's nuts. That's insane. You know, just ask Clinodev in chat. I was sitting around just, like, fucking freaking out, like, days before this came out, going, like, I'm gonna get swamped and no one's gonna notice my channel, dude. Clearly I was wrong, but... You may or may not have had to do with the well-timed set of timed set of YouTube videos. You know, I was, like, worried that people were gonna be mad that I uploaded them too quickly. Like, genuinely, I was like, ah, shit, my subs are all gonna be pissed. Like, I actually was considering, putting those videos up with an apology, saying, sorry for the 15 videos in one day. You can't post them fast enough? I did put them up every 15 minutes. I theoretically could have posted them faster. You had them on repeat while sleeping. Jeez, man. Well, here, let me... Since I'm all about transparency and stats, check this shit out. Although, for those of you who are allergic to light mode, you might want to, like, squint. because I can't do dark mode. There you go. Just like this is above average for me. Just that. Flashbang. Yeah, you'll live, I'm sure. Fortunately, flashbangs are non-lethal. Like, I'm normally like an 80 to 100,000 YouTube views channel on YouTube. Now you're dead. Congrats. How does it make you feel? I just need to bring over a necromancer to bring it back. Then you'll be much more useful. A caravan has arrived. The dwarves are here to trade. As silly as I think it is, and as not necessary as I think it is, I'm not an asshole. I'm aware that some people don't like light mode. YOUTUB is the command. Like, actually type in YouTube. They are doing about as well as I've expected them to, but they are exceeding their own, like, analysts and their own expectations, I think. I expected this game to do extraordinarily well. But, you know, also, congratulations. You guys broke my notifications. My dashboard is busted right now. That's fine. So we need to sell something to these dwarves. Actually, I'm curious about something. How much? Keep trying to hit the old hot keys bars. 665 iron. All right, so we got plenty of iron. Let's sell some weapons. How does this version compare to the old game? It's the same game. Like, it's the same game with more content. Literally, like it's like a really big patch to a game you like. That's what it is. Slast, thanks for that Prime sub. Cheers. Like, I keep telling people, it's like, think of this game like a big Destiny patch. It's like, well, it's the same game. There's a lot of new shit. Some stuff's different. Some stuff makes you mad. We got migrants as well. But largely, it's mostly good new stuff. Caveat is missing adventure? Yes. Yes, but adventure is coming, right? And we know that adventure is getting the same treatment, which means I don't mind it missing adventure. Yes, the mouse does things. But, you know, I've been playing this game with a mouse for years. He's right here. I also have this mouse, but I didn't really play the game with this one. Just this one. This one's lived here for a very long time. Also the rubber duck. What? Anyway. Aquafunk meets with the elf outpost liaison, Cole, and Cole says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. I never use DF Hack or, I know it's a rat. I never use DF Hack or the Therapist frequently, so I didn't care for either of those either. For the Minecrafts and Rails, I'm assuming you meant minecarts. Yes, I'm planning on doing one, but I just need to, like, 100% lock down. There's a lot of mechanics, and I'm still relearning the UI. I mean, today was the day I relearned the military UI. Is that an elf liaison? Yes, with a dwarven first and last name. It's a dwarf, but it happens to be an elf. It's a member of the Dwarven Civ. I'm not going to get mad at him for being a dwarf. I need to read that IGN review. The unexpected IGN review is very funny to me. Cole, there is much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization and World Info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Make request for next year. I would like to ask for... I don't need iron anymore, that's for sure. I don't actually have flux stones, so I think I'm going to ask for steel anvils. Cole says, let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. We need legwear. As expected, you are able to provide some. The caravan will offer 196% extra. Dwarven culture is vast. Bathtub plug. I like that name. Thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. What did they want last year? Oh, can I not see last year's? Oh, that's unfortunate. I totally forgot to check. Also, holy fuck, we have a lot of barons. What's up, Barcode? You start a base with all rock, no soil. Can you make farm? Dig down to caverns, or you have to put water on... No, that's for next year. Not this year. About not taking lessons from the DF launch? In what respect, Clino? I think that's the point. Metalhead. Yes, you can also rebind keys. Did they want anvils last year? Was it really anvils? Okay, well, I will just quickly whip up 10 iron anvils then. I keep trying to hold hotkeys. And anvil. Dunk. Your game is not DF and never will be, so do not expect to release like DF did. You know, it's really kind of sad because there's actually a game that I really, really like that I think is really, really cool that it will never get enough credit. And actually, I can name two off the top of my head. Odd Realm and Clanfolk. Both of those games are fucking cool and do a lot of similar things that Dwarf Fortress does, and they will never get any credit. Odd Realm specifically as well. Because, like, Odd Realm is neat to me because Odd Realm is like, if Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft, Odd Realm is Terraria. Because it does a lot of the Terraria things where, like, you have to craft specific items to summon bosses and shit. It's a really neat little game, but it's never going to get the credit. Which really makes me sad. But, like, they'll never do as well as Dwarf Fort. Like, never. Same with War Sim. That's another game that I need to play more of, which is actually releasing out of early access sometime in the next couple months. Oh, there's Firelight Blocks. That's what I was looking for. You learn to accept people to want to come and to entertain your dwarves. 20 dwarves to 60 people, mostly humans and goblins. Forts like that are super fun, though. Forts like that are super fun because, like, your fort just ends up being, like, a couple drink preparers. Like, you end up, like, playing a tavern minigame. I really like making forts like that, actually. Just gonna forge a couple more anvils. You know, fun thing about Clanfolk that I don't think a lot of people realize is it's made by the people who made Space Pirates and Zombies, which is really kind of funny. But yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely, like, let's just sell all these animals. Even though you have a functioning dorm connected and noticed it was that way in your view, and yeah, because it's a dorm, not rooms. And also because nobody's renting them, probably. I would guess. Nerds Half-Life, what up? Did you get rated by somebody? I swear I saw you with like 200 viewers last night. Yeah, I've played not like 100 and something hours of Songs of Six. Songs of Six is doing great, which is why I didn't list it. Sphinx. There's also a pretty long interview on my YouTube channel with the dev. Choo-choo indeed, Archangel. We'll see if it levels up, though. We need more Prime subs for that. Getting sleepy cat snuggles. Yeah, but you were having fun. Okay, so I'm thinking of somebody with like an almost identical username then. But anyway, how you doing, dude? I was gonna say, let that button not work. Thanks, Orange. Cheers. Okay, so that's not really what I wanted you to bring, but that's fine because I can pick up what I need. Are you telling me the search function in this don't work? Unless, actually, no, I need to type an iron spear, right? All right, found a bug. Search no worky. Also, those spears ain't worth anywhere near as much as I thought they were. Look at those numbers. There's lots of numbers. Tech, are you streaming tonight? I'm assuming not. Oh, you're staring at the hotkey menu? Have you had much luck? Saved it at the last second? Yeah, very much at the last second. This screen scrolls too slowly. It's bothering me. Let's not buy all the bilberries. We need to give them more profits. I'll actually say screw the plump helmets because I don't actually need to buy those. Instead grab the fruits because I can't, because there are none here just at all. So removing camera from your navigation freed up WASD and enough keys to go through all the menus. I was thinking about actually rebinding my camera nav to the numpad. Yeah, we're fine for that. Let's do all of them. Trade? There you go. They're happy. And no trader at depot. Cursor to numpad for those who want to use it. True. I don't think I'm ever going to use the cursor thing. Is there an easy way to get through the aquifer? Build 2x2, dig around wall. Yeah, you dig down a layer, build around it, fill it in, dig down a layer, dig around it, fill it in, dig down a layer, build around it, fill it in, or dig around it, fill it in, on repeat. All right. Tarn did say something in the future of the fortress about how in-game menu key bindings are returning slowly. So that gives me hopes. Where was I going to put that farming guild hall? This up here. Okay. Furniture, statue. Just use closest one, I don't care. Yeah, maybe I'll do a... Here's the thing. I need to make like a list of tutorials to do. Oh, would you look at that? Fun. We have a military too. Ooh. Ooh. That's good. Where is it though? That's the question. Okay. So chat, get ready to clip shit. The Forgotten Beast Zimish Nagakotl has come. A huge blob composed of grime and filth. It has 3 short tails and it undulates rhythmically. It's the blob. And beware its deadly spittle. It's a grime and filth blob. That's a good easy one. I like it. Let's go find it. Where it at? Oh my word. Hold up. Okay, so it is on an accessible layer. So what I'm going to do, because okay, chat, I'm going to be kind of ballsy here. I'm going to put my military in here. Station order, kill order, borough defense. Station order. Station there. I'm gonna station my military right here, and I'm just gonna let the thing in. Because I'm pretty convinced my military can take it. You have to actively trade. There's a trading tutorial on my YouTube channel. Although, hold up. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to make another borough. No, I'm not going to add to that borough. I'm going to add a new borough. That's going to be the tavern, and I'm just going to call it or something. It's going to be the tavern and the drink stockpile. And we're going to call this okay? That's where you go in case of bad thing. This is a mechanic that bothers me, but I wish we need to select all buttons. So let's just sit here while I go down this whole list of people to go into the room. Except for, obviously, my military, so I'm going to have to go through and remove them all. Which are down there. We're getting there. Animal trainer spear. Axe jeweler. Leather worker. Forgot that. I love the little ad that's appearing next to them. All right. And then, yeah, it's unpaused, so they should all just go stand in there. So let's just unlock this. Where's our blob? There's our blob, chat. It kind of looks like a xenomorph. And does it kind of look like a xenomorph? The poop pile. Large sprites for large critters. Oh no, it's gonna go kill the shit out of all of my psychedelic frog people. Don't you hurt my little amphibian boys, they don't deserve it. Actually, I hold on, can I give them a kill order? Like, can they reach it? I wonder. I don't know if it's in reach for them, so let's find out. Oh, it is in reach. Well, that's good. So let's follow the military. It's kind of like a flying octopus. Yeah, kind of. There they go. Psychedelic frog crumpets. That is not what I said. But we might end up accidentally killing the amphibian people on the way. Okay, it looks like Bambool is up front, charging forward bravely. Has decided he's gonna go get a drink instead. Respectable. I understand. Maybe next time I'll send you to prison for insubordination. Wait, hold on. Did they... Oh, it didn't die, did it? Hold the fucking phone. What? Okay, that's a steel bolt. Where did it go? So it's dead. That or it left the map. The Forgotten Beast is... Okay, where the... He may have just walked out of my line of sight. Okay, so the amphibian people killed it. I don't need to kill it. The frogs killed it. Let's find the combat log. The amphibian woman's... The Forgotten Beast missed... Okay, seemed to just, like, miss them a whole lot. It did breathe some globs of the dead mind's Forgotten Beast extract on them. The amphibian woman stabbed it in the body with her iron spear, fracturing it. So they killed it. I wanted to kill it, though. I don't care if it's super fragile. I'm well aware of how weak they are, which is why I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll fight it. But, like, I wanted to kill it. God dang it. Anyway. Sag. Alright, dwarves, go back to whatever the fuck you were doing. The frog folk slaying it, but I think... So here's the thing about Forgotten Beasts. They're either extraordinarily strong, or like you poke them and they explode. That was a you poke it and it explodes one. And I knew that, but I was kind of hoping we could fight it. I mean, the scariest Forgotten Beast I ever had killed 210 dwarves in about 8 minutes. Thanks for gifting us sub, Orange. Killed about 210 dwarves in about 8 minutes. And, I say in under 10 minutes, in a very short period of time. And it was a steel horse that shot webs. It just, like, walked into the fort. We didn't even have steel. We had copper weapons. We had copper armor and silver hammers. And we had 3 squads, and they all just got decimated immediately, and we just died. Well, yours is how do you get bones from a skeleton that's decayed? You don't. If it's decayed, you don't get skeleton. You don't really use the bone. Actually, it depends. What kind of skeleton? Is it a human? Is it a sentient creature? Is it like a person? Or is it a goblin? Or is it like a donkey? An alpaca? So you can't butcher them. Sometimes, like a dwarf might use it as part of its strange mood, but once it's decayed and rotted, they don't butcher them. So, unfortunately, there ain't anything you can do with it. At that point, it's trash. You throw it out. One of my favorite, like, wimpy Forgotten Beasts I ever had was a ball of snow. Oh, hey, we're getting vultures on the surface. Was a ball of snow, a flying blob composed of snow. It could fly, it had wings. And I had a cavern that was not too dissimilar to this one, actually. It was like kind of a plateau similar to this one right here, except this edge here had like a 40Z level drop to lava, right? There was like a lava pit there, and there was a dwarf asleep right at the edge of the pit. And the Forgotten Beast just flapped right up to the edge of it, and the combat log started. And I looked at the combat log, and the combat log was the Forgotten Beast pushed the dwarf, but every single time he pushed it, it was deflected by his pigtail hood, and then pigtail cloak, and then pigtail hood, and then, so he's like bumping into him, and it was like deflecting off of his clothes, like just his cloth clothing. And then a troglodyte ran by and smacked the Forgotten Beast, and it exploded and then ran away in fear, and the dwarf slept through the whole thing. Like, didn't even wake up. So, like, you can have some really wimpy Forgotten Beasts that are just kind of amazingly, hilariously cute. That dwarf was a heavy sleeper or drunk. All dwarves are drunk. They're 90% alcohol. Come on. Could you possibly drink the melted snow from a forgotten beast? You don't drink water, but I guess theoretically you could bathe in it. %9% alcohol, 10% beard. Yeah, and beard infections are no fucking joke, dude. There's like a vulture in my fort somewhere. Actually, an adventurer probably could drink it. Yeah, that's right. Leaving soon. Is hotkeyed saving screen locations to a key still in the game? What, screen locations? Yes, it's this button. I don't use it, but it's this button up here, or lowercase h. It's the most difficult creature other than some forgotten beasts. Giant cave spiders. Giant, or actually, jabberers are bad if you don't see them coming. Jabberers can just like nip the head off of anything that walks, and are pretty fucking deadly. But jabberers, I would say. What was I doing? Chat, remind me. What the fuck was I doing? Probably need more beds. I know I was probably doing something. Let's go work on the surface castle, because that's a thing I can work on. Until I remember what I was doing before that forgotten beast arrived. My brain has left the building. It's been a long couple days, can you tell? Making an area for cloth. Yes, that is something I was doing. We're going to start working on a clothing industry. Also, you know, after making this room, I'm like weirdly confident you can make some pretty cool patterns in this. By the way, clothing industry doesn't need that much more. I literally just need like 2 stockpiles and then like a bunch of clothing shops. Yep. Except cloth and workshops, clothing and leather. Could also do dyeing. Could make some dimple cups. Clothing and leather, dyer. People said ash blocks aren't a thing anymore. Are we talking about soap? I haven't made soap in this version yet. I mean, actually, I have a question. Can soap be used to build stuff? You can produce ash, but not ash blocks. Got it. I'm just doing something behind the scenes real quick. Uh-oh. Combat songs. Vultures fighting with a line. I've just got like an army of I should just like station my military on the surface. All right, let's just finish this up. I'm gifting a copy of this game to a viewer who can't afford it. Done. All right. Now that I've done that, down. All right, so we need to add... Rory, what up? Checked this morning before meetings and you just finally got done for the day. Good lord, man. But hopefully the meetings, Rory, were not too rough today. Let's jump over to this farm stockpile, add new task. Let's process plants and also milk animals when we're done with that. Once we're done milking animals, we'll do other things. How much longer are you in Vegas for, Hobo? Why would beatings have to continue, period? All right, let's see if I can get those dwarves up onto the surface to deal with the, Well, actually, hold up. I see what the problem is. They're going after the migrants. How many vultures, or not the migrants, the traders. How many vultures are on the surface even? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 vultures. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of absolutely love just the absolute murder attack burbs. They're very funny to me. All right. This needs a lever, which I'm actually. I think I'm gonna put that lever in the military room. They can get the lever to close the front door, but let's also give them some chests, machines, and fluids. Lever. There we go. You really like the floor textures? Does the color change based on the material? Yes. The color and texture based changes based on the material, in fact. We've got a Leatherworks that's been claimed. That's not what I wanted to do. Link lever. But here, let me show you what I mean. So, smooth floors all look the same, but different materials for constructed floors look different. But I don't have many constructed floors. Like here's an example. So these are different constructed floors. They all look different, but stone floors and smooth stone floors look the same. But constructed floors are the color of the material. But I feel like that's something that might change. I don't know. Like these are obsidian, and then this up here is nice, but the constructed ones look different. It's a good thing because it encourages people to build floors. Speaking of floors, actually, I'm gonna build a road up here because I want to see what roads look like now. Paved road. Also, dwarves get happy thoughts when they see roads, so. No, don't use closest materials for that. Absolutely not. Needs 38. We could use nice. You never see them full? I mean, they might actually probably what it is not that they're sleeping less. They're probably sleeping, but it's just way less obvious that they're sleeping, which is weird, you know? They're less obvious because they just get like when they're sleeping on the floor, I don't think they ever get the little sleeping icon above their heads. So they're probably sleeping and just like stationary on the floor, but because they don't gain a different color background when they're sleeping, it's a lot. Oh wait, no, that's floor, not roads. Hold up. But because they're because they don't like change the color of the background. No, you do need a different color for you do need a different bedroom for each dwarf. You absolutely need that. You could just make a dormitory, but they won't be very happy. So no, you do absolutely need. They get very grumpy if you don't give them that. No, probably all it is you're probably just not noticing it because it's nowhere. If you played the old game, it's way less obvious when they're sleeping. It took me like a minute to realize that my dwarves were sleeping in the first place. They just like sleep. They look like they're standing up because there's no different icons when they pass over top of each other now and such, right? Like in a lot of ways, this version of the game is less clear. All right, so I've got a dwarf that claimed a leather works. You're particularly secretive. Sackcloth, quarry, so stone, back leather, sackcloth, quarry. Okay, so it might just be leather. What do we need? Or what do we have? Let's see. You placed all your crafts in a bin, and when you try to move the bin, it never arrives. Ooh. That's rough. I have a question. Where are you trying to put the bin? Do you mean like to a trading depot? Because I had something similar to that just happen, which is why I asked. I mean, it's very nice. Number 69, Elite 101. You spend a lot of time playing RuneScape and a handful of other games, and I picked up a Zero Sievert and Against the Storm and really neat games. I love Zero Sievert. Great game. I'm a big fan of city builder games like SimCity and City Skylines isn't really your cup of tea, but you enjoy city builders. Okay, Brittle Monster. Why not try something new for a change? Oh, you're trying this because you like all those games? I mean, here's the thing, right? Similar appeals in all of those. You'd enjoy this. I mean, I liked most of those games in the past. Where's leather? Oh wait, no, it's tanned hides, right? Ha! So we got tanned hides. I said they wanted, what was it, plant cloth? It's just stacked cloth. Okay, so they've just got the... Okay, well, they want cloth, so let's... process plants. Yeah, I had that happen once too, and I don't know why that is. To me, like, my immediate response is it's probably some sort of weird bug. Okay, just vultures. We have a named vulture. So you can't get your dwarves to bury this decaying skeleton of a fisher dwarf. You've got a tomb. It's assigned to him. Burying is set as priority. Any suggestions? Is it outside? Or inside? Like, is it on the surface of the map? Or is it in, like, indoors? Body is outside. Go to orders under the units screen. No, or not others. Go to... I have to refine this menu. Okay, go to labors, go to standing orders and refuse and dumping. Gather outdoor refuse, turn that on, and workers gather outdoor vermin remains. Turn those on. I'm assuming it's not forbidden to. But if it's rotten, it's considered refuse. God, I wish there was a way to just click all of them at the same time. That's a pretty common complaint I've seen. We have a demand for a Craftsdwarf's Guild. Well, that's easy enough. About cats would get beer on their feet in the tavern and die story? Yep, that's a very old, well-known bug. That hasn't been in the game in 8 years? 7? Math. Time has no meaning. Was very recently brought back and repopularized by the no-clip video. Very common story. Everyone's heard that one. Craftsdwarf's Guild. Should really set these to not be priority number 1 all the time, but that's fine. The dwarves are unionizing? Yep. Damn right. Just like Amazon should. You know, it's funny. Dwarf Fortress is outselling Call of Duty, but Raven Software doing their QA team is doing their damnedest. Hopefully one day. Time is subjective? Yep. I also don't really know what this dwarf needs, by the way. It's artifact? Oh, wait, did they... Particularly secretive. Do you want yarn cloth? What are your likes and dislikes? Next, chromite billion, bone opal, short swords, millstones, and the word of the diamond oil. Okay, so no preference. Maybe you just want... I think I've got shearable animals. Or maybe just goats. Not actually have shearable animals. No, I don't. Might have a dwarf go nuts. Be fun, wouldn't it? I need to make more bedrooms. Why dwarf not dig channel you demand? Do you have miners assigned? Also, I don't know if you intended this, but what you just said was like almost a meme that one of the members of this chat, one of my mods, posts all the time. To the point where I almost said, shut up, Clino. Is there a quick way to go through Dwarves info panels, or do you just have to go through each one? You have to go through each one. There's no like hotkey like RimWorld or that. Maybe we'll get one day, but that actually wouldn't be something I would mind. That would be nice. This is a bit too uniform for me, actually. I love this track, by the way. One of the reasons I like it is because it was one of the first ones that was released, and it was the one that I used in the Dwarf Fortress news videos for forever. Weirdly nostalgic now. Assigning all 8 menu hotkeys to top row numbers or scrambling them incoherently across reachable keys. Whichever one you're better at remembering. Also, how's that farming video coming along? You know what would truly be the greatest evil, Tekkid, and I was thinking about this last night, is if you remade that farming video, but instead of actually recording a new video, you literally just took the old audio and overlaid it over new gameplay. I'm just saying, I think that would be incredible if you did that. Just literally download your own video and then just like assign everything underneath it. I like this comment on my Discord. DF is very streamable now with its sounds and graphics. Chat, do you guys agree? Do you guys agree that this game is streamable? Lack of symmetry hurts your brains. Embrace the beauty of asymmetry. You know what's funny? No human face is symmetrical. If you make a human face symmetrical, they don't look human anymore. It hurts so good. So if you want to see something that's asymmetrical, look in a mirror. Asymmetry is beauty. Art is asymmetry. Modern art is boring because a lot of it is symmetrical. We've got a spearman visiting. Interesting. Seems like we finally ran out of hematites. So, let's go mine some more. It's funny because I would insist that Dwarf Fortress has been streamable for years, but now it's just streamable with its natural potential, I suppose. It just required convincing people to learn an obtuse ASCII game. Is how you streamed it previously. Although, I gotta say shout-outs, chat. You know, there's like 800 people watching right now, and the chat is perfectly readable, which is kind of incredible to me. Looking for more iron ore, if you're wondering what I'm doing. We're prospecting. Digging random tunnels. I could dig a big old grid, but that's ugly. This isn't Factorio, this is Dwarf Fort. Is DF worth it? Well, I mean, I like it. I have thousands of hours in this game, and I don't play it because it's been a game that's made me a lot of money over the years. The reason I play this game is because there's nothing else like it, and I've damn near killed my streaming career multiple times over the last 4 years streaming this game as my primary source of income. So I would say Dwarf Fortress is worth it. It's got pretty good reviews. Other people seem to like it. At the end of the day, you can be the judge of that, whether or not it's worth it. Watch some videos, watch some streams, stay a while and listen. See if it's for you. It's 6 a.m. and just chilling. Good morning. Remember, I will be on tomorrow, too. You know, actually, if it's 6 a.m. for you, and it's 4 to 9 here, I'll be back on in 12 hours, so in your evening. Grown attached to an iron spear, that's fine. I think it's just the graphics. It could still be completely keyboard driven and it would be a lot more watchable now regardless. I mean, you know, what's watching a Factorio stream? It's literally just like watching sprites move around, and Dwarf Fortress ain't too different from that. Word? I saw your name fly by in one of the bombs. I mean, like, so many fucking subs have been gifted this month. It's redonkulous, so. It's a Dwarven Sport Spear? God, I hope one day we actually get those procedural sports. I want to witness the crossbow throwing competitions in person. If you read Legends, there's all kinds of funky, hilarious stories about like crossbow throwing competitions and like random clothing throwing competitions and foot races and all kinds of hilarious shit. How do you recreate it? Just make a new squad. Wait, hold on. Are you trying to like fully like recreate one that you previously had? Just disband the squad and recreate the squad, honestly. But you go to the squad, you select the squad. No, you don't select the squad. Back to squads. You select the squad with this button and you click equip. And then you can click update equipment and they will try and get new equipment for all their stuff. It tells you what they're missing. They're all missing leggings. But if you tell them to upgrade equipment, they will try and find new stuff. You can assign a new uniform. So you can say leather, metal, archer, or no uniform. Or you can add a uniform. And then in here, you can tell them what kind of uniform it is. Say, okay, headwear, you could put on this, foot, and whatever you want them to equip. Headwear, handwear, footwear, shieldwear, weapon, etc. So I could actually say, specifically use spears, you shitbags. And then we're good. Is there some strategy with these mining patterns, or it's just aesthetics? If I were using strategy, it would just be digging a straight line. But honestly, when you say strategy, it's just like there's stuff scattered around. I don't like digging in straight lines. And have you ever played Battleship? In Battleship, I used to always kind of go diagonally across the thing in erratic patterns to try and find stuff. And that's what I do in this. It's legit like, if you were to call it a strategy, it's like I go on a rough diagonal. That's how I always played Battleship when I was little. It's kind of the same thing. How complex does this game get? Here, I'll show you Armok Invaders since Clino just mentioned it. Dwarf Fortress is Turing complete. If you're batshit enough. Yes, this is the ASCII version. Also, this is from like 8 or 9 years ago or something. Don't ask me how they did this, by the way. With the World Gen Embark map, how do you zoom out? You don't. And and if there is a way, please tell me. But as far as I can tell, you don't. And it bothers the shit out of me. Actually. You could in the old version, but you can't now. It's like, what? Like, previously it was you hold, like, you just scroll in and out. But you can't now. And it drives me nuts because I need a magnifying glass for this shit. Nope. Control scroll do nothing. Nothing. Shift scroll do nothing. 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 Absolutely nothing. No, right click backs out of the menu. What? But here's the thing, right? There's a lot of bug reports going in right now, and I wouldn't be too concerned about features that, like, the features that I've seen, or the things that I've seen the most is zooming in that select all option for stones, zooming in the world map screen, select option for stones, and there's a few other things. But there's a few things that I've seen a whole lot, and I guarantee you Tarn's getting blasted with those right now. He's pretty good about just adding shit that people ask for enough. So just keep asking, I'm sure it'll get added. Old version had 3 different windows. I just want a zoom out option. I just want an option to see the whole map. Like, literally, for the world map, that's all I want. For embarking, yes, you're correct. But for the world map screen, the old version, you could zoom in and out. Granted, it's scrolled all of the UI with it. So it wasn't the best zoom in and out, but you could zoom in and out. Select all stones. Not you, Stone. Love you, Stone. But no, not you, Stone. Other stones. Your families. Friends and family. How's the Strange Mood Dwarf doing? I'm expecting them to die, but because they're demanding what I'm assuming to be a specific type of cloth, that are a specific type of stone. So I'm kind of just assuming they're going to die. I don't have any like I've got plant cloth and I've got silk. So bad is how they're doing. I mean, like, we've got pigtail, we've got plant cloth and cave spider silk cloth. So I'm assuming they want yarn, but they don't have yarn in their preferences, so I'm not sure. Do I have stone blocks? Dude, are you really asking me that, Clino? Are you really asking if I have stone blocks? I mean, I don't think so. Do you... The zombie vampire still alive. Definitely a night creature. I don't know what. I'm thinking they're just a zombie. Like, that's my suspicion right now, is they're just a zombie that has like, that's like hiding their identity or something. I might just like let them out at some point and see if they eat somebody, but that's probably a job for tomorrow. Or make them into like a front door auto lever. That's probably what I'm going to do, actually. Because we're actually going to go fight people tomorrow. I was going to make a craft Squidward's guild. That's something I was working on. I should let them go. Nah. We'll do it tomorrow. Do I ever set up a gym? Are you asking about danger rooms? Because that'll kill all your dwarves real quick these days. For built walls, this tool. Click, drag over them, and then unpause the game. It took, for whatever it's worth, it took me 30 minutes of like raging at the screen, confused, and then DMing Clinodev saying, "Where's the delete building button? What the fuck?" And he was just like, "Oh, I had to ask too. It's fine." No, they don't care. I think that's evidence enough that they should be locked in a room. Oh, for sure. I'm actually not planning on letting them out of the room. I was just going to go above them and drop a mechanism into the room, get them to build a lever in that room, and then drop another mechanism in, and then see if I can connect it to a thing. But we'll see. Lever for my bridge yet? That or like, actually, you know what I could do? I could literally, hold up. I got an idea. Yeah, I got an idea. So I can... Whoop. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, so Leatherworker went berserk. And, got struck down by Salome. After fighting with a whole bunch of different people, including a bunch of children. Oh no, a turkey. Attacked a turkey. An animal trainer, and a bunch of other things. But rest in peace. And all that remains is a slipper. It's a bloody shame, that. Oh, like forced hauling or a pump room to increase the strength? Oh, I mean, forced hauling for sure, but pump room? No, not really. I don't really like it when my dwarves are just like ludicrously strong. It's just an everything stockpile. Pretty much. Okay. We're going to remove cloth. We're going to remove leather from there. I wonder if it's because they were in barrels. Or not barrels, bins. How do you build a well underground? Above water. Same way you build a well above ground. I should actually be building a well. But I'm still trying to make sure that all my dwarves have bedrooms. Which is currently my much higher priority. You want? Someone went to punch man on his ass. Someone went punch man on his ass? What, the dwarf that went berserk? No, they just got mauled by everybody all at once. Everybody, everywhere, all at once, and fell apart. As you do. When you try to fight with everybody, everywhere, all at once. Alright, door. So I think my plan for tomorrow, well, for YouTube stuff tomorrow, I'm going to get part 4 of that tutorial Let's Play out, and I'm gonna do a tutorial on how to dig through aquifers. That's something that I'm gonna do because people keep asking about that. People also keep asking about machines, so I'm gonna do like how to make a water wheel to power a mill video. I think it's something I'm gonna do. I'm just thinking out loud and planning for tomorrow. Or tonight, actually. Missed a door? Where? Oh, I see it. Actually, I missed a lot. I missed like 4 more. What? Got a lag spike. Oh, no, I see it. It pauses the game when you run out of doors. I ran out of doors. I didn't miss one. Read the last word story. Got it. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. All right. Let's see. You guys have added stuff? Perfect. So chat, there's a room on my Discord, ! Discord. And in that room, it is called Add a Word Stories. If you join the Discord and you add words to that story, then you can make me read them every 2 hours. Although if you just fill it up with like curse words, I will skip it. Stop burning. No. Burninate Marmite Goblin Mayor. Deep cavern songs bring magma medicine for maximum security deposit. Macroscopic water bears hunt berries in hell. Vampiric historical geese write stalker gremlins poems only. Effeminate testosterone trans with trombones. Cats is the word that I'm adding. Still missing it. I know. I'm out of doors. I need to queue up more doors. But I was busy reading. Very detailed stories from Trat. Rock. Door. This reads like news headlines from The Onion. Yeah. Although my favorite like joke headline I've seen recently was a hard drive article that said Nintendo accidentally issues copyright takedown against their own film, thinking it was copyright infringement from a third party. Which is funny because at a glance, I was like, wait, hold on a second. That real? What's this? No copals? That could actually happen. Yeah, like, that's a believable thing. It's like the movie comes out and sucks, and they're like, actually, we didn't license this, guys. Pfft. Oh, really? What does it say? Where does it say the note? Where's the note about the DF Wiki? Will I do tutorials on raids? Once I have a functioning military in a fort, which we're basically at. Actually, I could do one using this fort and just not save it, if you guys want. Like, after stream's over. Like, if you guys are okay with the knowledge of me using this squad and then save scumming it, which is how I filmed like 80% of them, I could totally do that tonight. I do have a functioning military in this fort. We're just getting mass canceling of the drink orders, which is fine. Screw those for now. I'll be completely honest with you. I haven't used Lazy Noob Pack in like maybe a decade, so I have no idea. Clino might know if he's lurking around still, but coin throwers. Coin throwers. That's just an army of wrestlers, though. Army of wrestlers stationed on a stockpile that happens to be full of coins. What do I consider a functioning military? This is a functioning military. Just a squad that's semi-functional. Look at them. A semi-functional squad. Trained soldiers, basically, is a functioning military. Want to wrestle? Rabble, rabble. Oh no, we found the edge of the map. Blah. That's unfortunate. Sad. The automine gems? I mean, well, most of these are iron ore veins. Can I still see them? Yeah. I have to zoom in a bit, but like they're pretty obvious. Like there's two right there, but they're off the edge of the map. To like get rid of dead animals. If they're on the surface, you have to make sure that animal corpses aren't forbidden. Which is labor, standing orders, refuse and hauling, gather outdoor vermin remains. Those you have to make sure that those are both allowed, and then you have to make a refuse pile or dump them in a garbage dump zone. Now, some items in the workshop say this item is tagged by a task and will not be used by other tasks. Can't assign those items to be built. Anyone want to know why? It's because it's being used as part of a different task. Like, it's literally like the dwarf in the workshop at that exact moment is using it to build something. You click the mine button. Then you click this arrow here. Hotkeys N, which is exactly the same as the old game, by the way. And then you see this option by default. It's set to all. Set it to auto. And then you just simply click and drag and select the thing that you want to automate, which in this instance would be that right there, because that's a vein of something. Very, very, very simple. Shirley, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? How was your first day with dwarves? If you're from Brazil or speak Portuguese, there's a Dota / Dwarf Fortress stream? Question mark? There you go. You keep pressing D out of habit? Yeah, no, I did that a lot yesterday. I've kind of stopped a bit today. DD, you know? Designate dig. Constantly just designate dig, designate dig, designate dig. Sad. You're up to 94 doors? You're ahead of me. You are ahead of me. You're not a pro like me. I've only got 60. What do you want about? Although I don't know how much you were paused. That workshop go. There you are. There's so many. Okay. I'm just going to deconstruct this shop. There's too many birds on it. Like, I'm assuming it's canceling jobs, even though I don't actually think it is. And how's that going? I mean, they seem good. It's like having 700 cats running around that you need to herd into doing something. Which is the cap, unless it changes. 220 is the cap, actually. But I'm sure. I'm not entirely just trying to get more dwarves right now, either. Like, I could be cheesing out fancy products and just cramming that in, but I'm just trying to learn mechanics slowly. Because if you power up to maximum dwarves, that's how you know, get attacked by a lot of things and die. What? Hold on. Auto collect webs on, right? Manically weave thread, use any cloth, collect webs. I guess there's just not that many webs. You know, I guess I could go slaughter our amphibian friends. Hold on a second. Zany? You're zany? Really? Not anxious, but is zany. I'm too amused by those guys. I can't kill them. Game runs decent at like all like dwarf amounts. As long as you don't expect it to run at like 250 frames a second, yeah, the game just runs fine. Yeah, but there's just not there. Well, there's really not. I'm just not getting that many cave spiders. Is all. Man, there's only one cat in the fort, so I wouldn't think like. I wouldn't think that that much would be disappearing, but what do I know? Duplicate assignments of nobles and admins. It depends on what it is, but you just click on the admin and then click leave vacant. If it's an assigned one, you just click leave vacant. Trying to think what thing you would have multiples of. Also, I need to give you your fancy furniture, you needy bastard. Did I never assign this bed? Oh, that's the problem. Place this bedroom for my sheriff and never gave it to him. What a guy. There you go. Sheriff's probably been getting pissed. I have not streamed the tutorial for it once, actually. That's only ever been an off-stream fort. Oh, still on the auto job. Also, then if you go to mine later after automating something and it doesn't work and you're like, why ain't no worky? It's probably because it's still assigned and you need to auto mine and it won't work unless you actually have materials that are mineable that are there. Let's just clear this out a little bit. You have an irresponsible amount of crocodile. I like that count. An irresponsible amount of crocodiles. Is there a way to make a room that's 3 by 3 stories tall? Start on the top layer that you want to be on. Smooth the walls if you want to smooth them and do what you want to do on that layer. Channel down one layer. Smooth it or do whatever you want to do, and then channel down another layer. Also, thanks, Clino. Those old diagrams are still relevant. And old screenshots, too. Also, God, it's so nice to just, like, look at the Twitch directory and just see everybody in varying different levels of fortress completion. I'm seeing a lot of dirt forts, though. Gotta be honest, I'm seeing a lot of dirt forts. A lot of people digging around in the dirt. Disappoint. So many VTubers. They're just everywhere, though. Oh, shit. That's fun. Forgotten Beast! Go slow. Let's come. A huge blob composed of water. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware, it's deadly dust. Oh, now I wonder where it is. If it's on that same level, that is immediately going to die to the to the amphibian people, and I'm totally down with just watching it get splatted. Where it at? Okay, we are going to also watch this blob fly and go get splatted. I'm kind of bothered by the fact that this is the same color as the last blob. Okay, it's dusting. It's fighting with the with the amphibian people. It's 461 years old and it's clumsy. That's good. It's annoyed after choking on dust. Dude, that's your own dust. The amphibian person is vomiting and feels sick. So it certainly has some sort of, like, sickness thing. There's a very sick amphibian person who has sunk into depression. I mean, I would too if I was in your situation there. Where's the rest of them? How does it choke on dust? I mean, how else? Amphibian person's leaving. Forgotten Beast dusts it again, and it keeps vomiting. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict, though. Oh, there's blood. I'm sorry, why am I getting interrupted by troglodytes? Why are there, how are there, why are there troglodytes in my fort? Well, so somehow troglodytes got in my fort, and I'm assuming they're all dead. They probably came up from the basement, actually. The axe dwarf hacks the troglodyte in the head with an iron battle axe, and her severed part sails off in an arc. Okay, well, I guess we killed them. Good job, military. Let's jump back over to this Forgotten Beast. You caught a vampire? Fuck yeah, Comfy. Oh, they found the others. They're shooting darts at it. They got him. They popped it. You're stressed. I don't blame you. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict, but didn't feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body. The poison blob of water. Check, can I get a round of beers for our amphibian hostile allies that don't realize they're our allies? The amphibian woman blowgunner bashes the Forgotten Beast in the body with her steel blowgun, breaking away the tissue. Oh no. Did she just die? Like 90% sure she just died. Yeah, she died. Will of amphibian woman or man blood. No. The spiders missed. Were you the one that killed the other one? Actually, yeah, you were the one that killed the other one. Just a puddle of slime. And oh, I see. This one lost a foot. And there's the body over there. Well, that's a shame. Rest in peace to our amphibian friends. This one's over here vomiting. It's truly a sickness poison. Look at that. Look at all the vomit and all the blood just spreading. Oh. Such blood. Much vomit. Now they get to hang around close to their dead friends and cry. I wish I could recruit them. They seem chill. That has to be my favorite sprite I've seen in the premium version. It's like a pretty close tie between that and the worm man. Which, I wonder if that's been put on the wiki yet. Haven't found it. Where is it? Yeah, whatever. The worm man looks very phallic. It's straight up just looks like a penis. It's kind of incredible. But oh well. Anyway. Worm toss? Yeah, no, like actually, if you have a fortress full of those, I'd be worried about your stream getting popped. I never got temp banned. What are you on about? You did ask me if I was making that up. No, this is not the same world as the Let's Play, no. I'd have to retire the Let's Play. It's not done yet. I have to go record the next episode tonight. Which is why, chat, I've been live for 12 and a half hours. I have a 30-minute Let's Play to record and like 4 tutorials that you guys want me to make. So, I think I'm going to save and return to title. Am I really blind? I'm legally blind. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. Record it on stream? No, I'm not going to do that. I know that you guys are going to ask me